Carbon dust, fluorescent rays. Placed them in the garden plush after 7 days of parsing.
Blood and flesh is always so expensive, but when you sacrifice the body, you can get this. Consciousness expense is exponential, while your union is internal and intensive. Butterfly effect is so connected. You see that I'm a wreck, are you affected? Your energy is here, you're so detected. Your body's gone, it hurts, but I accept it. Bow to all the angels of the sky, and I bow to that one spirit by my side. I bow to the unfathomable Most High. Now if I speak the name, I'd be a lie. Think of all the ones they say moved on. I'd be a fool to think that they are gone. Should be a rule for us to say that they live on. Think it's rude for us to ignore them when they're gone. Thought I saw you in a shadow on the wall. Is that you? I see you standing down the hall. If I could turn back time, I would and make it stall. Help me focus, hold me up, don't let me fall. You are with me. You are with me. Couldn't leave you if I wanted to. Can't you see I wanna stay with you? You are with me. You are with me. Couldn't leave you if I wanted to. Can't you see I wanna stay with you? You are with me. You are with me. Baby, I wanna stay with you. Baby, I wanna stay with you. You are with me. You stay with me. Couldn't leave you if I wanted to. Eternally, I'm gonna stay with you. I'm gonna stay with you. Stay with you. 'Cause you are with me. You are, you stay with me. The angels in the sky. The angel by my side. You are with me.
Carbon dust, fluorescent rays. Placed them in the garden plush after 7 days of parsing.
Blood and flesh is always so expensive, but when you sacrifice the body, you can get this. Consciousness expense is exponential, while your union is internal and intensive. Butterfly effect is so connected. You see that I'm a wreck, are you affected? Your energy is here, you're so detected. Your body's gone, it hurts, but I accept it. Bow to all the angels of the sky, and I bow to that one spirit by my side. Okie dokie. Peace. Assalamu alaikum. I always say assalamu alaikum first. Oh, well, I just do. Namaste, Jambo, Ashe, Shalom, Shalom. All the greetings of love and light to the beautiful, amazing, darkest minds of the light, to the beautiful, amazing HOK. Wow, so much love right off rip. I was reading the comments. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Yes, I have it up here, the RISE channel, Rise of the Darkest Minds of the Light. RISE stands for, it's an acronym, it stands for Reality is Simulated Existence. That's my channel in the HOK network. Go ahead and subscribe if you're on there already. If you're not, take the time in your day, in your week to go subscribe. And if you're not on the RISE channel and you've already subscribed, but you're in the sa.neter channel on sa.neter Studios, or if you're on the HOK Coliseum, please subscribe and please hit the like button. Hit the like button on all channels. Hi, remember me? Oh, this is interesting. What's going on here? Hi, everyone. I'm Napah Shadah. See my hat? This is my hat, and this is my, I forgot to take it down. This is my Medusa. My Medusa headpiece. So anyway, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you've joined me because I want to talk about these Israelites today. And I mean, we talk about Israelites all the time. Oh yeah, I forgot to say my feathers and my shells too. But anyway, we talk about Israelites all the time. We're always arguing about Israelites. But let's find out where the Israelites actually started. Where did the Israelites begin? Who knows? I'm going to put up some information here. Let me see the comments. And let's see here. Augustus Kane says hello. Shalom to you. Boss Trucker, I saw you. Thank you so much. Dorothy, Zikoma. Everybody's here. Infinite energy, open minds. It's all love. Kent, we saw you. We see our brother Kent over here showing us love. He probably stopped commenting. He said, uh-oh, they said I'm showing them love. I'm not going to show them that I'm showing them love. It's all love. It's all love with our whole house of consciousness family, our consciousness family, all the people out here on the internet just trying to find the truth. Oh, thank you. This is such a nice compliment. Is his family 904? Thank you so much. I love that. That's wow. I'm a huge fan of Shadah. Let me just let you know about that particular song. Of course, if people know me, you know that I am a life cycle doula from the womb to the tomb. I'm a life cycle doula from the womb to the tomb. And even before the womb, there's the energy that exists outside. You could call it spirit, soul. And after the tomb, there's the same thing. There is life after death. There is life that just exists. It is. It doesn't really, you don't say before or after. Life is life. And we can look at the first laws of thermodynamics if someone wants to scientifically challenge that. We can see that energy does not die. We know that we exist energetically. We know that the body is an energetic source. We know the body is an electrical source, even if you really want to get technical. So with all that understood, that is why I wrote that. That's one reason why I wrote this song, just because I do deal with a lot of grief in my particular career choice. And it's important to let people know that when the material body no longer can sustain life, when the material flesh is no longer viable, that doesn't mean that that energetic force, that part that makes the person, the foundation of the person's when we get into the mind and that connection that you have, that doesn't go away. It
may change into a different form, but it still exists. So that's where that song came from. Y'all know the background on. And by the way, over there, talking to our brother Kent and all the people in pseudo killers, you know, we still are talking about those NDEs, those near-death experiences. Really, it is people expiring in their material body for a moment, and then they are resuscitated. So we're still discussing that. We're discussing consciousness. We're discussing all that good stuff, but not on this stream exactly. We are going to talk about these Israelites, y'all. I mean, come on. Can we talk about what's going on? Hello, Marquise. I'm glad you're here. Uh-oh, there we go. We got some peace and love. That's so... Kent, I knew you were a good brother. I always knew it. I said, beneath that tough exterior, beneath all of that, there's a good brother. Plus, our sister Sakina and Jim and I put in a good word for you. So peace to you, brother. Peace to Kent. Ben Frank, peace. Everybody, come on in. I really am I'm gonna drop the link right now, because this isn't just me, you know, going on and on and on. I know you guys are probably sick of that too when you go to different channels. Everybody doesn't do that. A lot of people are very interactive. So shout out to those channels. But you don't want to just hear me up here like blah, blah, Napah, Shadah, blah, blah, blah. I also want to hear from you. So feel free to come in if you have something to add about this particular topic, which I said, why is it so easy to show extra biblical proof that the Israelites are actually Canaanites? Oh, thank you, Caleb. It's all love to my wonderful mods. Thank you so much. But really, let me ask this question off rip before I start pulling up the sources and showing what I show. Oh, I was supposed to pull something up, actually. I don't know what happened. Uh-oh. Okay, let me try this. Okay, so why is it so easy for us to find information on the internet, information in libraries, that Israelites are actually Canaanites? Why is that so easy? I don't know. Well, I do know, but I want to ask the audience. Let's get some of the information that I said. Yeah, let's go, Marquise. Now, y'all know that I subscribe to the concept of Black African progeny of the slave trade being Israelites. So remember that as I critique this, I think you should be able to appreciate what I'm about to say, because I mean, I'm not being biased if I'm saying, hey, the Israelites, are they really just Canaanites? So let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's see, because we do have our sister Naphtali teaching that the Canaanites are not so-called phenotypically Black, or that they're not African. Then we have other people saying, of course, how could Israelites ever be Canaanites when Israelites are Israelites? So let's take a look at this. Okay, I'm going to take super baby steps here. I know we got all our scholars out there and they're doing this and that, and they're pulling up all this information that for some people, it might be like they don't study the Bible, they don't study Israelites, so it could be like, that's over my head. I don't even know what she's talking about, right? So let's just go straight. Let's go to Encyclopedia Britannica, and let's first look at, right, logically, let's look at what a Canaanite is. Let's just look at Canaan for now and see what's going on. If y'all could just walk with me. I think I dropped the link. Did I? I didn't even drop it. Did I? Yes, I did. Do you mind pinning the link, Caleb? And let me go to sa.neter Studios and pin the link. Give me 1 second. Yeah, we need to find out, like, what is going on. Are the Israelites Amorites? Are they Canaanites? Are they just Israel? Which the Bible even doesn't. Even the Bible shows us that Abraham, he didn't start out as a so-called Israelite. It says that he came from Ur of the Chaldees. He's from Sumer. So I don't know. It's just like so many different pieces of this puzzle that we need to arrange. I'm going to go, just give me a moment. I'm just going to, this will give you a chance again to hit the like button, subscribe, hit the like button on whatever channel you're on. Now let me get to sa.neter Studios and pin this link. Don't be shy if you want to join. And if you're going to join and I don't know who you are, it'd be great if you could turn on your camera in the back. I'm not into just like making you, if you're like somebody that you're at work or you're not, camera ready. You don't have to sit on the panel with your camera on, but I definitely need to see who you are, and you have to have your camera on from the beginning. So we can just, make sure everything is up and up. So, all right. Thank you, Caleb. And now I pinned it. Peace to my sister Ascent to Phoenix. There she is. All right, shalom to you. Yes, you have your pin ready. And yes, you know what? You are always a great, valuable source of information. So I'd love for you to one day join me. But if you want to add from the chat, I'd love to hear your input from the chat. Now we have all of that out of the way. Let's go. Let's just take a look at this this excerpt from Encyclopedia Britannica. It's a piece of the basically from the website, obviously. Okay, Napah. Canaan is an area variously defined in historical and biblical literature, but always centered on Palestine. Its original pre-Israelite inhabitants were called Canaanites. Right there, clue. See how it says its original pre-Israelite inhabitants? Because Israel historically is a huge part of the Canaanite region, meaning their presence. Okay, so its original pre-Israelite inhabitants were called Canaanites. The names Canaan and Canaanite occurred in cuneiform Egyptian and Phoenician writings from about the 15th century BCE, as well as in the Old Testament. Hold on. In these sources, Canaan refers sometimes to an area encompassing all of Palestine and Syria, sometimes only to the land west of the Jordan River, and sometimes just to a strip of coastal land from Accra northward. The Israelites occupied and conquered Palestine, or Canaan, beginning in the late 2nd millennium BCE, or perhaps earlier. The Bible justifies such occupation by identifying Canaan with the promised land, the land promised to Israelites by God. So I'm going to pause right there and I'm going to check the chat, see where we at. I want to make sure that this is as interactive as possible. Okay, everybody's good. Now, when we read that part about the land promised to Israelite by God, people say, oh, everything is, we don't use the Bible, but clearly, whether or not science and history is trying to, clearly the Bible is so enmeshed in what we know as historical, right? Because even here, the Bible is used as a reference to refer to a group of people, I get it, named Canaan. I get it that they're in the Bible, but there is evidence of them existing, obviously, outside of the Bible. So far, they say the land promised, and I want to go, that's going to take me to, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to be jumping back and forth. I'm going to stop sharing, and then I'm going to go to present something else here. Let's see. Here. Okay, so what is the land that God promised Israel? There is probably no more disputed real estate on earth than the land of Israel. Oh, by the way, this has got questions, but I'm mostly going to show you the scripture. So you know, this the information surrounding what I'm about to show you, I'm going to just read it. Because this is true. The land was always, oh, God said we could have it. Oh, we're trying to take it from these people. Even today, we've got Israel and Palestine, clashing for that area, for that region. So it says in Genesis 12:7, God promises Abram, who had just arrived in Canaan, quote, to your offspring, I will give this land. So I wanted to show you this. Early on, when Abram, before he was Abraham, Abram of Ur of the Chaldees, of Sumer, was promised when he came from Haran. So he went from Ur to Haran, and from Haran to this region, which we know as Canaan. The Canaan, that's the region he was in this scripture. And in Genesis 12:7, it says, then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring, I will give this land. So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. So in the biblical text, we see early on, we're talking about the Israelites, right? We're talking about the early on forefather is being promised that land of Canaan, but there were people already inhabiting that land, right? Now stay with me here, y'all. Just stay with me. I'm not disputing that there were already people inhabiting the land, but let's look at this verse, Genesis 15:8. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your offspring, I give this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. So then again, he's promised. And then it says, in Genesis 17:8, and I will give to you and to your offspring after you the land of your sojourners, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. So early on, there's so much more, gosh. And then we got right here, Isaac he's another forefather. Genesis 26:3-4. So sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your offspring, I will give all these lands, and I will establish the oath that I swore to Abraham, your father. I will multiply your offspring. I will multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, and I will give you offspring I will give your offspring all these lands, right? And in your offspring, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. That's very important. That's very important. It says, and in your offspring, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. Canaan is so similar. You can look at Canaan, even more than Kemet. People always say, oh, Egypt is like modern day America. Egypt is like modern day United States. Kind of, but more so that whole region of Canaan, that land region, that is more, you could look at how America is. It's just so many different nations, so many different groups of people intermingling, interbreeding, and I should say inter and intracultural experiences, right? So I think you know where I'm going with this, but let me just keep going because this is all facts. It's not I added a little opinion about how I see it as the same as America, as United States, but you will see in the information that I'm not too far off if I'm not spot on. Genesis 28:13, and behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord of Abraham your father, and God of Isaac. The land of which you lie, I will give to you and your offspring. Now, this is Jacob. So we've gone through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All the forefathers, they were told, okay, Canaan is your land. This is you where you're going to be. Why am I pointing that out? Peace, I didn't see you, 7. Peace to you, 7 Asar. Why am I pointing this out? Because I'm going to lay the groundwork that basically you cannot distinguish between the actual people of so-called Israel and so-called Canaan, you cannot separate those groups of people biologically, or even, they do say, well, here's the genealogy here. We see the people in the modern day region, they go back to Canaan. Isn't that interesting? But really, there was so much intermingling. The people were all in that region that it's debatable. This isn't my original idea. It's debatable that the Israelites are at all biologically different from the Canaanites in that region. The only distinctions are cultural practices, which are rooted in religious or the spiritual practices. Okay, I got that out. Peace to you, Asar. What would you like to say? Peace, 7.
Peace to you, Queen Napah. First, I would like to say peace to everybody in the chat, and that I appreciate that you're putting this information out, because I've recently been studying a little bit more on this, and I realize exactly what you're saying, and that's why I've been arguing with a lot of Hebrews that Israel comes out of Canaan,
Mm-hmm.
and biblically we see the information, and archaeologically we see the information. You're laying it out right now. Whenever you would want me to add in, I will, from what I
Okay.
see, but it's just clear from what the information that you're presenting, that Israel comes out of Canaan. Israel is even born in Canaan, in my opinion.
What were we going to say? Were you born in Canaan and what?
I said Israel is born in Canaan, in my opinion.
Okay. And see, this is the thing that I do want to add. I appreciate you being here, 7. You're always a great ad. As far as information, where is that land region exactly? Immortal Dragon, I think you're talking about the region of, I'll show you the map. Good question. We're going to get to that. That's a great question. But I want to say this. With us as like people on the internet, and we go Kemet versus Israel versus Kemet, or Israel versus Canaan. We do that with our debating, and it can be healthy in a way where it's a good way to sharpening iron. However, when we really take a minute and say people, anthropology, ancient times, ancient anthropology, we say these were just people building their communities, building their culture, doing what they do just as we do today. We don't see it as much because we're so modern, but right, we move to certain groups. We have subgroups within groups. Just to be very, very basic, like even on the internet, we can look at it better in a more two-dimensional way. We can look at the internet and say, oh, okay, we've got the HOK. Then we've got within the HOK, we have the Israelites gravitate here, the Kemetic people gravitate here, the Moors gravitate there, and they're all within the HOK, right? So they gravitate to each other, but we still come together. We still intermingle. We still are one. I know that sounds like, oh, come on, Napah, that's not what it was like. But yeah, people do that. That is human nature. When you read the biblical narrative and you see that Abraham comes from Sumer, he says, okay, I got to go into this region. It's really great. It's, there's a lot of ways to live. The land is great, milk and honey. So he goes to live there, and there are people already there. Of course, we've got those people like, what do they call xenophobia, and then we've got the Israelites like, oh, just stick to yourselves, we're not going to fit in. But the narrative is like, oh, God told us to take it. But if we just stand on the outside, when you have foreigners come in, they're going to stick to themselves. But eventually, over time, hundreds of years, thousands of years, they're going to become one with the people of that region, whether they like to or not. That is why throughout the Bible you keep hearing, stop being like them. Why are you following their ways? I told you stop following their gods. So I just wanted to say that. You want to
You're
add
talking about natural assimilation, right, sis?
natural assimilation? Yes, just moving in, coming together, assimilating.
Facts. I agree with you 100%. And I think it's more people are more oppressed on a narrative than actually looking at everything in the Bible because they're stuck on a narrative instead of looking at it in its
Yeah,
full, you know,
and we need
complete.
to know that this doesn't take away from your God. This doesn't change the power of your God. This doesn't tell you, oh, your God isn't real. I'm saying this to people from a theist standpoint. When you realize the facts that you weren't this bloodline so different from the other people, when you let that go, I know for a lot of people who, how do I say this? For a lot of people who want to have something solid, it is important. Let me say this. It's important to have pride and honor in your bloodline family, your familial, your actual people who are the same blood as you. There is something significant about that. But when we start getting to when we talk about cultures and societies and even religions, which all come all together in a nice little package, when we start talking about culture, society, religion, it is not, there is no real requirement for your biology to be the same as those people within your same culture. It really, we see it time after time. I know people might come for me. I'm not saying that there isn't a bloodline link to Israel and certain groups of Canaanites. There's so many. By the way, back to what you're saying, Israel is one of those Canaanite groups. I'm not saying within, I'm not saying that within groups there are not real bloodlines, but it is so almost impossible to distinguish one particular group of people and say definitively, these are the only ones, and then these are the only ones. We're making a mistake doing that. And that is a power thing, a control thing that's going on in our society today with the actual people who are in Israel today. The world, we should abandon giving power to people when it comes to a religion and a God, because the God that is in the book, that is in the Torah, is not, how do I say it? Let me be careful. The people in that region today know what they're doing. The whole world has to say, yeah, you're the people of that book that God loves so much, even though it's your story. Stay with me. I'm not talking about my Hebrew Israelite people over here and we're arguing if the black people in the slave trade. I'm talking about actual modern life today, okay? Whether you believe in the Bible or not, the entire world has to, we acquiesce for some who don't believe it. We have to move and say, oh yeah, those people in Israel are the people in the Torah that God loved so much. I'm going to say it again. Whether you believe God loved them so much, the story is there, and we have to say, yes, that's them. Do you see how dangerous that is, and how what's going on over there with the Palestinians right now? Do you see how dangerous that is, and what takes place from that? So I'm getting back to my stance. If you look at that region and you look at all of the ancient interaction, there isn't one group of people that can say, we are just this people and you're not. Now, if they said we are just this people and really we don't know who could be us and who couldn't be us, then that'd be the same. That'd be fine. I know people are probably listening to me going, "Damn, then why do you think you're an Israelite?" I've said this before. If they get to say they're the Israelites and they have just the little bit of proof that they have, I definitely can look at history and see certain things about the regions that the slaves were taken from and so on and so forth. I can grab information and say, oh, is that what we're doing? So I guess I'm an Israelite too, because look at this and look at this and look at this. So at the end of the day, we have people like, Ryan was like, well, they're saying I'm not an Israelite. He should do his research. And I'm sure he could even trace wherever his people came from, say, well, look, my people go all the way back over here too. I don't know if you fully understand the ones out there, not you, Seven. I'm saying Canaan, Israelites are Canaanites. Okay, they're Canaanites, and so is everybody. The people who say today the Arabs and the Turkish people, they can all trace themselves back somehow to the Canaanite region. Now, come for me if you want. I just wanted to put that out there. What do you want to say before I get back to some more information? Peace, Divine Allah.
Yeah, I just want to say that. Well, actually, I have a question for you. Where do you think that narrative from Hebrews? Well, let me ask you this: where do generally most Hebrews think that Israel is from?
Where do the Hebrew Israelites, like the Black Hebrews?
Black Hebrewites. Where do they teach that Israel is from?
That Israel began with Abraham and Sumer, and then they became a people when Abraham left immediately. They didn't call themselves Israel, but that once Terah and Sarai and Abram left Sumer, that's when they became a people. They don't call them Israelites, but it's the same bloodline. So that's when they say, and so when you say where do they come from, they say that we started in but there's information saying that those were Amorites and I want to get that Abraham, you can talk, I'm gonna grab it, that Abraham possibly. Now I'm not saying, Caleb, I'm not saying I'm the 21st century queen of Sheba all. Thank you. I love these compliments. People are like, oh, don't tell her that. I need the love just like everybody else, right, Seven? So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab an article, or not an article, a piece. Yeah, it is an article about Abraham being Amorite. But if you want to talk, and I'll get that for you. I think I can find it somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone could argue against that narrative, that bloodline narrative going from Abraham to Israel, because they're all related, right? Mm-hmm. Abraham is the father of Ishmael and Isaac. So, but Isaac and Ishmael were born in Canaan, right? So was Jacob and Esau were born in Canaan. So when we really evaluate not only the birth of these people from the biblical standpoint, we look at the influences that they had as well. And most of their lives they spent in Canaan. I mean, Abraham died in Canaan. I mean, Isaac died in Canaan, right? Lived, born, raised, and and then also Israel, Jacob, went back to Canaan to be buried next to his father. Right. So yeah. I think that Canaan is a very important part of the land. It should be given more credence to the birthplace and development and the strengthening of your tradition. And I think it's being misplaced when they say where Israel was born, because they want to stick to a narrative that may fit their doctrine. But I mean, anyone comes up with this argument, it'll be hard for them to. I mean, I had to take down Israel doctrine because he tried to say that Israel came out of Egypt.
Well,
and I had to
Israel
show
did come
them.
out of Egypt, right? But not originally, but when they
That's the
came
point I was trying to tell them. Yeah, of course, Israel went into. I mean, well, as we read the story, we see that he told his children to go to Israel because of the famine, and he wanted them to go buy some food, go buy some seeds to bring back. Right. So that's the first time I see in the Bible where the children of Israel entered, in, other than the son who was his son. What's his son name? Joseph, who was kidnapped by who kidnapped by his other sons and sold into Egypt. I think that's the first Israelite that I remember in the story that
Jacob
went
is
to
the
Egypt.
first Israelite because he is Israel. So
Well, well, didn't he send his children into Egypt? He went in. He didn't go to Egypt until he went looking for Joseph, or his children told him to come there because they found Joseph because he
yeah,
thought his son was there.
Jacob is Israel, and that's why they're
Yes,
called Israelites. But the
fact.
bloodline is it doesn't just actually begin at Jacob. That's just the name of the people, and that's a good point. Put a pin in that because that also when they are established in Canaan. I'm gonna let Ben Frank come in and after I just get this out the way. That's a good point. Israel, but it goes beyond that. It begins with Abraham. So once we get Ben Frank,
We know Abraham is the seed. I agree with that. Abraham is the seed. I agree with that. But
yeah,
is I mean, God named Jacob Israel. Facts.
yes,
In Canaan. In Canaan.
yes,
You know what I'm saying? When he returned from Haran after fleeing from Esau for those 20 years. Working for his uncle. So I just
last
think that,
father-in-law.
and those children, he brought those children
Did
back to
you hear
Canaan.
me? Did you hear me?
So nah, I didn't hear you. What you say?
You said his uncle. I said slash father-in-law.
Facts. Because he married his two cousins. He did marry both of them.
Yeah. Oh dang, he fell off. Okay, once he comes, we'll let him get his tech back on. Peace to you, Ben Frank. What would you like to add? Thank you for this piece of information, Caleb. What would you like to add, Ben Frank? I can't hear you. You might be muted. You are muted. I see you're muted. You're muted. We cannot hear you, and I can't unmute you. I'm not allowed to unmute you. You're muted. I can't hear you. So I'm gonna let you work that out and read this real quickly. Queen, I don't know. What did I mess everybody up? Y'all can still see me, right? Queen, okay, Caleb says Ezekiel 16:3 says to Israel that your father was an Amorite and your mother was a Hittite. Let me get that bomb right now. Come on now. Thank you, Caleb. Let me get the bomb. You know I'm always delayed on it. So yeah, there is information that Abraham, Seven's back. There is information that Abraham could possibly be an Amorite. You fell off, Seven. We can't hear you. Why can't I hear them? Is it my thing?
My apologies. Yeah, my apologies. No, I'm doing a little bit too much. I was trying to do a whole bunch of things at the same time. I'm trying to multitask right now. I'm working
Okay.
still. But
Well, I'm glad you joined. I like the input, but I'm listening. After you say what you have to say, I'm going to read this article.
where did I end at? I didn't know where I fell off at.
I
was still talking.
you were saying
Yeah,
that
I don't know that.
yeah, you're here. I can hear you now, Ben Frank. So I'm going to get rid of this one. And okay, Seven, you were saying about the father Abraham being the
The
bloodline
seed being
father.
being the foundation, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And how he was the foundation, but what he birthed wasn't Israel, right? Isaac birthed Jacob, and God created Israel in my opinion, because he named Jacob Israel, right? He gave him that name change. And from that, that's when Israel became a great, he created that great nation with his children, right? Great wealth for his uncle, right? And
Hmm.
his name became great. He was able to come back into Canaan and be received in a positive nature from his brother, and to be able to repent to his brother and show him how bad he felt or how he treated him by stealing his birthright and his blessing, right? Well,
Mm-hmm.
conning him out of his birthright and stealing his blessing. So I think when God blessed him and he did all those things, and he came back into Canaan with his children, and the influence, once again, the influence in his children from Canaan, once again, is what created the foundation of what Israel is. I mean, well, with the completion of what Israel is. Let me say that, and
Mm.
what built what
Yes,
you guys are today.
I understand
Thank
what you're
you.
saying.
What were you saying? Okay, thank you for that information. That I like that you added that. Um, Ben Frank, you were gonna elaborate or expound on that, or did you have something to say about the
Yeah,
topic?
for sure. It's a deep subject, and peace to all y'all.
Peace.
Blessings.
Peace,
Always peace.
peace.
Um, yeah, I mean the bloodline it starts with Genesis. It starts with the gene ISIS. It's a whole book of genealogy. It's other things too when we're talking about the Bible, but Israel was a name before even Jacob. So that's an ancient name before what we know or we call as Israel now under
Mm-hmm.
Jacob,
Mm,
who stole the birthright, which is key, right? And it's a reason why he
fact.
was given that name. So
Mm-hmm.
everything is
Now
a
you said that
lesson in
name
that.
came. I'm sorry. I don't mean. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
When was Israel mentioned before it was mentioned in the Bible?
Uh, for one thing, it's not. Yeah, if you go to Israel, they don't pronounce it like we pronounce it. It's
Right.
different.
Okay, facts.
So it's a little deeper
But
subject, but you can dig into it. But it's before it was people named Israel before
Right.
Jacob.
Yes, that is true. Well,
mm,
there's
It was
there's
entitled.
archaeological proof of the name existing before, but I forgot what it was. I gotta find it.
Yeah.
before it was accounted in the Bible, what you're saying is the
Yeah.
name Israel was used amongst a civilization of people. That's what you're saying,
Right.
right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. That makes
And then you
sense.
and then you got to understand the names in the Bible are itself. That that we all know that they have symbolic meaning in itself. So the name will be whatever the practice they did,
What is
whatever
the name? What is the
act of
definition of the name? I've
righteousness they
heard so
did.
many different people define what that name is. Um, is there a clear definition of what Israel means?
It's always multiple meanings when you're dealing with things outside of America. Even though America has multiple meanings with words too, though. But
Yeah, most languages does.
out here
Most
it's
of them.
triple meaning, quadruple meaning, maybe seven, eight,
Yeah.
maybe 1,000 meanings of one word.
Yeah.
So it's different
Yeah.
understandings. It's math
Facts.
to it. It's all that because you go into the geometry. And that's just
Indeed.
the form. A woman gives us our form. Off of birth. So it's just the mathematical equation of the universe.
But what stumps me
You mapping.
is when we're looking at this information that me and Nepal is discussing, it boggles my mind how Hebrews deny Canaan. They deny that their origin is in Canaan, that they're born in Canaan or they're from Canaan.
Well, we definitely have to
Israel
take
doctrine was
in
one
a
of them.
yeah, but we have to take an account of historical record. The actual scrolls and the actual language originally. It was written in. We got to go all the way back to Kush or India. Certain other sources that we normally wouldn't go to because
India,
it's a world. It's a world history. It's not just about one race or anything that agenda. It's a world history in that book. And the righteousness of the
Uh,
people is in the religion, not the
well,
just
see
the
that
genealogy.
I mean, you're right.
It's God.
They talk about many nations in that book, but there's some people who think that that book is Israel centered. Salvation is only for Israel and for none other. And most of
It,
all of the things that, like I said, that book is Israel centered.
Well, it's the
yeah,
book of
but
the
it's a
Israelites.
guide though.
It's
Yeah,
their
right.
book.
Huh?
Right, and it's it's gonna be some type of people can place agendas on anything, but if we look at science itself, right, nobody is just one anything. We
Facts.
all come from uh you know
Right.
no multiplicity of the universe. We are
So let
supposed
me
to
jump
multiply.
in here real quickly. So that's what I was saying. We're talking about biology. There's no way to say, oh, there's a pure bloodline. But when we talk
Fact.
about culture and
Right,
religion, we can definitely say distinctive,
right,
pure religions, pure cultural practices and traditions. That
right,
is what happens with people. This whole
I agree.
the construct of race is just, it's a facade, and it's just a manipulation to
right,
keep people separated. And it's no different when we put that on to ancient times, but really, obviously, it's been happening since the beginning of time. Tribalism. People like, okay, this is
right.
my tribe. You stay over here. You stay over there. We're going to kill you if you do this. So we've always, it's human nature for some reason. We got to
Yeah, the
figure out.
concept of separation and division has always been here, and it varied from what people would divide themselves or
Right.
cause separation for. Right? We living in a time where it's race, but it
Yeah,
could be
tribalism.
in another time. In another time, it could be what you ate or
Mm,
how you farmed your land or how you know what I'm saying. It could have been
That's
a
exactly
different
what
yeah,
the
culture.
law
different
is.
paths.
The law is that
Yeah.
it's like how you eat, what you eat, how
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
deal with
culture.
the people,
Yes,
how you treat your animals, what you wear. It
Fact.
yes,
distinguished. So if you look at it closely, yes, it says, well, because these are our people and don't mix with them. It wasn't actually like don't mix your biology with theirs, don't mix your DNA. It's don't mix with them because we don't want you trying to pick up their ways and worshiping their gods and acting like them and eating what they eat.
right,
And
So
from what
right.
I see in history, it usually is centered in small places. It's not a global epidemic like racism is, in my opinion. Racism became a global concept and thought on judgment of people, where
Yeah,
you might have differences in one area and in the other, and you go to another country and they be like, why is those people even tripping about that? You know what I'm saying? They're not tripping on
yes.
that difference. That you know what I'm
Culture
no,
saying? So
clash.
look at Ukraine and Russia. They're the same people, but they're unaliving each other. They're exactly
Hmm.
the same people, but they're unaliving each other over region and all kinds of crazy things that just social constructs and things they made up. So then you look at
and
in the
I
British and the Irish, those weren't different
uh-huh.
races, but they were different
Fact,
regions. So
Different
they were just
tribes.
unaliving.
fact.
So
But that's an excellent point, Sister Nepal. To go to that point, not to try to change the subject, but it goes to a point that's important because I seen a sister earlier this week who spoke on how she felt slavery is what saved African Americans over here. If we weren't in slavery,
Yeah.
we would be suffering under the oppressions of what African people are suffering under today. She was on Mark Lamont Hill's program earlier this week, and she was a conservative, and she was speaking on how black people prospered more from being enslaved in America, right? And she was saying how look at all the wars black people are fighting each other, all the Africans, or like, but forgetting what you just said right now, Ukraine and Russia, two European nations are fighting each other, killing each other, but are the Ukrainians' lives better off? Both of them, they're white people killing each other too. But
yeah.
I didn't want to change the subject, but I mean, when you said that, it just
You
sparked
didn't
something in
change the
me.
subject. That's you added in, and that's great to hear. I appreciate that. So let's keep in
Mhm.
mind it's really not the biology that we think it is that we're arguing over. And what's your DNA and the DNA of this? Even for them to show that article saying the people of the Arab and the Israelites, people of the Israelite people of that region go back to ancient Canaan. And it's like, stop looking at the biology to determine so much.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it doesn't at all have any type of weight, but stop putting biology in the first forefront, because, the conversation is just going to be going in circles and circles, and you're never going to find what I want to do is see who were the people practicing and doing the who we need to know who they are. And when we look at Africa, there are people there who are there are people there who have had the traditions of what we know as the Torah and the law for generations after generations after generation for decades, if not centuries. So with that said, we got to focus on that more. I'm going to let Jose get in here, and then I'm going to read this about Abraham, because you'd asked earlier about Abraham. Peace, Jose. What did you want to add? Thank you.
Good night. How are you?
Good evening. I'm very good, sir. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Let me ask you a question. Two questions. Is separatism a bad thing? And what is the importance of being a Hebrew Israelite?
Well, I wouldn't use the word bad for anything, for the word separatism, or I wouldn't use the word bad for segregation. I would say you'd have to have the context. If we're talking about social groups of people, the only thing I can say about that is, did it work out to the advantage of both groups of people that were being separated, or the both groups of people that were being, segregated? Did it work out to the benefit of those people? And if it no longer exists, or did you see the degradation of a society? So my answer there's no bad or good. It depends on the results of it.
Can I answer that question too for you, brother? Because what I think your question is kind of it's got a lot of things packed in with it, right? It depends on what are you separating yourself from when you do separation, right? Are you separating because of racist or things that simple things that you don't like about somebody, or is it because someone has stolen from you or murdered you? I'm going to set myself from rapists. I'm going to separate myself from murderers. I'm going to separate myself from killers.
Right. I don't want to be around no demon time.
Let's take it easy.
Exactly.
On the but you're good.
Yeah.
Just take it easy on just be mindful.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, my apologies.
I thank you for apologizing, but I'm just saying, I should have reminded you before that it's not really fully your fault. But go ahead. So I like that what he said. It depends on the group. Now, if the group has been victimized, marginalized, oppressed by a certain group of people, I think it would be vital for that group to separate and practice separatism. It just depends.
Well, let me put some context on it. If you have a culture that you value, like the ancient Kemetic people, then you probably would want to separate from others who don't have that cultural value.
No,
but the Kemetic people didn't do that. The Kemetic people did not do that, though.
But wait, I guess you heard him. I didn't hear.
Repeat what you said, brother. I don't want to take you out of.
I said
I don't want to misspoke.
If you have a cultural value such as the Kemetic people had, you would want to maintain a certain level of control and separatism to keep your way of life that you view as pure.
I don't really see the ancient Kemetic people being so much as separatists, though.
They weren't.
They were very inclusive.
They were not.
Different cultures.
Very inclusive. Very inclusive.
But
that was part of their downfall. People created cool.
But they were
cool created.
But they were insistent on controlling the environment, though. Very insistent on that for a reason.
Well, that makes sense. They had a certain to protect, and I appreciate every culture does that. America is like a whole mishmash hodgepodge culture, and that is to our detriment. So I think separatism isn't really, how do I say it? When we're talking about Kemet, if you're talking about Kemet or you're talking about Israel, with the narrative in the book of the Bible with the Israelites, it was always like, we need to separate because they are doing things, against us. They want to sacrifice babies, and we don't do that kind of stuff. So it was always like, we have to separate from them because it's awful, and God tells us to do so. With Kemet was more, don't come for me, y'all, but Kemet was more, and there was more an intelligent take on it, where they were more advanced, and they were like, they can't really touch our gods anyway. We're doing it this way. We are the powerful empire. Everyone else is just fringe to us, and they didn't feel, I guess they didn't feel, or I'm not saying they didn't feel. I know from historical records and reading about it, there was no intimidating force that would take, they're going to take over our, wait, I take that back, except for the Hyksos. Right?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, I was just about to say that.
So once
the Hyksos,
once they were inclusive, and then they saw, the Hyksos. So back to you, I'm gonna hand it back to you. Then there was that separatism. So it depends on the situation.
Yeah, but the reason why they had a problem, those people, because they viewed them as dishonest people. They didn't like their moral character.
Yeah.
I had respect for them. They thought that they were dishonest and sneaky people.
Yeah, they did. Then that's when they started to practice a separatism, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also, when you hear accounts of people who visited Egypt, it was a welcoming one. Herodotus had a whole welcoming account. It wasn't. It didn't feel like he felt like it was a separate, like they were trying to protect information. They probably were, but it didn't. He didn't come off like, oh well, I had to go through all of these hoops and bureaucracy to get to this information, or for them to tell me this. You know what I'm saying? So I think Kemet was more inclusive when it came to, giving the information that they had built. And I think they did was just being righteous people, though. I didn't think they was just people who's coming willing to learn, and they were just teaching them. I think it was just that simple.
Thank you, Seven and Jose. I don't mean to block you out, Jose, but I want to show this comment. I'm starting to see that too, Dogon God. Dogon no God. Excuse me, Dogon no God. Americans only consider dynastic Kemet, never pre-dynastic Kemet. What I'm seeing is whenever there's something referred to, even like the sister, I'm going to talk about the female genital mutilation. The sister in that conversation, Genesis, when she pulled up the information talking about, they found out that they were doing this in Kemet. I did a little bit more research, which I'm going to bring up this conversation more about that. We need more awareness of it. But when I started to do more research, that seemed to be so far from what I'm researching, that it is really, how do you say it? The Hellenized era. Now, I might be wrong, but not pre-dynastic even, but just I'm talking about late Kemet, like Ptolemy. So that's what I'm seeing. So what did you want to say? Am I not saying what he's saying? He's saying the same thing, right? Let me get back to it. Americans only consider dynastic Kemet, which, by the way, I know dynastic Kemet is Hatshepsut and Akhenaten, but I went all the way to the end, because the end of the last dynasty was what? It was what was it called? The Ptolemaic dynasty? Anybody who knows Kemet?
Well, that's the Greeks, but
Phoenician.
I'm not sure if it was the. I don't want to say, because I'm not sure if it was the Ptolemaic.
Let me look it up.
I know Ptolemaic is near the end, but I can't be 100%.
Okay, what were you going to say?
I said the Phoenicians, which is Canaan.
I can't hear him.
The Greeks don't count. They're not part.
The Greeks. Oops.
that they can't
The
even
Greeks don't count.
that they don't. They're not Kemetic.
No,
They
yeah,
just
Oh,
that's
it's the
wrong.
Yeah,
Macedonian. It was the Ptolemaic dynasty. Yes, the Macedonian royal
Ptolemaic.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
Okay.
doesn't count as Kemetic.
that's
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 different.
early
Two
Christians.
different things.
So
The
I'm
culture.
seeing a lot of that. So Dogon, no God. We have to talk more about this, but let's get back to Kemet, because I mean back to Israel, y'all. Please, can we see
Yes.
this stuff? Because you were asking about Abraham. I just want to read this. I want to get to this and read this for everybody. Some information on Abraham. Let me try to blow this up. Okay. Abraham. Archaeology has been one of the biblical history's greatest tools to sift out verified facts of the Bible stories. Okay, the patriarch Abraham in the Bible. Historians date Abraham's biblical story around 2000 BC, based on clues in Genesis chapter 11 through 25. Considered the first of the biblical patriarchs, Abraham's life history encompasses a journey that starts in a place called Ur of Sumer. Ur was one of the great city-states of Sumer. I'm trying to get through this fast. A part of Fertile Crescent, located between the Tigris and Euphrates, which is now Iraq. We know that's Iraq, right? Historians call this area from 3000 to 2000 BC, quote, the dawn of civilization, because it marks the earliest documented dates when people settled in communities and began such things as writing, agriculture, and commerce. Shout out to Baba Yashaba. We got to bring him back on because he was trying to define civilization in a different way, which was quite interesting. Anyway, Genesis 11:31 says the patriarch, his father Terah, basically they leave Ur. I'm going to get down here to it says the Chaldeans were a tribe that didn't exist until somewhere around the 6th and 5th century BC. Nearly 1,500 years after Abraham is believed to have lived. So there's some contradicting information, conflicting information with the biblical story and the actual archaeological evidence. The reference to the Chaldeans has led biblical historians to an interesting conclusion, and the Chaldeans lived around the 6th to 5th century BC when Jewish scribes first wrote down the oral traditions of Abraham's story as they put together the Hebrew Bible. Therefore, since the oral tradition mentioned Ur as the starting point of Abraham and his family, historians think that it would have been logical for scribes to assume that the name was tied to the same place they knew in their period. Okay, so let's move down here. Let's look at this. City tablets. I wanted to get to a part where it said he was an Amorite.
Hold on. Can I get some clarity real quick from you, sis? So
Yes,
what? So what you were saying
I
was
found it real quick. Hold that thought. The biblical world notes that some of the Mari tablets use words from the Amorite tribes that are also found in Abraham's story, such as his father's name Terah and his brothers' names Nahor and Haran, also ironically names of their destinations. From these artifacts and others, some scholars have concluded that Abraham's family may have been Amorites, a Semitic tribe that began to migrate out of Mesopotamia about 2100 BC. The Amorites' migration destabilized Ur, which scholars estimate collapsed around 1900 BC. So there's some outside biblical information, and Caleb showed that Ezekiel, it said your father was an Amorite. So it's looking, it's interesting, right? Go ahead, brother. You wanted to, now you can add in. You can say what you wanted to say.
Oh yeah, I was trying to get an understanding of when they were explaining that when the biblical scholars who wrote this book used Chaldea instead of Ur. Is that what they were saying? Because they were living in a time when the name was Chaldea
I
instead of
think
Ur.
it's the same region, Ur of the Chaldeans. It's Ur. It's in Sumer, but it's of the Chaldeans, right?
Yeah,
That's
I
the
know
same.
Chaldea is like 2,000 years after Sumer, right? So,
And that's what we were just reading, I think, that there's some conflicting information, but I can look it up real quickly. Why does the Bible remind me of Asian? Let me see. Let me get it. Okay. Let's see here. I was going to get a map too. Ancient city
Okay.
located in southern Mesopotamia. Ur of the Chaldeans is an ancient city located in southern Mesopotamia, identified with modern Tel Mukayyar in Iraq. It was a significant Sumerian city, and it is mentioned in the Bible as the birthplace of Abraham in Genesis 11, chapter 11. The city was known for its wealth and importance, thriving in the region known as Chaldea. Excavations led by Sir Leonard Woolley between 1922 and 1934 revealed much about its history and culture. Today, Ur is recognized for its archaeological significance and contributions to early civilization. So, yeah.
So Ur is the name of the region and Chaldea is the name of the city?
It is Ur of the Chaldeans is an ancient city. And it's
okay. So that's the name of the city, Ur of the Chaldeans.
So you're asking why is it called Chaldean? It said thriving in the region known as Chaldea. So we can, if you want,
the region is Chaldea.
Let's get it. Chaldea it refers to a region probably located in the marshy lands of southern Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates, the Fertile Crescent, basically. Well, that's what I know about it. It is mentioned with varying meanings in Neo-Assyrian cuneiform. The early period between the early 9th century and late 7th century, Mat Khaldi was the name of a small, sporadically independent migrant-founded territory under the domination of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. So let me keep reading this. I can share this too. This is Wikipedia. Okay, let me just read it. This is Wikipedia though. So in the early period, let me share it. That way, I mean, this isn't information that could actually be disputed. It's just talking about the land region. It's not any type of like, who are the Israelites? So y'all don't come for me with the Wikipedia stuff.
Yeah, with facts.
So land. Okay. In the early period between the 9th century and the late 7th century BC, Mat Khaldi was the name of a small, sporadically, independent migrant-founded territory under the domination of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, 911 to 605 BC, in southeastern Babylonia, extending to the west shores of the Persian Gulf. The expression Mat Bit Yakin is also used, apparently synonymously. Bit Yakin was the name of the largest and most powerful of the 5 tribes of the Chaldeans, or equivalently, their territory. The original extension of Bit Yakin is not known precisely, but it extended from the lower Tigris into the Arabian Peninsula. Sargon II mentions it as extending as far as Dilmun, or Sealand, literal Eastern Arabia. Chaldea, or Mat Khaldi, generally refers to the low marshy alluvial land around the estuaries of the Tigris Euphrates. So it is a region, like a part of the land from what we see. And the marshy lower regions by the rivers, but it still is Ur. So Ur of the Chaldeans is a region. So look at this map too, since the brother was asking us about maps and stuff. Let's see. Can you see this map or no? Do I have to go out?
You can enlarge it a little bit.
That's as big as it gets. But
okay, I can see it.
Okay, so y'all, there we go. So now we know why it's Ur of the Chaldees. It's a region. Now,
thank you for that, sis. Thank you.
Yes. He's speaking German.
Yeah, the Chaldeans also, they speak the same language as Jesus, Aramaic. That's what the Chaldeans.
Aramaic, okay.
So yeah, they speak Aramaic, Arabic. But they're all connected. I mean, the Arabic language is connected with ancient Kush and Israel. So, and when we talking about Canaan and Israel, they are the same people that came from one, and then it was a split. I mean, you talking about war in the Bible. but it's still an
Yes,
edit, so you got to read it in between the lines of that too. So,
Boy, when I said that, Naphtali and Apostle came at me. They both jumped on me,
they jumped on you about what?
oh
About
yeah,
what?
they ain't,
saying that
they ain't playing.
Israelites were Canaanite, saying that
But
Israelites were Canaanite.
Well, let's keep reading. I did
that's
want to
the
get to this
root, though.
information because it does say that they,
Exactly.
let's
Yeah, they
see.
split.
I want to read this to you before I share. I'm going to read this. It's from a website that is very informative. Now, you can take the information for what it is, but it's oaks.nvg.org. I like to read people's different take on things, and mostly I'll get like if they put a source, like reference a source, a book, I'll grab the book and I'll go check the book out. With that said, I wanted to read part of this this post in here. Hebrews were Canaanites, right? So this person is obviously again, doesn't like the Bible. They're talking about the contradictions. So they put their personal stuff in there, and then they go in and start referencing different scholars. I want to get to this part. Historical Israel was a subset of Canaanite culture. Some experts hold and document why. Hebrews are known as the ancestors of the Israelites who used the Hebrew language. Israelites were the writers of the Hebrew language, of the Hebrew Bible. Yet in the Bible, the word Hebrews is also used as a synonym for Israelites, the theological and historical ancestors of the Jews. And it is noted that Hebrews were a motley crew. For the most part, they were Canaanites. Jonathan Tubbs, a British archaeologist, argues that the Israelites were themselves Canaanites and that historical Israel, as distinct from literary or biblical Israel, was a subset of Canaanite culture. So let's chew on that, and I'm going to get something directly from Jonathan Tubbs now, the British archaeologist. So this isn't our, we didn't just, but coconut didn't drop on our heads and we're like, oh, this is something original no one knows about. We know that many scholars are seeing that Israelites are basically Canaanites. So when people start
Yes.
trying to say, oh, well, these people aren't Canaan, these and this isn't I appreciate and respect everyone's scholarly work when they're being serious about it, and Naphtali doesn't come for anybody abrasively. She's very professional,
Love
but she
Natalie.
has a very strong
Yeah,
stance, and her
I
stance is
actually love her.
She's
yeah.
Yes,
correct
I love
though.
that.
She's
Well,
correct too though.
Her
She's
spirit is
correct.
there, but
They're not
her
the
I know.
same
spirit is there,
people.
but I think the
I just was
indoctrination
talking,
has
and then
blinded.
I'm
you
sorry.
just started talking over me. I was almost done, and you could actually have the whole floor. I was trying to say that she does say that white people are only Canaanites. So now you can have the floor. You cut part of my train off. The caboose was there. You don't knocked it. Okay, go ahead, brothers. Go ahead
Go
now.
ahead,
Y'all
brother.
so quiet. You're so
Oh,
funny.
I'm sorry. No, I'll never want to cut you off,
I
Natalie.
don't
Speak
mind.
your
Go
Yeah,
truth.
ahead.
yeah,
But
yeah. We were apologetic.
yeah,
Go ahead, brother.
yeah. We just passionate about the people.
I know,
You
but I
know.
love you guys. I should have kept talking so you could talk. It went silent when I was
Yeah.
done. Oh, she ain't talking.
Yeah.
It's no
But
use to talk now. We're gonna wait till she starts talking again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, Canaan is before Israel as a Israel. Okay, let me say this. Israel is beyond the land. It's the people. It's always been the people.
Oh,
If you go into the actual Hebrew knowledge, or whatever you want to call it, because a lot of people don't even use the word Hebrew. You can look into that as well. So but taking Yahshua, the Israel, it's a way of life. It's a pathway. The world is ours. The world was given to man, woman, and child. We walk the planet. You put your stake where you at. Moses was buried where? In Canaan. He didn't make it to the promised land. What was the promised land? It was Canaan. Before 1948, what was it called? Palestine, right? before the independence thing, right? Shalom,
Okay.
shalom. Real
It
talk.
was
You
called
know,
Canaan
my
before Palestine, though, right? You talking about modern?
yeah, 1948.
No,
1948 it
he
wasn't
said
established
he said
until
1948.
yeah.
So can we give? Let's thank you, and I let's hold. Don't forget that. I want to bring that up when we get up to speed. But I want to also go to back to seven. You said she's right. I'm not saying she's not correct about a lot of her information when she goes into certain things, but the meat of the plate, the meat, the potatoes, and the salad, the meat of her plate is saying that only the Canaanites are a type of phenotype of people, and that's where for me, that's where she is failing in the authenticity of her work. That's my opinion, and my intelligent scholarly opinion, though, because
I
she
agree.
can't be
I'm
right on
sorry.
that because it's not only white people that are Canaanites, right? I mean, go ahead, Seven, and I'm gonna go back
No,
to you to answer also for Ben Frank. Go ahead,
yeah,
Seven.
what you're saying, sis, is facts. That's actually what I was going to go into because I love Sister Naphtali's um, her passion for the information, her love for her narrative and her belief, but it blinds her when she gets corrected. Because real scholars, when correction comes and it's unrefutable information, you're supposed to align with that information, not continue to refute it. And she, that's one of the things that I see that if she corrects that, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, people will be running away from Tali to debate her. But until she
Are
corrects,
still running. They are running from her. Let's not act like people aren't running already. But
I
yeah,
don't believe
but
that the
those are the people who
Canaanites are
aren't really
European,
doing the
but
but those people who are running from Naphtali aren't really doing the studying that she's doing. I'm talking about studied people that she's actually debated,
right,
have
and I'm gonna.
showed, have corrected her. You know, and when you're corrected by scholars, you know what I'm saying, and it's a non-debatable correction, you should take it in as information and assimilate it to truth, not be
Right.
a denier.
So,
yeah,
so I
the
hear you.
sisters. Oh,
That's a very fair critique. Um, no, I'm gonna pass it over to you
go ahead.
to Ben Frank. And just to be fair, that she is not the only one who doesn't like to have information dismantled. And I'm gonna say this. She does great work as far as really staying on her path. She puts together her I'm talking about the Canaanite stuff. And to
Hmm.
be honest, I just leave it alone just because I really love to see a woman really get in there. I don't mess with it too much.
Hmm.
But she knows my position. I'm starkly opposed, so very starkly opposed to the facts of that being coming to the conclusion that Canaanites are only white people. Like what? Like that doesn't make any sense. Now maybe she
Well,
says
how did
that
she
some
even
of
come to
them,
that conclusion?
maybe she says
I
they're
haven't
not all
heard that.
white. Maybe she says they're
I
not
have to
all white.
see. I have to see how she came to that conclusion because um,
Let me not misquote her. Let me say this. From what I've seen, I've deduced that she says most Canaanites are white, and maybe some are sprinkled in that are not white, that are black. Which it's so. Ben Frank wanted to say something, and then I'll get back to you, Seven.
First, peace, peace, and I
Mhm.
appreciate the platform and everything you
Yeah,
do. You know, I'm gonna
they
respect it.
you know
Yes.
I got you. We're all
So,
family up here. Got it.
first off, there's no such thing as white people. It's a
Come on.
myth.
Don't
I'm
now.
the
You know
white
what?
person. I'm
They
white.
might not be ready for you
Listen,
right now. You
I'm
gotta jump.
super. I'm so white. I'm the blackest. I'm the blackest of black. I'm the blacker than the
Come on,
black.
talk on the
Till I'm.
talk.
You feel me? So I mean, I don't get into the colorism thing. You know,
Because
that's a gender
it's a
base.
facade. It's a social
It's
construct that this
eugenics.
race is
fact,
Yeah,
here. Yeah.
and see,
Well,
fact,
and
fact.
eugenics is not really. We know what the real Bible is. We got the cut version.
it's scientific
That's
racism.
that's
That's what
why
it is.
that's why the yeah, exactly. That's
That's
why the
exactly what it is.
scholars we read all the books. You know what I'm saying? The books they say that we not supposed to read, that's the books we want to read.
That's the books we have, the darkest minds of the light. Come on.
Yes,
So,
because you have.
but don't go too. You going too deep down. You got to
No, I mean
start
I
in
got
the
to go deep though. You
individual.
know what I'm saying?
Talk to
So I
us
mean,
about the actual information of the Canaanites. Are they all? Are they different? That's what I want to get back to. Are they? Can we look at them and say phenotypically? I know you're a Canaanite. I know you're a Canaanite. Can we do that?
I mean,
Yeah, let's do that.
she's correct about the phenotype. Yes, she is
Oh,
correct
really?
about
So
that.
I don't agree with that. So why do you think
I
she's
mean,
correct?
I'm gonna tell you because okay, so we're going into uh, social and culture study, right? So we have a social base, we have a people that we're studying, right? The research. This is what the big head scientists do, right? 10,000 years it is plus. They sit and observe, and then they use the science, their science, their trick knowledge. So let's just say that we're using just one radius, and these people are multiplying. So we already know the phenotype because they multiplying. We know who's daddy. I mean,
How do we know their
you
phenotype?
can say it's not the daddy, but the daddy gonna be in the face, and the mama gonna be in the face.
How are
So
we
you
going
know,
to see the phenotype from ancient times? The Canaanites were all mixed up and they were all different people.
there you go. But the thing is, there's no such thing. There was no such thing as an actual DNA test, but there's records of your history, your blood type, your you know your bloodline or whatever.
But then when you start
So
mixing,
there's the
that's when it starts
phenotype.
getting complicated, right? Though.
It could
Yeah.
be wrong, right?
How
We know that
do
it could
we
be
know when
off.
there's mixing? How do we know that though?
We
I
don't.
I like that. Stay with. Don't stay strong in your position so we can
But the
kick this
phenotype
around.
we right the phenotype that we know, these were strict people. You know, these were stiff necked people, as it was called. You know, they
Are we
called
talking
our
about
ancestors.
Israelites again?
Yes,
Okay, well they brought in everybody though. They mixed with all the.
not at
Remember,
first. They were on genocide at first. They were
no,
killing people.
no, no,
Under
no.
Moses.
No,
Under
no, no.
Moses.
Listen, Ben Frank, let me get in here and,
Go
ask
ahead.
this. What about the men always taking the other women?
Facts.
I mean, yeah, but I mean the women were not. You're right
The
about
women
that.
are
I
from a
give you that.
different
I give you
bloodline.
that.
Yeah, they're from a different bloodline. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
but
never, the
they
men
adopted into
always,
the tribe,
huh?
right? They adopted into the tribe.
And then they brought them in and said, "Oh, well, they're women." See, this is how they worked it out. Well, because they're women, we're still Israelites, but you're not. But that's why we can't say we can't use biology. We can't say, "Oh, the biology," because check this out. Who's using the mitochondrial DNA to say this makes you a Hebrew? The modern day
Fact.
Israelites.
Right.
Fact.
So
Definitely.
Fact.
so there, hold on. So that goes back to but we're not talking about science now. We're talking about culture and tradition. So they've always mixed with other women. They've always mixed with other cultures. They've always done it.
Fact.
But
Now
they
they
pretty.
put it. I'm sorry to say this. Let me even go a little further. I'm sure that the women mix with the men too. Let me get this out, y'all. Not you, brothers. I know you're not gonna stop me, but check this out. I know that not equally, maybe I'd say maybe a little bit less, but significantly, the women were mixing with other men, and they put it in the Bible. Oh, and this is why we unalive Shechem. Don't you think you're gonna mix with the Israelite woman? But they mix with the Israelite man, just like today. When you see black men everywhere you turn, they got a white woman. Your eyes are spinning. But when you get a black woman with a white man, it's like, oh, look at her. She's a Bedouin. She's a hoe. It's the same.
That's fact.
But we
That is
know that
that double standard.
women.
Yeah, that.
What's the
So
double
Yeah,
my
that's the
point
standard?
is,
sexist double standard.
so my
Sexist double
point
standard.
is, yeah. So my point is, in the
Right.
writing, it said, "Oh, we don't mix. Our women don't mix." But we know the women were mixing and the men were mixing. So it takes us back to what I'm saying. How can we phenotypically say, or even not even just phenotype in DNA? How can we say, "Oh yeah, you guys are the real ones," when everybody was mixing so much?
I mean, so many people went through that region. I think it's about 15 or 16 types of people that been through that region. You know, the Philistines, the Egyptian, the Cometics, the Amorites, you got a whole host of the Phoenicians,
Yeah,
the Assyrians, you got the Babylonians, you got a whole bunch of different people who came in there. You don't think those people mixed?
yeah,
Well,
they
I'm
are
sure they
mixed,
did.
definitely. I
So let
think
me
that. Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was gonna say, hear from you, Ben Frank.
Oh yeah, you're correct. You're correct on that. I mean, they definitely, inducted people into their tribe, and we're talking about traveling people. Like I was saying earlier, they didn't have no land. They were searching for a land, and trying to put their stake. So the records are with the burial grounds. That's why I brought up Moses being buried in Canaan, and he
But see,
supposedly
that's what's crazy too, because I think Israel had the land. Their land was Canaan. Because when we look into the
right, correct,
Meneptah Stele in 1208, they were named Israel from Canaan,
right,
from the land of
They were.
Canaan.
Yes.
So,
I want to
so
say
they
this.
had a land.
Excuse me. Yes, Asiatic 777. The epicanthal fold is what you're referring to. That's a great point. But don't forget, the epicanthal fold did not begin with the Asian. It comes from the oh my gosh, we just talked about them. Help me out. The first
the native,
people, the Twa, but they're called
yes,
The
the
Khoisan, some of the
the
yeah,
Khoisan.
question,
Khoisan.
yes,
The
yes,
Khoisan have that epicanthal fold.
yeah,
And that is a
Yeah,
protective fold for the eye, in not just for the sun, but also for harsh winds and things like that. So, good point. That is a phenotype that is definitely how do you say
African.
it? I think that's not. I mean, it's a dominant. I'm gonna go out there and say that's a dominant gene. I don't know, but he has a point. So that would be probably a dominant trait, not a gene, a dominant
A
trait
trait.
in the
Yeah.
genes. So yeah. So yeah, but so this is the thing. Getting back to everybody here, this is great. So I use Naphtali. This is actually an honor to her because she's the one that's really doing this. She's been the one doing the research and putting it out there with this very unconventional claim. I may be opposed to it. Many of mainstream scholars are opposed to it, but she's working on it. It's been there. She's got a foothold, and she's gathering. She's picking up. She's covering ground. She's picking up steam. There's nobody has been able to really completely run her out of town with pitchforks and torches and be like, "Girl, get out of here." She's got a lot of people. Does that make her right? No, it doesn't make her right. Does it make her
Makes
wrong?
her polarized. It makes her
It,
polarizing. That's what it makes her.
yes, she does move the crowd. She does get the conversation going. She like the
Yeah.
Jesus is the serpent, and people may not agree with it, but I bet you there's conversations about it. So hats off to her.
Fact.
I like to give the women their props, but as
yes,
far as
salute.
what I've seen, Canaan cannot possibly only be her position. Canaan is predominantly Caucasian people from from different from what does she say? The people mostly. She says I think it's the Turkish people.
So,
Something.
so Canaanite, her opinion, the Canaanites are mostly Turkish,
I mean, I
uh,
have to get some of her work.
Semitic people, Turkish Semitic people. Is that what
They are
she's trying to say?
Turkish, and
Well, they
they
did go to.
are.
Hmm.
What's the one? She's Lebanese. Lebanese, lots, in that region. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that there is what we say that they left and went into Asia. You know what I'm saying? They went toward the West, even though I don't believe in the West. It's on the East. You know what I'm saying? The sun
When
is
you
on the
say
East.
they left and went
But
to the West, you're talking about who left and went to the West?
uh, Moses people, the old man
Moses.
Moses. Yes.
Well, when they left
Are you talking
Kemet,
about the Exodus? Are you talking
they
about the
went. They
Exodus, right?
went.
From the Exodus until almost now, you know what I'm saying? It was because you got to think, as they say, the children of Israel spread the globe.
Good
So,
night, brother Law.
but
Peace
what
to
I'm
Brother
talking about
Law.
specifically right now is you know, the Exodus. Outside of that, going toward the west, and you know, toward what we
Ben
have
Frank,
now with Rome and the Pope.
we're gonna have to get a map up here because you getting me. My brain is going.
I
You
mean,
didn't do that to me right now. Wait, hold on. Are you saying they left and they went west instead of toward the Mount Sinai? Was that west? Am I tripping, y'all?
Hmm.
I love my brother Ben
I
Frank.
might
I
have
want
to
to
look
come
on
up
the
here and
map
start
too
beating
as
you up.
well.
Yeah, he's got me.
I'm gonna let you live. I'm gonna let you live. Come on there,
Yeah,
Ben.
we. I think.
If the Folly can say the Canaanites are all white, you can teach us what you want to teach us. No, I'm just kidding. I might be wrong though. Ben Frank, can I get one of the maps up and then you tell me?
Yeah,
So where I'm getting
put
the
the
map.
map up.
Yeah, go ahead. And so you were saying while I get this map, the ancient. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So say what you said again.
I was saying that some of the ancient people went west.
You said Moses. You want to leave
Yes,
that alone?
Moses, the people of
Okay.
Moses.
I don't even know for sure, so I'm learning right now. I thought it was east. I mean, I thought it was east, but I could be absolutely 100% wrong. I guess I just pictured it as east for some reason, even though I've
Oh,
looked
I
at
get.
spiritual
Yeah, yeah.
prophecy.
Everything is east. Right.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the map. This one. Maybe I could enlarge this. Let's see. Magnify image. Okay, there we go. Now, let's look at this. Share screen to share. And here's the map. Okay, so it's not even blown up, huh? Can you see it? I need to magnify. Is
Yes,
it magnified? Please say it is.
Yeah, I can see it.
it's cool.
Okay, so what do we see here? Traditional route of the Exodus. So they went out from Kemet into the Sinai Peninsula in the Sinai region. So why do you think it was west? Because I thought that was east.
Yeah, that is east. I'm looking at it right now. It's east. Yeah.
But let's hear from you. You could be, did you just say, oh, maybe west? Because what made you say west first? Why did you think it's west? Or talk to us. Why
Oh
is it
yeah,
west?
because I'm talking about the well, even what they call the Ladino gypsies. You know.
Mm-hmm. Tell me.
So I'm trying to connect now to then.
Oh,
So
okay. I
that
got
west, you know, but the Exodus
I got
that
you.
began outside of Egypt, you know.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Definitely. So what are you
So,
saying? Like we came west and that what's the significance of west, or did you just
well,
say that?
West Africa is the opposite way.
Okay.
You
Okay.
understand?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes,
Right.
I get you. I get you.
East
So
Africa
mhm.
is right under.
I
So
got you.
are you trying to argue? Are you trying to argue that those Israelites marched west to the regions in Africa and then got picked up in the slave ships and were shipped up over here?
They moved west
Is that what
outside
you're trying to
because
say?
I'm not considering the East, the Middle East, because it was not called the Middle East at that time. That was going
Yeah,
Well,
that's
west.
I'm not with you
That's
on
west.
anything
Even
trying to.
now, let's say we
Yeah,
was in the
go ahead.
a
military, they would
racist
consider
term.
that west.
Middle East is a racist term. Yeah, it's a racist
Yeah,
term for the
you
region.
consider that west, my brother. And then if you want to go east, you talking about toward the Asian countries or back toward uh, you know, I don't know what else would be east.
East
Well,
is
first the
like
Exodus.
Huh?
the Assyrian Babylon, the Assyrian the let me get it. East is Syria, all the Asian region. That would be east of there. Like I'm saying, east of the Sinai Peninsula. We're going more into
You're
Asia.
right.
Like
Going more to Asia, exactly.
so. Okay, enough about that. The brother's like, "Dang, get the spotlight off of me." I hear you. So, what was your point though? When we were talking about the Canaanites, we all have we all agree that the Canaanites weren't just, well, first off, the Bible says the Canaanites are African. Hamite, they say that the Hamites are African. That's where our sister says no. And her position, now she can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I've deduced, what I've come to the conclusion of, is that she wants to break the curse of Ham and all of those stereotypes that have been placed on Black people and Africans. She wants to radically break that that stereotype about Blacks being cursed. And the way she's doing it is showing, hey, I see that there aren't just Black Canaanites. There are other Canaanites, but then for me, I don't really hear that from her. I hear, and this isn't an attack on her, but again, like I said, she's covering this information the most. So it's, her information is well known out there. So for me, I see her that if she could say it's a mixture, like all different, genealogy, all different genealogy, all different groups of people, then I could say, okay, great. But for me, she's focusing like only white or
Well,
most.
you said Israel comes from Ham.
No, Canaan is in the Bible. Canaan is a descendant of Ham. So
Canaan is, yes. So okay, so because they're in Canaan, there's a relation to Ham of them being African. Is that what you're saying?
right, and then Indigenous says Canaan is said to be the blackest of blacks. How can Canaan be white?
Hmm.
I mean, Canaan is.
I mean, that's facts according to the book.
Forefather of, Ham is the forefather,
Yeah,
I should say, of Mizraim,
yeah,
which is actually
yeah.
Kemet, and Kemet is the land of the blacks, and that argument starts coming out. So, I mean,
Well, once again, it goes into me. How could they Canaanites be majority Caucasian or a type of people
right, that's my
when
point. Because
you named all those factors?
I don't want to take it back to only like race, like only phenotype, because again, when we look at Canaan, it's a fact that Israel is a part of Canaan. It's a fact that Israel was living amongst Canaanites and breeding, interbreeding.
Influence.
Yeah.
There was a both of them were influencing each other, I would add. Right?
Yeah.
So I just don't. I mean, when you look at Israel Finkelstein, an Israeli archaeologist who's wrote many books and had many lectures about how Israel are Canaanites,
You have to look
and
at the
he's an Israeli
artifacts.
himself.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta look at the regional artifacts,
well, this,
spiritual,
Yeah.
historical, where it come from, and the dates that it was recorded. So there's a lot of that stuff is in the Bible is an edit. We keep going to the Bible. I'm respect the Killer Priest. That's my mentor because I'm on self though, understanding everything around you 360. So
We
that
lost some
book
of what you
definitely
said.
has righteousness
right.
in it, but
Okay.
it's not the end all.
Got you.
Yeah.
It's not the timeline. You have to use other tools with that to break everything open.
This
Well, because of
conversation.
the inaccuracy, that's why you have to look at outside sources to get a
Yes,
clear picture.
So
it was
Silent
voted on
J.
canon. We know that. It's Nicene Creed stuff. We have to go and see other things outside of the popisms.
Okay, Silent K is saying she said if Esau had babies with now we don't know if she said this, but according to Silent K, Naphtali said if Esau had babies with Canaanites, how would they be black if Esau is white? I never. There you go again. The Bible doesn't say Esau is white.
Right.
I was just about to say that.
Exactly.
So
Esau is not white.
we got to really take a step back and stop with the whole. Were there people with certain looks and
Right.
colors and shades? Yes, but if we logically we know if it's a region that is the sun and the climate is dry, and it's an arid climate, and there's sun shining all the time. And I mean, they're not going to have thick, long hair. That's, they're going to have curly hair that stays off their head to keep them cool. And they're going to have more melaninated skin for, the sun protection and things like that. Even maybe an epicanthal fold like the khoisan to protect the eye. I don't know. Maybe a thicker brow ridge. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Don't
Well, that's part of the
take the brow ridge out.
For me, Seven of Star, that's part of the ambiguous nature of that book, because people can take the red hair, like Africans don't have red hair. There are Africans that have red hair.
Yeah.
Definitely.
People would take the soup. What was it? Red cabbage soup or something like that.
No,
lentil soup. Yeah, and then they make a determination that he's white from that. And those are so. I mean, it's so far fetched in my opinion, but other people will look at that and it makes perfect sense. So
European isn't in there till Rome.
I mean, we need to look at it right. We need to look at it like this. Stop focusing on trying to find out who they are by their skin color and their hair, and look at, if you're looking at biblical prophecy, start looking at what's matching them as a nation. And this takes me back to the story about Ron Dalton saying that Japheth is the enemy of Jacob in the end times. Now I'm talking about the Bible. So if you don't believe in the Bible, this isn't for you. But I'm talking about the Bible. Even if you do believe in it, but you want to find out what the prophecies mean.
Yes.
So you can't match up Gog and Magog saying that they are now still Japheth and put them against Jacob in the end times. Jacob and Esau are the two that are battling throughout the whole story since Israel began. When we talk about the red pottage and all that stuff. So we're not looking for, you don't have to look for Esau having red hair and hairy backs, because there are a lot of men out there who are black with hairy arms and also, so what we're looking for is who they are as a people, what they are doing, where their position is in society. And then we can say, okay, this could be that group of people.
Right.
So it's not about race. It's not about looking at their skin color and you won't make it. You just won't. You won't make it.
You'll do better with the language. You'll do better with what type of food they ate, the type of laws they followed, the type of pottery they made. Yeah. You'll do better along those lines than trying to figure out what race they were by some type of feature that was described in a book. You know what I'm saying?
So with going back to her work, so then she says, well, that makes sense because look, and then she goes and she says, and all of a sudden we're talking about Naphtali because, hey, she's the one who does all the Canaanite research, right? I didn't start this just thinking about Naphtali. There are other
She is the Lord Abba of Canaan.
What does that mean?
She be on it.
Lord Abba to what Lord Abba is to Moab. Naphtali, you know how he studied everything about Moab, and when you want to know about Moab, you go to Brother Lord Abba, and he's gonna give you all the information you need. That sister is like that with Canaan. Right.
So then we're gonna look at the way we have to be careful when we're teaching something, not to put our personal agenda on it. So I'm all for her dispelling that ugly lie that we are cursed, so we deserved slavery, Ham. So I'm all for that. But when you start misinforming and saying, oh, because also look at the people in the Americas, the Mesoamericans, they worship Quetzalcoatl, and serpents were worshipped in ancient, all the way back. We're going back to, I don't even have to go before Israel. Let me stop in the Bible. They were worshiping, Jesus said, I will be lifted up like the serpent was lifted up in the desert. Lifting up is a term meaning exalted, meaning worship.
Fact.
So
Facts.
you can't say, oh, see, that's because, see, the snakes, so they must be Canaanites. Then it takes me back to talking about Israel. Israel was doing all the things that you see when you read, oh, this was Canaanite worship. But you can go and say, let me look a little closer. Oh, the Israelites were worshiping El. Oh,
Yep.
the Israelites were
Yep.
worshiping Molech. The Israelites were also sacrificing their children to Moloch.
Yep.
So you can't, it goes back to when you say you look at the people, when we look at the people, Israelites were doing that stuff too. They just stopped because they said, not because their bloodline, not because their biological similarities and differences. They said, we don't want to sacrifice children. We don't want to eat pork. We want to do it this way. And because it looks really cool, because the Cometics are doing it. Yeah, I said it. Y'all know you got the Levitical priesthood from Kemet. With me, like you could compare me saying, okay, what's your agenda? I have no agenda. I actually subscribe to the Israelite culture, try to follow the Torah, love the God of the Torah, right? But I also can look at Kemet and say, this, I can't deny that this predates and is a prototype of what I know, which is the Torah today. Is it the same? No. So going back to a full circle, thank you for letting me go and go. You can't say Canaan and Israel are so different, besides the fact that one day the Israelites said, we are Canaanites, but we want to do things this way. That's the only difference. It wasn't bloodline. It wasn't it wasn't even gods that separated them until they distinctly said, we are not going to do these practices anymore like these people, kind of like the Hebrew Israelites do today. The Hebrews and the Black Israelites, they say, I don't want to do Christmas. I don't want to worship Jesus. I don't want to eat ham. They said, we distinguish ourselves from the rest of our family at the family reunion, but you're still the same people, though.
Facts.
Oh,
Yeah.
let me get my bomb, y'all. I gotta get my bomb for that. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you for letting
Yeah.
me.
I mean,
You're on point.
we can
And I would
make
say
it
this.
even more practical.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can make it make your point even more practical. It's like present day Trumpers going to Thanksgiving with their liberal family members.
Okay.
They're all the same people, but they are totally polar opposite um, ways of thinking and living. So yeah, it was that. I'm looking at it. It was that powerful of a difference. But you're still the same people. To your point, you
Right.
know.
Thank you so much, Seven. What did you want to add, Ben, Frank?
Oh yeah, you definitely on point. Y'all both on point. You on point. Uh, I would say this: there was no ites back in the day. I mean, all these terminologies are, we using the new terms of the day of now. There were no maps at that time, and the maps that they did have, I don't know where they at, but maybe we can find them. So we're
And
dealing
let
with
me ask you
people.
this. I'm sorry, brother.
They
Go
did
ahead.
not
We're
have a
dealing with.
map when they came into the desert looking for
It was the stars, right?
Now somebody probably said 39 years in, like, y'all, we should check a map, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But
But these things weren't around then, so we're dealing with people with agendas that created certain, narratives. So I mean, if you see behind that narrative, the separatism itself doesn't even translate to God's work. You know what I'm saying? Unless we're talking
Mm.
about something that's demon time versus God time. It's only good
right,
and evil. It's God and devil. That's it. I don't care
To
what
me, it's
race
only
they is.
God.
I
God
don't care
is,
what they call
according to
themselves,
that
what
book.
title they got, what they look
Yeah, that's
like.
both good news.
I don't care if they anything, animal, beast, whatever. They on demon time or God time. Straight up.
Mm. I like that.
Demon
You know,
time.
demon time and God time. Yeah.
Well, God time is demon time. So, but I hear
I
what you're
mean,
saying. No,
That's what I
that's a
was just
you got
different
to
about
be
to
able to
say.
destroy sometimes because you got to destroy to build.
conversation. That's a different
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
conversation.
that is.
Oh,
Let me ask you this, Sister
The yin and
Napah,
yang of the
because I've been
universe.
doing some research. I've been
Split
doing
it.
some research, and I've been seeing that Yahweh may have been an influence to Israel from the
It was.
Midianites and the Canaanites.
all right.
Um,
I was going to grab that actually. I have that. Can we? That's interesting that you said that. I want to get to the beginnings of Israel, and oh Lord, you know, so many people really, really stress off of when I bring this information out. This isn't diminishing at all or disrespecting the Torah or anything that has to do with Israel. We're looking at the beginnings of the information that we have outside of the Bible, ancient archaeological proof of information, right?
that
So if somebody has something conflicting and you want to come in and show us a different thing, that is what I want. I don't want to hear about, oh, Napah Shadah always trying to teach on the Bible, go against the Most High. You must be out of your mind. Because me showing this, what I'm about to show, isn't against the Most High. I have questions of how did, I know that the Midianites, somehow in the Bible, it says that the Midianites took in Moses, and that Moses, after he got around Jethro, started calling the Most High Yahweh. I mean,
facts.
how is that against the Most High? Y'all who are going to come for me, like, how is the Most High? How? The Most High is the one who told him, "Don't call me El Shaddai. Now I need you to call me Yahweh." Right? I mean,
Facts. I mean, which is chronologically correct.
go ahead. I'm just looking it up right now.
I mean, the snake
Go to
people
see
taught
something.
Moses. You know,
Excuse me?
I said the snake people taught Moses.
And the snake people were the Shasu, weren't they?
Yes, you got it. You do your hey, I love you. Hey, you be on your shit. That's right. Shasu. Yes.
Thank you very
Kush.
much. Okay, so let's look at this. I can't really find the thing yet about the Midianites, but it's definitely in here. It's very easy to find out. So don't be like anyone saying, see, I knew she was making it up. So let's just look at this. And we're in this community, we know that's old news about the Midianites. Okay. One thing about this
Hmm.
community, people stay on point. If you really listen to these different streams, whether you believe it or not, you get the information, you go and figure it out, and then you find out, you keep it or you throw it away. So let's look at this on this website. We're going to say, who were the Canaanites? Again, I'm back to the Canaanites. Why? Because you'll see. All right. So the Canaanites play an important role in the story of the Israelites' conquest of their promised land, especially in the book. I'm getting a tiny bit of feedback. I don't know who that is, if it's either you or Ben Frank 7. But if y'all just unmute when you want to talk, for sure. I just kept getting some feedback. The Canaanites play an important role. We know this. But the ancient Jewish, it says that, we already know the story. Joshua went and conquered the lands. History of the Canaanites. The earliest, I didn't read this. Did I? I didn't read this. I read the Britannica one. The earliest.
No, you didn't.
Thank you. The earliest definite references to the Canaanites is a Sumerian text in Syria from the 18th century BCE. Okay, it mentions Canaan. Egyptian documents from the reign of Senusret, II, reference kingdoms in the region organized as fortified city-states and led by warrior chiefs. This was the same time that the Greek city of Mycenae is this Mycenae or Mycenae? I'm not sure. They say I'm the pronunciation police. Let's say Mycenae, and then I'll double check it. Greek cities of the Mycenae was fortified and organized in a similar manner. Those documents don't mention Canaan specifically, but this is the right region. It's not until the Amarna letters from the mid 14th century BCE that we have Kemetic Egyptian reference to Canaan. Okay, the Hyksos, who conquered the northern areas of Egypt, may have come out of Canaan. Those are, and I connect those to the Israelites. Y'all know that. So though they may not have originated there, the Amorites later assumed control of Canaan. Now, remember in the Bible that I said that Abraham might have been an Amorite, and it says the Amorite assumed control of Canaan. Remember, God in the Bible was like, "This is your land, Abraham." And a whole bunch of people were still already living there, but God was telling him that it's his land. But anyway, and some believe that the Canaanites were themselves a southern branch of Amorites, a Semitic group. So we got all of this pointing back to Israel being Canaanites. Get it? The Canaanites being possibly the Hyksos, which could possibly be the Israelites. The Canaanites being possibly a group of Amorites, which we know that there is extra biblical information showing that Abraham could have possibly been an Amorite coming from Ur of Chaldees. Okay. Canaanite land and language. The land of Canaan itself was generally recognized as extending from Lebanon in the north to Gaza, in the south, in Lebanon in the north to Gaza in the south, encompassing modern day Israel, Lebanon, Palestinian territories, and Western Jordan. It included, and these are a lot of places that Naphtali says these are all Canaanites, but they're not Israelites. Okay, so you get what I'm saying? The sister, her stance is, and she can correct me, not just her, but many people who learn from her or who also agree with her, say that these people who are in modern day Israel, Lebanon, Palestine, and different territories of Palestine and the Western Jordan are not Israelites. It includes important trade routes and trading sites, making it valuable territory for all the surrounding great powers for the next millennia, including Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. The Canaanites were a Semitic people because they spoke Semitic language. This is the same language as the Hebrew, by the way. Not much is known beyond that, but linguistic connects tell us something about cultural and ethnic connections. What archaeologists have been able to discover of ancient scripts indicates not only that Proto-Canaanite was an ancestor of late Phoenician, but that it was a likely middle step from hieratic, that's the language, right? Middle step from hieratic, a cursive script derived from Egyptian hieroglyphs. So that's a type of sa.neter that is like looking like when our brother Commission Adept deals with the hieratic a lot, right? Okay, I'm going to take a minute and see what y'all think so far. There's a lot in here. It's pointing to, again, there's only a little bit left anyway. It's showing the Canaanites are Phoenicians. The Canaanites are Amorites. The Canaanites are Israelites. The Canaanites are Midianites. Like, that's what I was saying about America.
Canaanite.
Right?
Yes, all of them. Yeah, there were a lot of people that went through that region, Canaan. It was a popular place.
Trade route.
And history is teaching us that, right?
Right. So I want to show indigenous, yes. When you see Semitic, when it says when this is the answer to that, and that's a good question. How is Canaanite Semitic, but it is the son of Ham? Exactly, because it's not literally the bloodline anymore. When we're talking, and I'm saying from the ancient times, Canaan was not just the bloodline of Ham. The region, we're talking about the groups of people and the societies were a mixed group, primarily speaking languages that were known as what? Semitic languages, correct? Like, and it goes back to, it goes all back to, the languages go back from the Phoenician to all the way back to Kemet, to be honest. But this is the point. These Canaanites are not bloodline only Canaanites. Canaanites are the Israelites, the Amorites. What else did we see? They said Canaan is just it's a really mixed group.
I mean, you had the Assyrians, the Babylonians went through there,
The region is so, and a lot of it
Persian.
because it was a beginning, the fertile land and all the way it was established. But I mean, the point that I'm trying to make, though, that's a good question. The point that I am trying to make is that it's not just the bloodline. Canaan isn't just the bloodline of Ham. And it wasn't for what? When was it not? Those are the questions we need to start looking at. Like, when was Canaan not only Canaan? Because the story says that Abraham went straight from Ur, did a pit stop in Haran, and came right to Canaan.
Right to Canaan, yep.
Right.
Yeah.
We know the Middle East was Africa, so all that was a Kevin, Africa, Kush, whatever you want to call it, it's motherland. It's attached still. So I
Well, we
mean,
know
it's
Africans migrated into that area, so
the
of course
demarcation
there's going to
lines
be
is
a.
like Upper and Lower Egypt. That's the original. And what I was saying earlier, I meant to say I was talking about Abraham. I'm sorry about that. Now,
Oh, okay.
Napah. Yeah. So Abraham went west on his pilgrimage, right? Until he got toward Egypt or Yemen or whatever. And then his ancestry went the opposite, went in a moon shape back up toward you know, toward Rome. But I
Okay.
think that's where the phenotype thing comes into play because that's dealing with like the gypsy travel.
Yeah, I don't think we
But
ever.
didn't
I don't think there was a real phenotype, though.
No, 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 not like you're correct. There's not a
Well, I take that back because
isolated
there were
genome.
taller people, though.
Right,
I mean,
right.
maybe that. I don't see how tall could be like distinct. I guess it could because the Khoisan are very small people, but
They're
yeah.
distinct genotypes, but yeah, I don't think it's one distinct. Right.
I
I
don't think
agree
we
with you on that.
focused on it so much to determine, okay, especially when we talk about, I'm not trying to be funny, but the love overcame everything. Y'all know what I'm talking about. When you see
Yes.
a beautiful woman and you want her, it's
fact?
like they were fine with that whole separatism that the brother came in and asked that question. But once they
Right.
saw somebody who was very beautiful, or talking about the good point that Caleb brought up, women, of course, there were women who were interbreeding. I say breeding, excuse me, not to be insensitive. Reproducing with men who weren't
There you go.
the same as their people, because it
Yeah.
said in the Bible that there were a mixed multitude, and that there was the Israelite woman with the son who wasn't the son of an Israelite man. He was the son of an Egyptian man. So come on, it's all politics at the end of the day when we start
I mean,
talking.
Abraham married an Egyptian woman, right?
After his wife passed away, I think she was. I don't know if she was Egyptian. She was Canaanite. I mean, I could find out
Oh,
her
she was
name.
Canaan. Okay.
I think she might
Yeah,
have been
Moab.
Canaanite. I
Mhm.
mean,
So,
obviously, there's some that you move into a land and you just are there,
Exactly.
yep.
And again, the story about Shechem saying, "Oh, this is what happened to the king's son. So if you think you're gonna get one of our women just being a regular guy, get it? Like
Yeah.
that was the story, the oral story told. Like, oh, you should see what happened to the prince. We went and we circumcised. Not only did they kill him, we went and circumcised all of them. So you cut them up in their private parts, and then you destroyed them. Like the story is like so saying, don't you think you're going to be with our women? Because we're going to. And then again with the Philistines, we cut all these man parts, all these private parts, and bring me all their foreskins.
It's
It's like, oh Lord, like those stories would deter any guy.
crazy.
That's some of the most horrible stories that
Diabolical
you
to
can
the
concoct
utmost.
It's like,
to
don't
try
necessarily
to.
be cutting people's wee-wees off if you
Oh
want to
my
know.
God! Celebrating it though.
Wee-wees are for
You're
babies.
right.
I know, men. Okay, nobody comment on that, but I'm saying the stories are like, don't
did that in
sleep with
slavery.
our women. Don't sleep with our
I
women.
was just about to say because it translated to slavery because Europeans not only did it in slavery but they did it in Jim Crow too as
Yep.
well. So
Oh yeah, that's not
Yep.
funny. Yeah, that's bad.
yeah,
I was laughing because of the fact that the creepy story that you hear, like, but you're
Yeah.
right, it is a reality. Oh wow, you got
yeah,
a good point. They let the
yeah.
brothers know you don't want your thing to end up in a jar in the store on display,
Fact.
because that really did happen.
Oh my
So
God, that's a fact.
so when we look at that, if we look at today, the modern people today, and we talk about our people, I mean, Sister Bethy wanted to have a conversation about mixed marriages. And, there's so much. Oh, my Lord. Y'all,
Well,
I
people
know.
forgot about the Roman and the Greeks, right? It
Wait,
was
but
mixed marriage
Right.
all over the place.
I know it's an old
Hey, I love
movie,
everybody.
but I know it's an old movie. Maybe it's old. I binge watched The Book of Negroes last night.
Ooh.
Mm.
Oh my gosh. If you haven't seen that, and you need to see, and you're due a slave movie to get you recalibrated on the BS.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, of
That's
course,
the
there's always going to be that
no.
side where I'm not going to be negative.
It's one of the movies.
There's so much to unpack with slavery. Like
Yes.
slavery, oh my God, it has sculpted.
It's what makes us different from
No,
everybody.
I'm not even going to just.
That
Of
piece of
course,
history.
it makes us a peculiar people. But I
Yes.
also want to say this though: it has sculpted the climate of the entire world, because
Facts.
Yes.
when you
Facts.
keep ignoring the fact that a group of people were taken like worse than animals.
Right.
And this was hundreds of years.
Yes.
And these people still exist today. We're the progeny, and you don't
Facts.
acknowledge, but you keep showing the truth of it.
Keep showing it.
And now we have so many sad people. Our people are talking about who are we? And then we got people now saying, well, it didn't happen. That's how they're coping with
Yes.
this trauma. Like to sit and
Post-traumatic slave
Oh my God.
syndrome is real.
It's
It's
real.
so bad.
And it's going on generational till this day.
Yeah.
A lot of us are waking from it, and a lot of us are still asleep, embedded in it.
There's some
But
people that's still alive that
it's
that lived
important.
through it. Yeah.
But it's important that we should know about it. We should educate people
Yes.
about it. I mean, when you look, first of all, we're a small percentage of the population of the transatlantic slave trade that came to this country, right? And even through all of that, what
Where
Nepal
is
said,
the percentage? What do you mean by that? Can you clarify?
majority of the slaves in the transatlantic slave trade went to Brazil, went to South America.
South America.
A very,
Small
very
percentage
small.
is maybe not the best phrase.
Well, I'm saying consider of how many Africans that were taken out
compared
of
to
Africa
the other.
and enslaved. Yeah, compared to the other
We're a
countries,
we're a smaller percentage. Yes.
we're the smallest percentage out of all of them.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So from that small percentage of Africans, and through all of that terrorizing and brutalization and enriching this country, we still were able to. It was not only our free labor, but it was our intellectual property that what made America what America is today.
Yes.
Right? So going back to that sister that was saying that we should be happy to be slaves because America's such a great place that everybody wants to come to. America's a great place because everybody wants to come to is because of the blood, sweat, and tears of Africans that
Yeah,
were here.
who said that though? What black person with the brain damage
Um,
said
I
that?
forget this
It's
sister.
crazy.
She's a conservative. She's a conservative politician. She's popular in the circuits, but her name fails me right now. But I'll get that information back to you. I'll even Mark Lamont did an interview with her, and I'll send you that interview with her because she is
And
totally.
I'm not.
I,
I wasn't trying to disrespect her and say brain damage, but for me to say that anything good came from the actual exploitation and trafficking of human beings over centuries, to even say something good came from it, you have completely disrespected the entire race of people, let alone our ancestors who suffered. Like, how
this was
dare
her premise.
you?
This was her premise, sis. She said, even though we went through that terrible thing of slavery, we learned crafts.
No,
And there was a slave that had to. He was in a church, and his church needed chairs, so
no,
he invented the folding chairs.
no.
Another slave, and she's trying to justify the slavery to what we did as Black people to survive and make our suffering, try to ease our suffering more, being inventive. She said that was the good that came out of that.
We brought that with us. We were
Thank you.
doing the same thing before we
Thank
were
you.
captured and exploited and trafficked.
Right.
But history
Nothing is
teaches us that.
good about being taken from your homeland and beaten and branded and raped and thrown overboard if you're pregnant, or if you didn't want to be put in a chain so you could be eaten by sharks, and then stacked on top of each other. Yes, I need you to stop with that nonsense over there, my brothers and
Yes.
sisters of Abos.
Yes.
We were on slave ships.
Yes.
We
And
were.
for those Black people who think that way, like I said, they just need to be more educated. I was disappointed in Mark Lamont Hill's response to her. It was measured, but I think he should have went a little harder on her
Yes, this
for
brother
just
says,
making that
peace
statement.
to you, Menelek. He says, fact, Sister Napah, everyone benefited off of the suffering of the slave trade. All the
Fact.
rights immigrants have in America was fought for by
Fact.
the fam, and they hate us. And
Yes.
this is the madness. The
Fact.
more Menelek, it's like, when are we going to? He says everyone got a piece of our ancestors' suffering, and they're still eating off of it.
Fact.
That fire is still keeping
Fact.
everybody warm. All those bodies that are burning, that are our ancestors, still are, it's warming the entire. Listen, the United States of America was built from the blood, sweat, tears, and the brawn
Right.
of, and the innovation and the intelligence of slaves.
Fact.
Free labor.
Fact.
How
Yes.
dare you talk about labor laws with us?
Right.
The
It's
inventions,
crazy.
the inventions that made this society work so much more efficiently and better. Majority of them were invented by Africans and African slaves.
Yeah, majority.
Wait,
They
let's
weren't
go.
doing the work. We was the
Let's go
workers.
back with the before that. Let's talk about the agriculture. Who was doing the
Farming.
cotton
Oh,
Yes.
trade, all the cotton,
fact.
all the
Yes.
textile,
Yes.
Fact.
all the
Yes.
railroads, all the
Early plants.
architecture, the literal infrastructure. Who's doing it?
Yes.
Us. People getting, a slave gets drops dead from the sugar cane, working in the sugar cane fields. I'm talking South America too. Working
Yes.
and working, just throw the body on the
The
side
family
and
out
just
there.
be a slave.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because this is the interesting question I had to propose to someone because they were saying African Americans didn't have culture. But I asked them, what is American culture? What exactly is a specific American thing? Because has so much different cultures that made it.
Hmm.
I don't think there's one specific thing that you can say This is what
Look at this
is
clown.
America.
Look at this clown. This man. Napah's the worst thing that happened to this channel. It's so pseudo now. Oh yeah, because
that
talking
word.
about slavery is pseudo. You don't.
But see, that comes from somebody. Yeah, that comes from an
Wow.
ignorant
This
person.
is from somebody who really wanted my attention, and we want to say thank you so much for being here and watching. Thank you so much. Don't forget to hit the like button. So this narrative that I tore the channel down, since I've been on this channel, it's in the green. Okay, so
we building.
I'm not saying anybody or anybody's name is doing anything to the channel. What you need to do with the channel is stop flagging it and stop talking negatively about it, because it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay here. This is the HOK. This is sa.neter Studios, and everybody and their mama. Did you see academics? Look, we're going to segue into this person. We're going to give them a little bit of attention.
What did Act do? What did Act do?
Knew who sa.neter was. Hold on, y'all. You saw academics knew who sa.neter was, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
I know.
So you think that everybody else doesn't know who sa.neter is? You think Diddy doesn't know sa.neter? He's from Harlem.
Oh, he knows sa.neter.
You think Jay-Z? You think Barack Obama doesn't know who sa.neter is? Don't play with me.
Oh, he knows.
This channel is
sa.neter is worldwide.
But you're going somewhere. You're going to go right into the 24-hour timeout. But we'll see you next time. Anyway, I'm the worst thing that happened to the channel. Okay.
And he used the word pseudo wrong because it wasn't nothing. It was just a whole horrible.
What would make a Negro take his ashy lip time to, I'm gonna talk about she doing the wrong? We're talking about slavery, bro. Like, why don't you jump in and say something that's helpful? Right. Like, dang, I really want to use my AR for good. I want to teach people how to, to respect their Second Amendment rights. No, that doesn't come into the mind of a broken Negro who wants my attention. You got my attention, please. All right, back to the show. But we did say this channel isn't going anywhere, baby. I can't bring this channel down. Nobody can. You can try, but it's gonna work because we are like this is the thing. You see how I said the sensitive part, how they were throwing people overboard. When you had the sailors who were the shipmen, or what are they called, the seamen, when they were the men who were on the ship, and see, that's what my mind is for, because I was not trying to. The men who were on the ship working, when they had mutiny and they sniffed out somebody like the dude, if they were against the people, they would take them and throw them right, or walk the plank.
Yep.
Those are the good old days. So we have to have,
because one rotten apple spoiled a whole bunch, right?
Yeah, you can turn the, and that's what happens on YouTube. But I want to say shout out to the people who want to have peace with us. It's really beautiful. I love that we have peace with a lot of people. I don't care who you are. I don't have to be your friend, but I love the peace and the respect. I will always show mutual respect to people who show mutual respect to me and to my loved ones. So with that said, back to talking about loved ones. I want to
say this, though. I got to say this. It shows the intelligence and the wisdom of sa.neter to have you front and center, because how powerful you are, how informative you are to the people, and it does nothing but uplift his platform and him as well. So I think that should be fair.
Thank you, sir. And is that Ishi? Oh, Ishi family. My bad. Ishi family 904. You're absolutely right. It was just a little bump in the road. We started swerving on the ice. We were driving that icy road, but we're back on the road now.
That's
it was an ice slick in the road that tried to make us like go off, but we're back on track because we're going to get back talking about the Canaanites and talking about back to our sister Naphtali, because she does. I agree. What her heart is in the right place, because she's like, we're not cursed. Yes. They've been telling us that's how that's how they continued the slave trade, y'all.
Mm-hmm. They knew we were the chosen, though.
They said God is okay with it. They actually used the Bible for hundreds of
propagandized
years.
it. They propagandized it. And then they did it again in slavery. Going back to slavery, they did it again, right?
Yeah.
Use the Bible to propagandize us again. So
brainwashing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to just say thank you to the family out here showing the love. And yes, and shout out to sa.neter, the king of consciousness. I was saying academics, everybody knows sa.neter. Sa.neter was out, and he was out at a hotel, and Dennis Rodman approached him. And
Wow.
Dennis Rodman, he was like, well, they both met each other. Dennis Rodman didn't come up to him like, can I have it? But they both saw each other in the lobby, and they were like, hey. And Rodman was like, yeah, you're doing good work. I know who you are. So come on, y'all. Let's be serious. We know that Kyrie, we know Kyrie was watching us. Kyrie, the one with the basketball,
One of the
come on,
greatest.
y'all. He's the one who looked into the Hebrews to Negroes. And don't forget.
Are you talking about Kyrie Irving? Yeah, Kyrie Irving, yeah.
And Kendrick Lamar be looking at us too, because he
showed
a pinata getting busted on one of his videos.
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
he's talking about the owl. That's that Drake owl.
Busting a pinata on that. I think it was an owl pinata, but he was busting. I was like,
and
then he said something else though. He said something else. Oh, he said, turn off their TV. You know, he got that from Hassan.
Yeah.
You know he got that from Hassan. Yep.
And if you got it from Hassan, you damn sure know he knows sa.neter if he knows Hassan Campbell. Oh, he's actually a part of IUIC. Kendrick Lamar.
Is he?
He is Israelite. Definitely.
Okay.
Shalom.
So he's finally established, because he used to be kind of private about that.
Oh, well, that was years ago.
Yeah, he said on down.
IUIC. So he might be so anyway, yeah, Doggone no God. That is irrelevant, my friend. I will not summer jam that. But they're funny in the chat. All right. So back to what we were talking about. Just there's so much more information that I just didn't share. But I really just wanted to have that conversation about the Canaanites and the Israelites. There's so much information showing the Israelites are the Canaanites, meaning not the bloodline, but a mix. They came. How do I say that? They mixed with them to where the line is so blurred. Can you really distinguish them other than religion and culture? That's what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this: wasn't there what exactly is the prophecy that was said about the land of Canaan being promised to Israel, and what are the exact prophecies that have to be passed for that to be true?
It was war, my brother.
I showed that earlier where God. No, you can go come in, Ben Frank. I just want to read out. I just want to call out the scriptures: Genesis 12:7, Genesis 15:8. Genesis 17:8, Genesis 26:3-4, and Genesis 28:13. All of those say to the forefathers, Canaan is yours. It's yours. This is your land. This is your land. So that's the prophecy. God told them, that's your land. Go take it. So go ahead, Rick, you want to say something? And then you can come back in, Seven. I appreciate you brothers coming in and just it's always good when you have other people adding in. That way you don't seem like you're just over everybody like, oh, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Sometimes that works, though. When I be talking about my consciousness stuff, and sometimes I need to just do a solo, but I like to hear other perspectives. If somebody doesn't agree, like Moises, I see you in the audience. If you don't agree, this doesn't have to be an echo chamber. We're all in harmony up here, but if you guys want to come throw a chord that's off in here, you can do that. I dropped the link. But somebody was gonna say something. I'm gonna mute.
Frankly, go ahead. I was gonna say something.
Go ahead, brother.
I mean, regionally, definitely, it's that people are in the same place. And we know that Israel was not established as a land base until Moses started burying his people, or he was buried. Put it that way. Actually, before Abraham was burying his people, I'll take it back to there then. But that's still not Israel, though. So, but that's the genealogy. I think that that we are looking to the words too. Like Egyptian is not a word we ever used as a people, and really is not even is uh, a lot of the words that we use. We have to go to the root source of the word to get the basic understanding and build on it. So I mean, I think it's a lot as what they used to say is word semantics. I don't use that no more, but it's a lot of things that are supposedly similar because they're in the same place. I'm landing.
Asar, thank you, Ben Frank. Asar, what you want to add?
I wanted to ask you, do you know of any early influences of Kemet into Canaan? I know
Early
Baal.
influence from Kemet into
I saw
Canaan.
Jabari. Yeah, I saw Jabari talk about Baal and wearing the crown of a star and that influence. Do you know any other influences that could have came into Canaan from Kemet?
I'm familiar with, I'm a novice, but I am familiar with Kemetic god, the goddess Balat. I mean, the goddess Balat of the Canaanites, being, I guess, for lack of the actual word, they turned the worship from the worship of Balat to the worship of Het Heru, of Hathor. So
Okay.
they were doing. Canaan was a vassal state, a vassal group of people serving, in a sense, Kemet, because if we know the history, forgive me if I'm off a little bit, y'all, but I'm doing my research. Amos, maybe, whoever came in and just basically subdued them with a big piñata stick over their heads. So basically, they were serving Kemet. I can get that facts. I know that's so bad, y'all. But
They were colonized by Kemet. They were colonized by
well,
Kemet.
no, Canaan was already established,
Right.
but they were conquered, and then they started to serve Kemet. You can see that
Okay.
I think too in the Amarna letters. It wasn't just one particular pharaoh that did it. I know the Amarna letters also show like Akhenaten. I'm really, you got, if you want to get the facts as far as like the dates and the actual group, actual pharaoh, that would come
Yeah.
from like people who know better than me. But I know for sure that Canaan was conquered, and then they started to be like serve Kemet, and there was a lot of trade going on too, a lot of business going. Almost ran the Hyksos out of Egypt. Okay, yeah. So there's that one. So if they were Canaanites, maybe yes, but I'm also talking about. We know there's history, right, of Hatshepsut going in, but there was another. I got it. You know what? I'm gonna get the pharaoh. So my answer is Balat was a Canaanite goddess that I know of, and
Hmm.
then the goddess was the worship of that goddess. The goddess was changed over completely to Het Heru. And so as far as them serving, that's one influence that I know. And then as far as them serving Kemet, the Canaanites, I'm sure there are a lot of other cultural influences, but that one in particular. So I'm going to get the actual information because I don't like being shoddy like that. Like it sounds so like I think this one. So I know there's a specific pharaoh who conquered them, and then they changed their goddess over. Let me look that up. I can always look it up.
You talking
Let me
about Aton?
have somebody out here. Let's see what Caleb says. Caleb says, yes, Queen is right. Almost the first, the founder of the 18th dynasty and the first pharaoh of the new kingdom of Egypt, reasserted Egyptian power in Canaan during his reign, supposedly 1550 BC. Whew. Okay, thank you for saving me, Caleb. That's why he's one of the best. I love all my mods, but Caleb be bringing that information. So does Ascent of Phoenix. So
That's
look
peace.
that up. Almost. So the answer, back to you, Seven. Specifically, Balat is what I've studied. That she was like it's like they abandoned her as a goddess and just said, now we're gonna worship Hathor, Het Heru. Let me get that information.
Mm.
Anybody? What? Anything else? Let me look it up. Let me look it up while you guys weigh in on that. I'm gonna get Balat worship.
Well, yeah, because that's interesting. Reading about the different influences that go into Canaan and how those influences transfer back into other cultures. So it's kind of like a recycle of information moving through different cultures, being reinterpreted in their own social mores, and then they develop their own culture and ideology from those ideas, from those ideas that were influenced, or even some were even forced on, from what I'm seeing.
Oh, also,
Um,
not to cut you off, you know how I was just talking about the Israelites being Canaanites? I just got
mhm.
a piece of information. Remember, I told you how the Israelites started to worship, they used the mirror. I think on some of the past streams I've done in my lessons, that the worship of Hathor, Het Heru, is in the Bible. And it says the women gave their mirrors, and that was a way women worshiped Hathor. I just saw, I'm going to get it. Damn it, I was on it. Now I lost it. Not to cut you off, but I see something in here that says how they did that. And it says Canaanites did it.
Interesting.
Mm.
But those were the Israelites in the Bible that did it. But those are the Canaanites in the Bible who are the Israelites. Get it?
Mm.
So
Facts,
let's
facts.
look at this. This is the museum. Hold on. Okay, the Pharaoh in Canaan. This I gotta get this. I want to just tell you where this is. Give me a minute, please. This is the Israel Museum. Okay, so this is in Israel. Okay, Hathor, mistress of treasures of foreign lands. The antiquity and complexity of the Egyptian goddess Hathor, which is Het Heru, are reflected in her numerous roles, the diverse forms she assumed, and her many cult centers. The most distinctive symbol of the goddess was a frontal human head with cow's ears. This symbol decorated objects associated with her cult, such as stone capitals, musical instruments, which was it was like this little drum kind of like rattles that they used to use, like maracas. Anyway, and mirrors. And was the most common representation of the goddess in Canaan. So, see, she was worshipped in Canaan. And that was where they
Mm.
replaced her. They replaced Balat with actual Het Heru. The importance of Hathor,
Yes.
Hathor outside of Egypt is related to her. Let's see what else it says. Read more. Is related to her. Hold on. Where is it? The importance of Hathor outside of Kemet is related to her role as patroness of the exotic goods. Remember, I said they were doing trade? That the Egyptians imported from foreign lands, such as turquoise from Sinai, copper
Mm.
from Timnah. These both copper and turquoise were in were mined at Serbik al-Qadim, which is
Right.
also Mount Sinai in the Bible. Myrrh and
Wow.
frankincense from Punt in East Africa, and cedar from Byblos in Lebanon.
Right.
This role finds expression in her titles Lady of Turquoise, Lady of Punt, and Lady of Byblos. All of these are Het Heru. And all of those regions are Canaanite regions. Let me make sure.
Yes.
Yes. The
Phoenician.
use of Hathoric symbols in Canaan is first attested on Canaanite scarabs of the Hyksos period, which feature a Canaanite goddess with the typical Hathor hairstyle or large ears inspired by the goddess's cow ears. This trend continued into the time of Egyptian empire in Canaan, when Hathoric attributes were introduced into the images of Canaanite goddesses, such as Balat, as seen on gold pendants and plaques and clay figurines. So there you go. So we were just here's a mirror. I don't know if y'all can see when I change the page. Oh, look at this. So this is the mirror. This is what is talked about in the Torah. They say the women gave their mirrors to Moses and those who constructed the temple for the basin. Okay. So this is the mirror that was used. It's an object of significance in Egypt. It was closely associated with the cult of Hathor, goddess of love and beauty. This elaborate mirror was part of the treasure from the tomb of 3 foreign wives of Thutmose III. Okay, and then here's the Hathor mask. Israel Antiquities Authority. The mask depicts the goddess Hathor as she most commonly appeared in Canaan. Canaan. This is the goddess. That was a great question, 7. This is the goddess Hathor, but this is in Canaan with the woman's face and cow ears. Okay. It was discovered along with the votive objects in her temple at the copper mines of Timnah. The mask may have decorated a sistrum, a ceremonial rattle. Remember I said they do the rattles? Yeah. An object closely associated with the goddess's cult. Okay, so here's another figurine of Hathor. Ring decorated with her sistrums. Canaanite amulets of schematic nude goddess in Egyptian style. And this is Hathor. Look at the ears. That's her signature. Yeah. So wisdom. Do you mind just let me see who you are in the back if you don't want to turn your camera on? I just want to see who you are and I want to let you in. Okay, great. Oh, I know who you are. Leave your camera on. Why don't you want to leave it on? What's up? How are you?
Peace.
Hey, what's up? I'm cool. Just chilling.
Go ahead. You want to add? So this is good information.
Yeah, I'm just letting you cook.
Yeah.
You get all your thoughts out, and then I'm gonna come back with a lot of stuff on top of it. So go ahead.
Okay.
I like where I'm going with this. Go ahead.
So there we go. Look at all of this. You were asking, were there any Kemetic influences that we can show? The one that stands out for me is the influence of Het-Heru Hathor on the Canaanites to the point where they just said, bye, Balat. Let's go ahead and start, kind of like the Christians did with Yahweh and Jesus. They were like, Jesus is here now. But at least they still know that they say God is the Father of Jesus. And this, they were just like, Balat who? This is so yeah. Anyway, I think that's about it. Let me see if that was the lot. There's more. Wait, okay, let's see. This is a Canaanite goddess. Now you recognize this stance. This stance, it is very similar to Asherah and Astarte, where she's standing on the lion and she has the 2 snakes, I think it is. Or 2 owls or something like she has the owl feet. There's a similar depiction of the Canaanite goddess like this. But look, this is not the Canaanite goddess. If you see the headdress, that is in Kemetic headdress. You see the feathers of Ma'at? I forgot what it's called, but you can see the headdress, right? And then she's got the horns, which is like depicting the cow goddess. And she's not on the lion any longer. She's on a horse. So they transformed their goddess Balat to the goddess of Kemet. Here she is again. There's that. So early Canaanite, the god. I'll get the pictures. I'll get the depiction of the Canaanite goddess. Now I'm saying Balat, but remember these names are so interchangeable. When we look at specific goddesses in the different cultures. Yes, the goddess is the same if you're going on talking in a different context. But if we're talking about cultural gods, this is the god of their culture being, I guess, transformed. The word escapes me, but she's no longer Balat. She is Hathor. There's the signature hairstyle of Hathor but the way she's holding the two, I believe this might be a lotus. Y'all, I'm not sure, but that might be a lotus. But this, the original Canaanite goddess is holding snakes. Don't quote me, but I'm almost, I'm pretty sure about that. So there we are. We have that. I'm going to look up that the original. We lost 7. Oh, there he is. My bad. So I'm going to look up the original Canaanite goddess, pre-Hathor, the conquering, and then Canaan being a vassal state. And while I do that, I'm going to let the brother Wisdom come on in, and you the one need to come in and cook now, because real quick, wait, let me see. All what the panel is saying is historically incorrect. Okay, Peter Lazama, we appreciate your input. The Bible is not a history book. It's a book of myth and allegory. The ancestor, Dr. Walter Williams, historical facts will live up on. We love Walter Williams. He is an ancestor, rest in power. And so I'm not disputing that he is an ancestor. However, I don't think we ever were saying anything. Nobody on the panel, Peter must have just walked in and said, "Oh, Napah's up there. Let me just get my signature. Let me copy paste my regular statement. Everything's wrong." First off, we're not saying anything about. We're not using the Bible as a history book at this moment. But what we are doing is showing that the history that's in the Bible, the information, I should say, is matching up with extra-biblical information, but not the way maybe even people who believe in the Bible like it. We're looking at Canaan. We're looking at Kemet. We're looking at the Sumer, the people of the Sumerian region. We're looking at the Phoenicians. We're just looking at some stuff to figure out what's going on. So thank you for being here, my friend. And by the way, Ma'at and Hotep to you. All right. So
comprehension is a skill, though.
I don't, he added his piece and he said what he had to say. He wasn't disrespectful, but so it's all good. Look, those are the good comments. If he says you're incorrect, he's not doing anything wrong besides being wrong, and we're okay with that because he's still respectful. Anyway, Wisdom, go ahead and add in, brother. We love our brother Peter. Go ahead, Wisdom. What you want to add?
Well, actually, I want to just point out the fact that I love what you're doing as far as like pointing out the different goddesses and everything, and how they all basically connected to the Canaanites. You know what I mean? And to show the interconnection between. But
no, go ahead. I said yeah, but you called me off guard. But go ahead. Go ahead. Let me mute up.
Yeah, and the interconnections of the Phoenicians and these people and that people to show that they're all Canaanites, they're one and the same, even the Israelites. You know what I mean? And so, so I think that's really interesting to bring up. Even the Egyptians, I must add, they are Canaanites as well. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you see the similarity between that. And to say it this way, right, Napah, because you already kind of said it. So I like to try to put things in the big picture aspect. Okay. So I forget exactly what scripture it is. You might be able to quote it. The scripture that it said that basically like all the Canaanites are the one that led the Israelites or the people of God away from the truth or something like that. You remember that scripture where it mentions that? You know what I mean? The way it basically led them astray. The Canaanites did.
There's a lot of scriptures that says that you'll be led astray by the heathens, and the Canaanites are the number one.
Yeah, well, in this scripture, my bad, I'm gonna cut you off.
No, you're not cutting me off. I'm just saying, yes, there's a lot of scriptures like that.
But this is what I'm saying specifically. Maybe you can probably like Google Canaanites led astray. Maybe they give you a scripture for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're definitely will be.
But like with the specific word Canaanites though, because I'm trying to stay on your topic, right? That you're on.
Yeah.
And so what I'm trying to say is for like how they all interconnected, how you know that the Egyptians are also a part of this coalition is because they are the one that created all the falsified gods, like the Canaanites did. You know what I mean? As far as like let's say for instance the Ammonites, right? When you look into those people, okay, let me not skip over. The Ammonites, for instance, if you look into those people, you'll see that they worship the seashells and the this and the that and the salt. And, you know what I mean? You'll see the different types of things that they worship. And then when you talk about Ammon, if you put in Ammon, Ammon, or whatever, and you look that up, then you will see what that's all about, which is a whole different type of God or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And so the same thing with all the rest of them, but they all are Canaanites, and they found everything under the sun to worship as some type of God. Okay, for the ones that don't know. Okay, I must point that out too, because when you get into the heavy study of different, let's say like Isatar or whatever, for instance, right, or what are these so-called goddesses, all right, it's a pagan god or whatever. When you look into the true aspects of it, you have to understand that it's symbolic of different things. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were worshiping that statue or whatever per se. It was just the attributes of it. You see what I'm saying? You know, things like that. So some people were in the correct way of looking at it, but many people that don't have understanding, they were automatically led astray. And so they were worshiping the statues themselves, thinking that these actual idols and stuff would actually help them instead of understanding the significance of it and being able to use it as a signet, basically. You know what I mean? And so I want to clear that out too, because, you know, all spells, you could be good or bad spells. So spells in itself are not bad. So just like idols in themselves aren't bad, it's when you worship the idol itself is what makes it bad. You see what I'm saying? But I just wanted to clear that up. All right. So like I said, it's good that you point out that how all this stuff is interconnected, and that anybody that have any kind of different religions, different gods per se, to give a attribute or praise or whatever to any god. You know what I mean? Even like Yahweh, for instance, we understand that was a part of the Canaanite, what they call it, a pantheon. You see what I'm saying? When you look at the Canaanite pantheon, you see that they try to separate Yahweh to be its own entity as the one and only God or whatever, but it was a part of this pantheon at one point. Even the God that's supposed to be the Bible, we know that Ashtar was supposed to be this God's wife or whatever. You know what I mean? Yahweh had a counterpart per se. Okay, you look up Yahweh's counterpart, you'll see that there's a woman that he had a counterpart to. You look that up, they're sure. And so, but okay, so now that's covered. I understand what you're doing. Now, what I wanted to point out from my perspective, right, is this. Okay, so you know when they talk about women and things like this, or like daughters per se, you know they mention daughters and stuff like that a lot in the Bible. These are different, what you call it, spin-offs of the other goddesses. Like let's say, for instance, like Diana. Remember, that's one mentioned in the Bible. You know, they got the goddess Diana. So it's a spin-off from that. You know what I mean? So it's like somebody like understanding how that tradition worked, and then they created their own way of expressing it and giving it with the drawings and everything. So like a spin-off, like a daughter of it. You know what I mean? Like even like sons, the same way. You know what I mean? Like you have this person taught this person, or this person learned at this person's feet. So when this person dies, this person continues the tradition. You see what I'm saying? It's basically like that. Even though it may be worded in a different way or taught in a different way, but it's still one the same, but just taught in a different way. You see what I'm saying? I really need people to understand that. See, because you know when you try to follow the genealogy, you're like this person begat this person, and that person begat this person, or whatever, son, right? And people try to follow it and trace it as if it's a real genealogy, and then you get over to the point. Then it says, "But the Son of God." You see what I'm saying? Or the Spirit of God, whatever, right? You know what I mean? So it letting you know that these are people that talk the same thing of others are not they're biologically related. And so I know when you look into what I'm saying from their perspective, you will see what I'm saying. But I know it might be kind of way out there because I know not many people are saying this at all, or even connecting it in this way to even see what I'm actually saying. So when we start talking about wives and brothers and sons and things like that, we need to look at it from a different religion aspect versus an actual person. You know what I mean? So when they say, hey, this is the son of such and such, the son of this person, or the son of that person, when they start to talk about the main prophet or whatever at the beginning beginning of a book or chapter or whatever. And they were like, yeah, this is such, the son of such. And then they start giving the story about that person. Look up who they saying they're the son to or whatever. So look up that father or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So you be like, dang, who this son was. That's all I shooting.
Okay, wow. So you said a lot. Anybody want to come in and respond to that?
Well, I do want to ask him. There was something that piqued my interest. He said,
give me
he
one
said
second.
people from Kemet.
It's not my son out there shooting somebody or getting shot. Please, I'm sorry. I really hate to say that, but I just saw him walk out the door and I hear a bunch of gunshots. So please let me just check real quick.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Oh, you didn't have to
Oh,
even.
definitely.
Wow. I hope everything's
I'm sorry. He just came out the room. That's not him. He can't make sure he made it.
Okay.
That would be horrible.
That's peace. Yeah, that's peace.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, but question, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah. My question to you was, you called Cometics Canaanites, right? And you would agree with me that Kemet is older than Canaan, right?
Yes, I would agree. I would agree that yes, I definitely would agree.
So I'm just trying to get some clarity. So you're saying that there are people who came from Kemet and settled into Canaan. Is that what you're saying? There are people who came from Canaan, settled in Canaan, and helped foster the Canaan culture. Is that what you're saying?
Now I wouldn't go as far deep as like trying to look at it from like the biological side of it, you know what I mean? Because I'm really not under the belief that it's really literal at all, you know what I mean? So I'll be the wrong person to kind of come at you with that kind of conversation about it. But I like to kind of more look at it like how Napah was saying it when she was saying that even though these people are not biological Canaanites, but they follow this certain religion or they follow this tradition or so ethnically they become Canaanites. You see what I'm saying? By the practices or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, you're talking about the culture. Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
See, because I'm glad you mentioned that too, brother, because that leads me to this. Why I say this to support why I'm saying this, right? So when you say when you read the scripture and they say these people were led out of this place and sent to this place, okay? Mm-hmm. I'm under the understanding with my comprehension that I see that they're not saying they were physically taken anywhere. They're saying these people follow this tradition now. You know what I mean? Like we could be over here in America and people still follow Egyptian tradition even though you're in America. So like you have been led to Egypt or led to this place or led to that or taken captive this place. You know what I'm saying? And it's not literally meaning it in a physical sense. See, because when I read the scripture, right, I try to take the physicality out of it. Now, when you at the beginning, when you first learn and you start, when you don't know anything about the scripture at all, you have no choice but to look at it from a physical standpoint, materialistic, everything. You know what I mean? But once you read it enough, and then you understand that it's all supposed to be spiritual, you'll learn how to look at those things that seem to be in a matter form or a physical form and understand the spiritual understanding of what is explaining. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you said literalism versus mythos. Because mythos can live forever, right?
Yes.
That ideology of the myth can live much more than a physical.
That's how you remember the story. That's how you remember it.
Yeah. Yes. I agree with you. Brother Jabari talks about that all the time. Mythos versus literalism.
Can you guys see this? I'm sorry. Okay, so I wanted to zoom in on it. So see this when I was trying to show you. This is actually Canaanite god depictions. This is Ishtar, I believe. Ishtar. Oh yeah, it says Ishtar Inanna. So these are the roots of the goddess Balat, basically. You get what I'm saying? And I can get more on this. I know it's just big, but I wanted to show you the depiction of her when I said she was on the lion. I think I said the lion. You see her standing on this like lion-like winged creature, and she's holding, I don't remember what these are. I'm sorry, y'all. They might be, first off, scholars are telling us what they are. It might be the waters that she's holding. That's what I take from it, but they say that it's grain or like, fire. It could be fire, water, whatever. But I just want to show you her depiction of her very shapely and seductive looking, but standing on top of the animal with these two things held in her hand. See that? And remember, I showed
Yes.
you how it was changed. The goddess was now it's depicted as, well, not now. At that time, it was depicted as it went from the Canaanite goddess to the Kemetic goddess, where they put the horns on her, the Kemetic headdress, and she was holding something different. So I just wanted to show you this is the origin, how they updated or changed it. I don't want to even say conflate, because it wasn't even a conflation. They just changed the goddess over to Het Heru. And of course, there were some lingering characteristics, but that's all I want to show you. Just that.
And isn't that amazing that we've been seeing something that you've been doing all night, pulling sources up and showing, giving clarity to the conversation,
So
And I'm
good.
glad she's doing that too. You know what I
right?
That's
mean?
right.
'Cause people are thinking
Yes.
something crazy, man. You know what I mean? Especially like me, like I have a plethora of information. Like I just be showing stuff all night, and it'll be overwhelming. You know what I mean? So that's why I like to talk to people that are familiar, at least familiar with what I'm saying, so that they can have enough information in there where they can be like, you know what, I think that's true because of this and because of that. You know, it's nothing that I actually said myself. You know what I mean? Like, damn, I see his point because of you know. And so but you can't, if a person don't have any idea what you're talking about, let's say like trying to talk to a person about the Bible that have never read the Bible is like absurd.
Right. And
Like,
over here in the HOK,
Source up or shut up. Source
Facts.
up or shut up. Source
you know,
up or shut up. Source up
Facts.
or shut.
that's
I
right.
love that.
So that's why I'm glad when people can source it up for me. Because one thing about me, I know I'm not gonna say nothing that can't be proven. You know what I mean? And so, but like I say, but some things when you, like I was saying, for instance, about the sons and the daughters and stuff like that, I was telling you about, that's not Googleable. You know what I mean? That's my own independent thought, you know, or whatever. And I have never heard anyone say any of that before. You know what I mean? Even like with the gametes and all that stuff, things I was telling you about once before, about all those types of things. Like I really truly get my own downloads, and I do go to see if I can find something that supports what I'm saying. And I have a lot of stuff that I've actually written down, and like different definitions and different ways of how I've gotten to where I've gotten to. You know what I mean? And it just, for some people, they would call it being everywhere. But when you understand everything is everything and everything is interconnected, you will be everywhere. You know what I mean? Because
Facts.
that's how it is, for
In
real.
spirit. Take a
You know?
spirit,
Hey,
man.
let me just say this. I appreciate all of you on the panel. I appreciate the show, the great show that you've done tonight.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on the panel. I have to retire right now, but it was a great learning session for me, and I appreciate all the information that you brothers provide. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just
have a
going
good one,
to
Mr.
say
Seven.
peace
Respect.
and
Blessings.
excuse
Peace.
myself. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. I like when Paco live. She like to try to find out real information. I like that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Don't really get all that riffraff. You know, just like, hey, yeah, that's cool to me. I don't really get up.
I think we lost somebody.
Oh yeah, he said he had
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
was
Peace out.
piecing himself out. You know,
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad he was here. So, I
he said
mean,
thank you and everything.
oh yeah, thank you so much, Seven Asar. You always are an asset to the panel. So I just want to say we've been going for 3 hours. We could go longer than this, but you know, I might end it and start something else later. I doubt it. It's kind of late, but what is it? The weekend? So
Yes.
Shabbat Shalom to anybody out there who is doing their Sabbath. And I want to say thank you to everyone who stayed with us and I enjoyed all the input. It's going to be on the playback because we had a panel of civilized gentlemen. No one was talking, you know, where I had to, oh God, splice it and edit it. So we appreciate your input in the chat. Hopefully next time you will join like Wisdom and Ben Frank. I'm going to let Ben Frank give us his final words. I like your input, brother. I'm so glad you hit the panel. Come in here more often. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. Do your closeout. Give us your final words, and I'm going to just give you a prompt.
Oh, okay.
Is Canaan Israel? Did we determine that today? Go ahead, brother.
Go with 3 hours, shoot.
Yeah, I mean, things are closer than you think. You know what I'm saying? And just like the brother said, everything is connected in some way. Blessings to everybody. I love your show, Napah,
You are
And,
a friend of mine, and you are a friend of this channel, and you're a friend of the HOK. He's one of the you're one of the staples. You have a wrench too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Ben Frank is a good brother. He's been sticking with me through all the craziness, and I appreciate you. I appreciate brothers and sisters like you. So it's always a pleasure for you to come in. And he's a man. He got right to the point. He said, "Say it again. I don't want to put words in your mouth."
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again, and I want a straight answer. Is Israel?
All the respect, because Naphtali is, I love her as well.
That's my sister. I love Naphtali.
Yes. But yes, Canaan and Israel have the same root.
I'm going to put you on a big screen. Say it again. No, because you know what? It isn't about, listen, Naphtali loves this kind of smoke, and when it's not disrespectful, and you're not giving her smoke, but Canaan and Israel have the same roots.
They have the same roots. They're in the same region. Yes.
All right. They're in the same region. And
I would say that Israel, as we know it right now, comes from the region of Canaan.
Damn. We got Ben Frank on.
Very.
Listen, let me tell you about my sister Naphtali, why I'm calling her out especially, because she's not scared to stand on her information and her research. So shout out to her. She might look at this and say, oh, Lord, never. But I do recommend that y'all check her channel out. It is Naphtali's New School of Thought. See, they'll be doing me like, you see the love that I've been giving these sisters. They don't be shouting me out. They don't be shouting me out. They don't be saying, I guess I inherited that from sa.neter. People don't really be shouting him out, but he's still the king of consciousness. So you do the math when it comes to me. Ching, ting, ting. So, but go subscribe to the sisters channel. Naphtali's New School of Thought. Check out her Canaanite. I call it out. I'm going to say Canaan mania. She's all Canaan. Everything over there, you will find her doing research on Canaan, trying to find out who Canaan is and trying to uncover from her perspective who Canaan is. So it's all love and respect. But you heard Ben Frank. Yes. I'm going to put on you, Ben Frank. I'm throwing you in the butt. No.
Right. You did. It's all
but
love
again,
and respect,
who else is bringing the information on Canaan like she is?
Oh yeah,
nobody.
Yeah. I'm gonna subscribe to her, so I catch her sometimes.
Yes, do that, and you won't hear one single word about me unless you're trying to bust my pinata, and I love it. It's all love. I haven't debated her for years, and I appreciate all the sisters coming in with their information, whether I agree with it or not. Like we're gonna have 2 sisters come in here and tell us that the slave trade never happened. And as much as you know how I feel starkly opposed to that concept, I appreciate them coming in to teach their information, and despite where I stand with it. So it's all love. It's all love for the sisters. Thank you, Ben Frank. Have a great evening. I'm going to close out after we get to the brother. I want to hear from Wisdom. Before you get going, I want to ask you a question. You see my consciousness streams, okay? And I know that you teach some consciousness. Why are you not hitting the panel? And why do you basically avoid our Visionary series altogether when we're busting the whole coconuts shaped pinata of my brothers and sisters over there on Pseudo Killigan's Island. Don't you have an axe to grind with them?
Not in particular, right? Because I already know I know what I know, and just because you don't know, it's fine with me. That's kind of how I look at it. I kind of grow to that point because I could be super ignorant like everybody else, and then to be obnoxious ignorant, and they don't want this kind of smoke about. You see what I'm saying? They want the wrath of God to really cut them up. You know what I mean? And so I'll be trying to take the higher road. I just try to give them information. And if they get it, they get it. They don't, they don't. But it's not the force on anyone anymore. I'm not at that point anymore. Because, it's levels to this for real. You know what I mean? So when you're ready, you want nobody to have to force it on you. You know, so as soon as you hear it, it's like, wow, that resonates. And you know that you don't have to take the full of anything anyone says. You see what I'm saying? You use what you know you needed to unlock another level to your growth. And, so that's how I look at it. So they're not ready, they reject it, especially when I learned that doing it intentionally. I learned that, okay, I'm really in the wrong place. You know what I mean? I'm really talking to the wrong people. It's one thing someone to disagree because they literally just disagree for a reason. You know what I mean? And a valid reason that they can explain. But when you're doing it just out of spite, that's not my kind of entertainment. But I don't be seeing a lot of your shows when they start, like this one.
Oh, right. I got you. You gotta subscribe to the Rise channel and subscribe to this channel and hit the notification bell. You need to do that.
But I saw the notification. Well, I didn't see the notification itself.
Maybe you should unsubscribe and immediately subscribe again. Don't unsubscribe and go have a bowl of cereal and watch binge watch something and forget to really subscribe.
What I be doing,
subscribe and then hit the notification bell.
What I do, right? Like I have all my notifications selected, but I have so many people that I subscribe to, so it'll be beeping all the time. You see what I'm saying? So I kind of
and you just say, this ain't no Shadah of Visionaries.
And I scroll and I just look at who's live and I click on who's live like that. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm trying to think of something that's annoying, like what I can't even think it. This is probably something in the beef sector. I already know all that. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to the beef sector. I want to
share one thing though to close out. Sorry,
no, before you do, because I don't want you to go anywhere. I want to read this because you might want to comment. Mm-hmm. Our friend Dogon No God, who sticks with us, you always are there, whether you agree or not. I appreciate you in the chat. If y'all spend as much time on intrinsic affairs, y'all might be able to create something. Well, what's more intrinsic than consciousness, my friend? Dogon, don't do us like that. Come on now, brother. What's more intrinsic than consciousness?
As a matter of fact, intrinsic. Okay. Yeah, inner affairs. Yeah.
Intrinsic. So go ahead. You want to say your last bit in the closeout. Thank you for spending time with us.
No
everybody.
Doubt. I wish I had more time.
Be wise as serpents. I love that. Said word. Laugh out loud word. Thank you, Caleb, for all those great things you say about me. Let me stop this. Let me let the brother close, and then I will take all my comments where people are just making me feel so blowing my head up. No, I never get my head blown up when I get compliments. You know why? Because as good as I can be, people thinking there's going to always be somebody to say, come in and knock me down and say, you ain't that great. So I stay balanced. It's always somebody there to tell me how I'm not great. I want to say thank you for that because you keep me grounded. Those who come in and say, Napah is ruining the channel. Thank you. You're keeping me grounded and humble and so on my toes. So with that said, go ahead, Wisdom. I'm going to be quiet.
That's right. Okay, I do want to point out a couple of things just so you can maybe look into. So you know how they always talk about this. Well, what I realized when I was reading the scriptures is that you know how they mention somebody being a just man, like Joseph, for instance, when they say Joseph was a just man or whatever, you know what I mean, such, and so he thought to put his wife away privately, right? Mm-hmm. You remember that with that scripture that everybody like to debate about? My intake on what that is, right? When they say a just man, we're talking about looking at things in the carnal mind frame. Just, okay? Just being regular. No no intrinsic thought or whatever, you know what I'm saying? The way we look at two things, no abstract thought, anything like that, just straight by the law, straight by the rules, straight by the basis, which is the lie, right? The same people that took Jesus out, quote unquote, are the same people I'm talking about as far as like this just law thing, you know what I mean? Living just, okay, cool. Now to get that perspective, to really look into that, for what I'm saying. Now, when you say he thought he could put her away private, which is Mary, from my aspect, for what I think, because I don't look at the physicality of it, I try to look at the spiritual meaning of what everything means. We understand that wisdom represents feminine energy. You know what I mean? The mind, the thoughts, the intuition, all those types of things connected to the consciousness, the soul, you know, the one, right? That's a mental aspect. We know, according to the Bible, we call wisdom, we know wisdom is a she. We know this to be a fact. It's mentioned plenty times. So when he said he thought to put her away private, we're talking about a different aspect of Joseph himself. You know what I mean? Not a physical person, Mary, no, his inner thought, his thought process, which holds the Holy One, okay? Which is the true understanding, the true witness or whatever, not the physical stuff, the mental stuff, what's really going on. Like I say, once you go through the basics of the information or whatever, then you like a baby. Then you get the meat, then you understand, oh, it's more spiritual. This is a metaphor, and it really means this, and it really means that. That's the Mary. That's the holy thing. That's what that is. That's the intuition, the enlightenment, as they say. Okay, so I really need people to understand that when he say he thought, first of all, they use the word thought. He thought to put her away private. See, key phrases like that. You're like, okay. We know it's easy to look over that and be like, okay, he thought, I mean, he just gonna put her, he just didn't want to let nobody know she was pregnant or whoop and all that type of stuff. That's all injection. No, the Bible does not say that he was that he cared about that type of stuff. It didn't say that at all. People insinuate that aspect of it to try and make it make sense. But to me, it made more sense to think of it as a thought, right? Like he thought to put her away, like his thoughts, he's thinking about this. And this pregnancy is like him learning, like, hold on, I think I'm on to something type thing, and give birth to the aha moment to where, oh, I get it. I understand now. That's when you make it to deliverance. It's really in the process of nurturing a baby for real when it comes to your mind, but they're talking about your mind, even though they would give characteristical aspect as a real woman, a real man, and it can be looked at in those ways, you know, but it's still not 100%. You know what I mean? So if it's not 100% correct, if it could be like, oh, that's 90% right, but what about this? Or what about that? Then that means it's not 100%. But when it comes to a person giving birth to thoughts and things like that, that's 100% for everyone, all the time. That's you can't take anything away from that. That always happens. But not a woman does not always give birth and things like that. A man does not always find a wife and have a good thing. So it can't mean that all across the board, because now you have people thinking they're failures. They cannot mean that women are they cause all men to sin. That's not true. But like how you looked at all these women goddesses, all these women God they've been worshiping for years before a male aspect of a god come around at all. It was always women. You know, when they talk about a city or talk about a town, they'll name it a mother or things like that. But these small things has to be observed and stopped on. Like the word son. Well, I'm gonna just say this and leave it alone. But I know I'm trying to say a lot of things at one
yeah,
time.
you do. You put it all out there. You needed to come in and at least pick a. Go ahead, though. I'm listening. I know you. Sometimes you don't get it all out. So,
but I just want to say this last thing. I try to get different bullet points so people look into the aspect of what I said about Joseph. Right? They go research that. They look into the aspect of what I said about something else. Go research.
But don't do that though, because you need to be up on the panel and know how to work the panel. Like, don't just throw everything out there and like y'all sort through it. You got you got to be like.
That's not my intention to do that, even though I like how you said it, because that is what I'm actually doing. But I'm still
trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about with Joseph. He's over here on a whole.
I'll explain the part about the
Bible now.
Yeah, I was explaining the Joe part, but my main idea about that was how they think when they said he thought to put her away private or whatever.
Yeah, you need to just work on that for us, because that was deep then. Because you know what I'm saying, like. You got to come in. Look, you leave your information. I could let you come in, do a build. Bro, stay in one bit. Give us.
It's like I already know all that stuff, and I know people have.
No, I don't know what, because you went from Joseph to wisdom is a woman, and like.
See, because that goes with Mary. That's why I said that. See, I've been trying to keep everything interconnected. That's why I was trying to explain about the Mary and the private part to let you know what he was actually hiding.
Private part, I must have missed that part.
No, I mean, I don't say the private part of what I'm saying. Like, like when they say to make it privy, when I was talking about the privy part of it.
Privy and private part.
Well, privy means private. But
I'm gonna let you. You know what? I like you so much. I want you to come back. I am gonna so.
I want to talk about.
Look, no, check it out. I'm taking my whole piñata stick and throwing it across the room.
Yes.
And I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna just let you rock out. Go for it. If you promise to come back and then get in here, and possibly next time you see somebody up here, you can give them this. Do you ever debate? Because you seem like you'd be interested in at least doing a presentation, if not a debate. We are in the HOK Coliseum channel.
Yeah, I already know what everyone's all about. You know what I mean? You know, like I say, I'm just pretty much just here. I don't really have in my mind like I'm coming up here to try to present myself and like
okay, let's stop. Yeah. What do you mean by doesn't mean spiritual? It means just carnal. Just focus. I'm gonna let you close out. Maybe give us another 7 minutes. What do you mean by that? Like, okay, even I could rock with you on that. Let me just say this: Torah means just. And the Torah deals with the law, and the law governs. First and foremost is the thought, and the spirit is the thought, but then the law governs the actual flesh and the person. So they're both together. There's not one separated, but on the surface, the Torah covers how you move in the material flesh. So I could rock with you on that, but I don't know if that's what you were saying when you said just means the flesh.
That's dope, Napah, how you just broke that down.
Would you like for me to drop myself a bone?
But that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, for real.
Okay, you don't have to tell me twice. Go ahead.
See, and that's what I'm saying about how people can say certain things in the night, certain things you already know to correlate with it. That's what I do. I say it enough to be able to like, oh, that answers this, or that puts this. That's what I do. That's my gift. So now I'm glad you said that, because you just taught me something, because I go on my own angles of things. So I never knew the Torah. I said, those are my coming not being.
What are you talking about, Indigenous? I've been summer jamming your comments all night. You're the one hurt right now. Stop it. I have been summer jamming you, brother. And I wasn't seeing your comments, Indigenous. Stop it. Stop it, brother.
I think he just kick it with you.
No, I'm just saying, dang, I missed some of his comments. Comment it again, Indigenous, because I didn't see everything. I'm sorry to interrupt you. People be thinking head cannons.
Yeah, I think he did joking. But you were saying
joking. I know Indigenous is serious, but go ahead. You could. So back to the just thing, though.
When you said yeah, I know exactly where we're going. Okay, but I wanted to point out I didn't know that the Torah meant just. I didn't know that's what the literal definition of that meant. So it correlates. The wisdom is called a she because but it only comes from God. Shaking my head. Yeah, exactly.
And it's not the Greek god Sophia. Okay, yes. We agree with that.
The Greek god Sophia. I never said wisdom was the Greek god Sophia. I said wisdom represents a she, and I was trying to explain how that I think sometimes people get it misunderstood. I'm gonna go back to the just thing, Napah, about what I'm saying about like Abraham and a wife and all this.
I'm sorry, Indigenous. You're gonna have to start hitting the panel, brother. Okay, we saw you, so I wasn't ignoring you. Thank you for your input, Indigenous Black man. It's always. I was summer jamming a lot of stuff you said. Oh yeah, I didn't know you. Caleb said I don't owe anybody. Well, I do owe people some, I do owe them in a little bit. Like if they're going to join and they're going to say something and they're in the build, I understand. I like to summer jam. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I love to summer jam people. But if I don't see your comment, don't think personally like I'm ignoring your comment. Oh my gosh. It's not that serious, y'all. I promise you it's not. Okay, it's all love. Back to what you were saying. And then we have like 3 more minutes and then I'm going to close this out. Go ahead, brother.
But like you said about well, just go back to the just thing or whatever. Like one scripture in the Bible, it says that I would not know about sin if it, well, I might be misquoting a little bit, but I wouldn't know sin if it wasn't for the law. One scripture says that, right?
That's Paul.
Okay, so now the way I saw that is that, hey man, there's not really supposed to be a law. The only reason why you're thinking about this thing called sin and all that is because you're following this man-made law. That's exactly what the deal is. And so once you understand that you're not bound by man-made law and you're bound by God's law, then you can free yourself from the bondage that whatever culture or whatever tries to place you in. You know what I mean? Because it's about being above culture, but about being able to understand how each culture is correlated. It is interconnected. So once you understand this, the key principle of all things, which is life itself, which is birth itself, then you will understand the different ways of aspects of all these religions. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's boiled down to. It boils down to birth, and it boils down to really knowing yourself truly. You know what I mean? And that is the power that runs you, like your soul, not your actual flesh. Like what's talking out of me right now is not my flesh talking. I was the first one that ever said that. And now everybody in their mammy is running around talking like that. Like who was talking then? And who is this? Who is looking? Who is seeing?
Because it comes from your mind.
Exactly. It is actually coming from your
And
soul.
I did this to the head, but the mind isn't in the head only.
Exactly. The mind is universal. The mind is all.
I say universal mind of God. What?
See what I'm saying? Because that's what it is. The consciousness, that's the air. Everybody, okay. See, when you learn about certain things, well, I ain't saying, when I learn about how consciousness works, I understand when you speak something out, it never stops, first of all, and it permeates all information. So that's why you got to be careful to watch what you say, because it actually permeates and it never stops. And other people can literally pick up on those ideas and thoughts that you're saying. Like everything I know I'm saying right now, I know it's going into the universe, and I know somebody's going to have an aha moment, and they're not going to know where it came from. And I understand that's how it works, because you are actually teaching the world when you're speaking.
But what about this? What if you just entertain? I'm not saying that we only have a universal consciousness, but what if what you're saying doesn't even begin with you? What if it all is just going through in like all of these different in the circular frequency of the universal mind of God, and you like pick up as a conduit on that particular moment, and then you voice it, and it just keeps going through all these different existences. Yeah, y'all, this is all the way off of the Canaanite subject. But what if it's not even originating, but you think it's originating in you, in your material self as wisdom? What if it's the infinite self existences beyond you? Not even, I don't even say past or future, but just existences beyond you. And what if it's not even your own?
That's exactly what I believe. And to double down on the examples that I give to explain exactly what you're saying, right, is that when you're walking by someone, right, and you may have the feeling that I don't really care to speak to this person or really like this person or whatever the case may be, you know what I mean? And you're like wondering, why are you thinking this? No, it's that person thinking that about you.
Hold on.
You're picking up their
thoughts. That could be dangerous. That could be dangerous. Just like what happened in the chat, though. I can rock with that, but that could be dangerous because somebody could be thinking, damn, what's her problem? She doesn't like, we've all done it. No one's innocent of this. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, this person doesn't like me because they're not summer jamming. And I could be like, oh, I sure hope this person says another comment and completely have not seen their comment and be like, wow, I really want to Summer Jam's Indigenous Black man's comment, but I don't see his comments. An Indigenous Black man had a comment that I missed. And so he's thinking, oh, you don't want to Summer Jam my comments, huh? Because you know the truth hurts. And I'm thinking something completely different. So it's not always
now,
people, when you think something about somebody, it's not always them thinking that.
True. Now, let me give you the second part to it, though, right? Now, how
thank you for letting me use your example, you as an example of Indigenous Black man.
But the second part to it right now, that when it leads to assumption, right? Now, when somebody does this, it's about transmuting energy, right? So whatever feeling it is, they might not say that specifically in their mind, but you know, it's some kind of uncomfortableness, right? So the way to transmute it is to speak to them. Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? Now you break the ice. Now you have canceled out whatever it could have been. You see what I'm saying? Then you ever notice that the people that see in the meetings when you speak to them, they brighten up like, hey, what's up? So you notice it wasn't really a problem at all. You see what I'm saying? It's just the energy. But, you know.
I just transmuted the energy with my brother Indigenous Black man.
That's what I was saying.
But no, being serious about that. No, it's all good, Indigenous. Let me say this, though. But what about you sometimes... Now we're getting into psychology more, which it all is based in consciousness. But what about people with schemas and trauma and all kinds of defenses? And this isn't anything about Indigenous. Now we're going into, you said when you try to diffuse, because I'm going to use an example. What about that guy who unalived, we're not going to say Killed, he unalived the brother who was standing behind the guy's girlfriend in the line in Chicago. And the guy in the car thought, he's looking at my girl's bunky bunk. And then the dude tried to diffuse and tried to transmute. I don't know what happened. It seemed to make things worse for him. He tried to diffuse it. He tried to transmute the energy, and it didn't work. It incited the guy more because all of his other psychological traumas and all of his mental, his
mental capacity,
psychosis caused him to be like, something that dude said triggered him. If I show the video, you can see everything. There's a moment where he almost calmed him down. But then he just did it. He just SHOT him. Did you see that video? Yeah, you saw that Dogon No God, right? Like he tried to transmute it, yes. But the dude, he talked to him. He said, "Brother, come on, da da da."
See, now that's just like the guy walking by. Now I could choose to say, "Hey man, what's up, man?" Go speak to him, or I could just keep walking. That's when ignorance come into play. You know what I mean? You got to ignore it, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, I'm walking by. Now
he couldn't ignore it. The guy, you gotta see it though. You never saw it.
Well, yeah, I didn't see it. So
he would have got a in the back.
You know what I mean? Mental illness, stuff like that. I can't die.
Yeah, it's tough. But wisdom is pretty deep over here.
Sometimes when you try to explain to people, like I notice when I'm talking to youngsters, and like you might do something to them, and you might apologize. You know what I mean? And then they, like you said, it turns them up more. It's like they're more emboldened when you.
Yeah, they think you're weak.
You're weak, exactly. You go exactly know where I'm going with this.
And then they really want to hurt you. It's weird.
Exactly. Like one day I was going to McDonald's, Napah.
Come on, tell the story. But this was an old head who did that mess. But go ahead. It's usually the young one.
The way I had the part
about the McDonald's. I'm gonna put you on the big screen so you can tell it.
Okay. So I'm at Walmart. McDonald's, right? I had to park my car on the side or whatever in the parking space, but you had to kind of like in that specific area, you had to kind of walk along the drive-through by the car or drive-through to go into the door. Okay. So I walked kind of close to the last car because the door was like right there. You know what I mean? And this youngster jumped out the car and was like, "Hey man, what's up, man? Like, why you walking so close to my car?" And I was like, brother, I just parked right here. You know what I mean? I had to walk right this way to go into the McDonald's. He was holding on to stuff like, "Oh, oh yeah, oh, you know, and like, you know, whatever, you know what I mean? And so I had to like, that's how I diffused it. I was just smiling like, hey man, you know, I just had to just, but in my mind, I knew, I said, he would have probably tried to pop me or something, you know what I mean? If I said something crazy, you know what I mean? So yeah, in some situations, you just really can't do anything about it. You know
Yeah,
what I
he
mean?
wanted to do something.
Like, it was nothing I could say any further. He's still gonna want smoke regardless. You know what I mean? So
You gotta be careful with laughing though. Then he'll say, "You laughing at me?"
you know, I was already like smiling when he turned around because I thought he wanted something else. But honestly, I didn't know he was finna respond that way because I'm just a free, you know, head person. No, I try to be anyway. You know what I mean? So when he was like, when we was like trying to get my attention, I thought it was for something. I didn't know what he was about to say. So I was like, "Hey, what's up, man?" You know what I'm saying? And he was like, "Yo, why you walking so close to my car like that?" And he was getting out and saying, "I'm like, oh, hey, man."
Too many of these people have guns. I know we got the Second Amendment right, but this is getting out of control.
It is. Like, it really
I don't understand why these people are really playing too much video games, too many video games. They don't actually think people are going to be gone forever, like, or they don't care. Like,
I really wanted to get into it too, Napah.
You know what I hate?
My initial self would have been like, "What? Man, you don't get your head back in that car, boy. Shut the F up." That's the real time I be on. Like, I don't see what you're talking about. You got to just kill me today. You know, I don't care. You even disrespect
no,
me.
nobody should do that.
I don't mean like that literally, but on the sound, I'm not finna tuck my tail. You know what I mean? When I know you're wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, let me let you know. Let me explain something to you. This is no. I'm going to talk to all the brothers out there.
Mm-hmm.
Live to tell the story, and if you at this point, it's not being a punk, it's not tucking your tail, it's being a genius to live, because these people are sick out here just because they want you. Think about it. If you just go, "Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I told you I'm right." They don't. You're living to tell this. You're living another day, and they're just going to end up DEADs because they're living that life, and they're going to meet their match. Trust me, they will meet their match.
That's why I didn't do it. I've grown a lot. You know what I mean? So you know, it's not even worth.
It's not a punk. It's not a punk.
I was like, man, I'm not finna get into no static with nobody at no McDonald's when I gotta go back to work and take care of my.
Did you say KILLU because you're not gonna tuck your tail? That's not a good.
No. I said that's what I would initially did. You know what I mean? Like
before,
yes. You know what I mean? So I was smart enough to understand that hey, these people not wrapped too tight. You see what I'm saying? Something's wrong with them.
Yes.
Understanding, and that's why I take a different approach now instead of being the old school aggressive. Like you know how old.
No, you cannot.
You can't be like that. You gotta be like more happy. Like, what's up, man? You gotta be more friendly with these guys.
Or don't. No, I wouldn't say friendly. Even I wouldn't say that.
But not necessarily friendly. But what I'm saying, you gotta be approachable. You can't be seen like you mad with nobody. You see what I'm saying?
You're too nice.
You know.
When you see the car, this is how women see. We are women. We've been doing it longer than you guys. We know. I want to get close to that car because he might snatch me in there and drive away. So I stay away from the cars. I don't be walking up on these cars.
Yeah, I didn't know. It like the way the door was. That's the last car, and I was just like angling, going in. But I guess I don't know. But
you just gotta be careful out here. And by the way, if you live in a state and you're capable, you do have to arm yourself, because I promise you, the outcome on a lot of these people, just unaliving people, would be a lot different if not just the person. If you see somebody about to get KILL, like the guy in Chicago, you have the right to defend that person's life.
Yes, you do.
Helping them. Like if you see somebody getting ready to pow somebody and they're wrestling, you have the right to, if you have you don't have any burner or hot gun, excuse me, you can help people. I'm not telling you to go around unaliving people, but I'm saying if we had more people in society not pulling out their phones and just really helping each other, it'd be a better situation, because it's just crazy. It's sad. It's sad how many people are just unaliving people. I saw this guy unalive this OG, because the OG was like humiliating him, telling his girlfriend He was telling them he was drunk.
Oh,
He appeared drunk. Did you see that?
yeah,
And he was
talking
telling
crazy to that youngster. And he
you
was
saw
telling
it?
him, like, he was telling him, like, going on, man, or something like that, or leave me alone. He was telling him, leave me alone, or he was telling the old school guy, like, man, why you bothering me? I think, is that the one you saw? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, but that was one. I think he was saying leave him alone, and then he told his girlfriend. He said she tired of you. It's you don't want to mess with their women, and that's when he shot him.
Ooh. Okay, my bad. Let me get back to the just things. I'll let you get on.
But let's get back to you, and then we're really going to close out.
Mm-hmm.
You need to tell me something about Israel and Canaan on the closeout. Are Canaanites Israelites? Are Israelites Canaanites? Was Joseph an Israelite or was Joseph a Canaanite? Was Mary? Was Jesus?
Yes, absolutely. And I would look at it from by briefly talking about. I never looked at it from like differentiating Israel from Canaan or whatever, even though they are the same.
Differentiating them?
Yeah, differentiate. Yeah, exactly. Differentiating them. Yes, ma'am. And,
you sounded like you said eviscerating. I said, what are you talking about? I'm eviscerating.
Yeah, I see what you said. Okay.
I guess we're talking about the, pew-pews too much, but go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So they are. They are.
They are the same, like you said, right? But the difference would be that Israel be considered as the people that following God in the correct way, which Canaan still does not. So basically, I would call Canaan maybe like Gentiles. So we know Israelites can also be Gentiles. You know what I mean? So basically, Canaan is basically Gentiles, and these are people that don't follow God, in his correct way.
Canaan are Gentiles.
Mm-hmm. If
Canaanites are considered Gentiles in the Bible,
yes.
But
it can't, right? If Israelites can be Gentiles, right?
I get what you're saying.
Yes, you know what I mean. And as a bigger question, then automatically Canaanites can also be Israelites. You see what I'm saying? So it's all the same.
Canaanites can be Israelites. Oh, exactly. I get what you. Now you're talking about conversion.
Exactly.
It's such a deep topic that we can't just get it in one live stream. I do want to say for the record, yes, all praise to the Most High. I do want to say for the record that doesn't mean that the people who called themselves and who practiced the Torah of ancient times, that doesn't mean they didn't exist. And it doesn't mean that they were not the ancestors of the people of the transatlantic slave trade. Many of the people of the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, I'll acquiesce to the whole thing, like not all, but for me, there's a large portion, if not the majority. You gotta watch. You guys, if you weren't in here earlier, you too, wisdom. Mm-hmm. If you are due a slave movie, go and watch the Book of Negro. Some of it is a little bit kitschy and and it's been done, but there's a lot of good stuff in there to show the suffering of our people early on in the slave trade and how it's a fictional piece, but it's based on a lot of accurate historical stuff, like the abolition of the slave trade completely, stopping it. But you know what the sad part was of it? One part that, Lord, I'm getting, talk amongst yourselves. I'm getting verklempt over here. One of the parts, oh my gosh, there's a part where they're talking about, let me get this off here, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, family. So they have a scene where the slaves are talking and she's talking to her husband. Oh my gosh, so painful and good because it's real. Because her husband was actually working for the traders. He was one of the Africans. Mm-hmm. And when they captured her, I'm not spoiling for you, y'all. Y'all know they unalived her parents. And the boy who was walking with her, who was working for the traders, the Africans, he was giving her water and helping her. He ended up being trafficked. He says he got slave traded as well. And then they got together. But you know, the part that got me emotional just now is two things. They kept on getting, they couldn't be together. Like he had to sneak into her the plantation, and then her massa was jealous of the boy and sold their baby. This is so accurate on what happened to us. And she kept on looking for her husband, and they would meet up again and again and again. I'm not going to spoil the ending. It's so emotional.
I saw
But
that movie too.
but there's something that really hurt me. Like if you look at it, it was during the American Revolution with the British, and the slave husband said, the British said that if I go and I help them in the war, they're going to give us our freedom. You know, they always did that to us. And then he said, if this is the part, I'm gonna see if you catch it. He said, if the British don't win, and if we don't beat the rebels, the Americans, this slavery could go on for another 50 years. This was 1776. And I know it's fictional, but I can see where they would, you get what I'm saying? Like, they couldn't have imagined that slavery would go on for over 100 more years. He was just saying, if the British don't win, slavery could last another 50 years. And I was like, wow. But in reality, slavery lasted another 110, at least 110 years. You get what I'm saying? So even though it was a fictitious thing for him to say, you could see logically that they were thinking that. That's the part that really made me start crying. I had to pause it because, oh my God, slavery is, I don't see how people don't get slavery is like still the problem with all of us. I'm sorry I got emotional. You get what I'm saying though? Like 50 years, they couldn't fathom that that it would go on for another century, over a century. Crazy. That just got to me. Anyway.
I guess I'm kind of like biased towards the slavery thing now, Napah, and it's sad to say because I know how heartfelt a lot of people is to that. You know what I mean? And what they base a lot of their identity as far as like doing something right and being the best or whatever. I understand the significance of what pushes them. You know what I mean? And so I don't try to take it away for the ones, even they truly believe in it. Because like I say, I'm under the understanding that everybody must be convinced in their own minds about whatever it is. And so whatever you choose to believe in and you really believe in that, I cannot tell you not to. You know what I mean? But at the same time, people should be able to have an opinion and a greatly articulated reason of why they feel the way they feel when it comes to things like that. You know what I mean? So what have led me to lean more on if it did happen, it definitely wasn't as bad as they say, or as horrifying as they articulated, right? And the reason why, first of all, I'm trying to keep it bullet point action. I understand psychological warfare. I understand the importance of causing the people to feel like they're inferior versus a person that's superior. So for that point alone, I think that'll be a reason why they would lie that way and to such extent. And we know these people know psychology, so they know how it affects people's mind when they see certain things about certain things. And then when we get into the scholaristic aspect of it, is that when you look into what these words actually mean, you look into what enslavement mean, you looking into what slave mean, and things like that. They give you even an etymology of these words, I should say, not just definitions, because we know definitions. The first definition, especially, is always the one that's most commonly used, not the one that's more true. It's just more commonly used. Or people look at it, the word means a certain thing. So when you look into the etymology of the words, you'll have different aspects. Even like the word family, for instance, the etymology of the word family means a household of servants. So if I'm a type of person that goes from the bias that does not want to be considered as a slave, or my relatives to be considered, or my ancestors to be considered as slaves, I would have to look at it from the fact that, okay, family means household servants. So, okay, we were slaves. Then my daddy was my master, and I was a slave of my daddy. If I had to accept it, I would have to look at it from that way, because that's what the word family actually means, household of servants. You know
Hold
what I
on.
mean?
Hold on. don't lose your thought, because I was riding along with you and I just fell completely off the bus. I fell off the back of the truck on that one right there. But I just want to hand it back to you. Even in the movie Indigenous Black Men, I'm glad you talked about this, because they were playing in our face even back then. Even though you look at the movie, it's a fictional piece, there is facts on this indentured slave thing. And they played with us when they said if we helped them with the war. They told us, oh, you're indentured, but let's not even talk about sharecropping after slavery ended. And we are in the month of Juneteenth, by the way. I'm talking about Texas with the Juneteenth, but after slavery was so-called abolished, they just left us with nothing, and promises, lies. That indentured slave contract, that indentured servant, is a form of slavery, and they even touched on that on the movie a little bit too. So, but let me see what everybody says. When you fill out a job, are you talking about now? Okay, I see you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so go ahead, brother.
Yeah, because they call it about a job thing. If I'm not mistaken, they call it employee to employer contract, something like that. But basically, that's showing master to slave, even with an employer to employee aspect.
Yeah, and but the difference is, but are you taking the thing that I want to say? All of this is right about the slavery and the work. Mm-hmm. Different kind of slavery, though. Mm-hmm. I'm so hypersensitive about the commercial, the business of slavery when we're talking about the ancient African people who didn't like for instance, with indentured slavery, with indentured servants. Yes, we know that this happened with a lot of Irish people, but I'm talking about the slaves here, how the just the system and the way it was. They told them, okay, you can go and you can be my when slavery was over, you can be my worker. You won't make any money. You do it for 4 years. I will give you food, room, and board. And then after 4 years, what did he gain? He didn't gain anything besides being basically working for food, not working to build self. You know what I mean? He didn't build anything, the person.
Now think about those times though, right?
And we went through chattel slavery. Yes, go ahead.
And I'm saying back in those days, right? Okay, first of all, the main source of income would be a farm, right? Everybody needs food.
What are we talking about? We're talking about back before the 1800s?
Yeah, the 1700s, 1800s, you know.
We're talking about the African slave trade, right?
Yes, the supposed African slave trade, right? But I would say yes, the African slave trade, because I don't want to offend nobody. You know what I mean? But
what do you usually say?
I wouldn't call it Africans at all. Because I know African can mean just dark person. You know what I mean?
People who came from Africa?
Huh?
People who came from Africa?
Well, the people that came from Africa they are Africans. You know what I mean? Okay, the people that know they came straight from the boat to here, those are Africans, period. Right? That's the only way you can be a true African.
They knew they were Africans, yes.
If you follow the ethnic culture of any ethnic culture of Africans or whatever, you can consider yourself an African ethnically, you know what I mean, or whatever. But you don't have literal proof or whatever. You are where you're born. That's your native land. You know what I mean?
So we're talking about the people from Africa, though. You're talking about the slavery, right?
Well, okay. We'll say
people who were taken from Africa, sold by African
the 1619 thing they're talking about, 20 some odd Negroes, all that stuff, right? So if we go to that point, keep with the narrative, okay? Even that alone, when that first began, they was talking about indentured servitude, and we know that by the guy that had the civil case, damn, I forgot what versus Scott, you know what I mean? But the Scott case, though, you know what I mean? That's how we know. Scott. Yeah, the Dred Scott case, exactly. So that's how we know for sure. Well, actually, not only the Dred Scott case, but The first Negro to own a slave person for life was Anthony Johnson. Have you ever heard that guy? A black guy?
Anthony Johnson?
Yes.
No.
Please pull him up, please, Napah, because this didn't. You really have to pull this up because
And
Anthony
what
Johnson,
he owned a slave in Europe?
no, what I'm saying is no. Anthony Johnson is American. Like if you can just put it up on your phone or anything, it's gonna be.
Oh, I'm gonna look it up for you.
So Anthony Johnson is basically the person that's a black man at that.
He's a colonist,
yes.
slave owner.
Go ahead. Can you read? Want to read a little bit?
This is the Angolan-born man who achieved wealth in the early 17th century colony of Virginia. He was the first African American. He was the first African American whose right to own a slave for life was recognized by the Virginia courts. Johnson arrived in Virginia in 1621 and is considered the first prominent black landowner. Okay, so what are you showing us on this?
Okay, well, they say the first African American, just to always throw things off, but he was the first American period to own a person for life. The first one, you know what I mean? That's the first Supreme Court ruling that started people to be able to be held for life in servitude was his case. And when you read more into it, they'll let you know that he owned a white man and black people. You see what I'm saying? He owned white people and black people. And like I said, it was 1621. So this 16 odd Negro stuff or whatever, 1619 some odd Negro, that's automatically a red flag. Okay, 3 years later, cool. Now a black man, owning people and owning land and all these types of things. Even with these slave stories, how they never tell you that. Well, they do say there's free Negro, though you can see that I was Negro that was free, and a son that was.
It says here that he was also an indentured servant himself.
Exactly, an indentured servant himself.
So
right?
How was he not a slave? How is he the first?
No,
indentured servitude was basically slavery by hire.
Well, that's not for life though. When you say indentured servitude, that's when you have a time frame or whatever to be released. But we're talking about enslaving yourself for life, where you always gonna be a slave. That's what we're talking about. He was the first person that had that established through court. You know what I mean?
So so what you're telling us? Are you an Aboriginal? You don't believe in that the slave trade happened, or do you?
I'm not Aboriginal, but I do believe that. Actually, I am Aboriginal to this land. But
do you believe that there was no slave trade?
I know all those people and all that, but I didn't learn none of that from them. What I'm saying is,
I just want to know where I am with you.
Okay, I know there was slave trade, but when you look into the history of slavery, like starting with the word of a thing.
I already know the word slavery and Slavs and all that. I'm talking about the African American roots of the people who came over from Africa to all around the world to work as slaves.
Well, I don't truly believe in that 100%. You know what I mean? Now, do I believe that people were being enslaved and everything, and that some people could have come from Africa? Yes, I do believe that. You know what I mean? Because when I study the map and things like that, I see how close Africa is to Brazil. And when you do certain research on different places in Brazil, well, that's what I've done before. With the places that's close to Africa, I've done research on those certain places. And I can see where people were being taken over there and it was being taken back and forth. Like I can see how close it is to each other. So I can see that always have been a trade going on there. You know what I mean? And I understand about the power of kings and tribesmen and chiefs and all of that, how they can easily cause people to do things he want them to do. It's for like, hey, we want y'all to go over here. We want y'all to work for these people and do this and do that and pay tribute to this and that. You know what I mean? So I know eventually, yes, it did become slavery for Negroes per se. It was late in the 1800s or late 1700s, 1800s. But before then, 1,000 years, the Caucasian, the Slavonic people and all those people were in servitude. You know what I mean?
We already know that. Why do people always bring that up? No one ever, obviously slavery was known because they utilized it for hundreds of years to specifically put Black African people in chattel slavery. Mm-hmm. I don't know why. I want to ask you, why when we talk about what happened, everybody wants to go into the history of the word of slavery and talk about indentured slaves and there were some whites. Why is it
I'm gonna tell you why.
every time we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, everybody wants to get deep and start talking about what the word slave means and go find everybody else who is white, this and the Slavics. Why do we do that when there's so much to discuss on what actually happened to us as a people?
See, okay. Remember when I said, right, if I were to look at slavery, I wouldn't look at it from the aspect, because I am biased towards my people just being taken advantage of and things like that. I don't personally believe my people was that weak. I just don't. So what I'm saying is to make sense out of it by what they're saying, not by what I'm saying. When it comes to the word family, just for instance, not slave, but the word family itself, it shows that this is a household of servants. When we look at the history, we can see, like, especially from the South. I'm from the South. Okay, I look at things a lot of different ways, Napah. So, and I got a lot of reasons why I said the thing I'm saying. Let me ask you one question, so you can understand, maybe follow why I have to look at it deeper than what they're just telling us. Because when you ask a person, where did slavery, do they say slavery took place at? And then you ask the Google, did slavery was the place slavery taking place at in the 13 colonies? It would say yes. Okay, so if slavery has taken place in the 13 colonies, which when we say slavery, we're associated with the deep South, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, like the deep Texas, the deep southern states, Mississippi. That's what we associate slavery as. But those are not, well, Georgia had become, I think, a part of the 13 colonies, but most of these are not the 13 colonies at all. And quite frankly, most of the 13 colonies are northern states. Like, for instance, Harriet Tubman. She's a pretty known accepted slave that everybody would consider to be a slave with Underground Railroad and everything. If I had to take
what about her? Do you think she existed?
Okay. Now, when we talk about Harriet Tubman, we will assume that she was a Southern slave. She was from Maryland. That's where she was in slavery at.
Why would we assume that?
But because I'm trying to explain to you that most people associate slavery with the Deep South. So what I'm trying to explain to you, in the stories that we hear, is they're not basically saying, having people to understand that the South of the North was actually called the South. Like, people knew they would call Maryland the South. That's the South. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, all those places. And she went from Maryland up to enslaved people and took them to Canada. Okay? You see, because like most of us still own our land or have ancestors that own land since 1800s, 1700s, and stuff like that. Or
what is this? You're going off too far.
So, because you're asking me why do we automatically go back into the history of the word slave and things like that and disassociate?
We shouldn't. That was rhetorical, actually.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know you're answering it, but that's a black mind broke. Your mind is broken when you're black and do that, because you won't find a Jew if you use the word Holocaust. Listen carefully, black people. If you say Holocaust to a Jew, they won't start telling you about all the different meanings of the word Holocaust, and it really means to put a bunch of people to make a big fire. And it doesn't. Back in ancient days, there were these people. They won't do that
because they know
what they'll do is talk about what happened to their people. That's why slavery has they've done what they needed to do to us, because the Negro will always start talking about everything else besides what actually happened to our people. It's always that way.
I'm telling you what I think happened to our people, though. I'm telling you that I think when they called us slaves and enslaved people, we were enslaved to our own families. Like we were.
Oh my God.
I
gotta calm down because I like you as a brother, but you are saying things that you do not understand that are so egregious and offensive.
No,
I'm gonna say this. We weren't enslaved to our families when we were on slave ships coming from the coast of Africa. First, let's go to the coast of Africa. When they kidnapped the people and put them on the coast and put them in cages and branded them and waited for the next slave ship to come. That wasn't our family.
I don't want to ruffle any feathers about it because
No.
how hard you are.
Tell me where that was our family that owned those slave ships. Africans own slave ships.
I would simply ask, like, where is the indefinite proof of that? And I don't want to be.
There's the proof.
Yes, ma'am.
There's what do you mean? There's slave rosters. There's slave stories. There's accounts from actual slaves. There are documents that show slavery. There are actual people who are now deep sea diving, finding portions of actual slave ships. There's a plethora of information showing that there was a slave trade and that there were slaves.
And see, when I do research on it, Napah, it just leads me back to, like I'm saying, the things that you be like, why y'all always have to go there? But like, the only real proof, like for instance, when I was doing research on Cape Town, are you familiar with Cape Town in Africa, right? One of the main places that they're saying that a lot of slaves taken from too, you know what I mean, which is Cape Town, Africa. I forget why I was doing research on it, but it had nothing to do with slavery at all. I just happened to stumble across this. So the people in Cape Town, they call those people colored people. That's what they call them. They call them the bastards. They call them colors. Okay. And then when I do more research on it, these are like Dutch people from India, all these type of places. This was a colony that they brought all these people to in one place, and they started mixing together. And then these became the Dutchmen and the bastards and the colored people. They started distributing these people to Australia and a lot of different other places. And now, so now in America, we call ourselves colored people. And we really don't understand that colored mean mixed, like a different bunch of mixed people. But because people never do research on what I'm telling you, Napah, I know.
Colored, what do you mean we don't do research? Colored means mixed is your opinion and opinions of others. No, listen, I want you to tell me, like the brother says, every civilization encounters slavery. Thank you, brother. Thank you, wisdom. But what about this group of people that built America and were treated like worse than animals? What about us? What about us?
I'm trying to offend you in no kind of way. What I'm saying is,
it's not that you're offending me.
Okay, I don't want to. But what I'm trying to say is, you have to look at the different things.
Let me say this. It's not that you're offending me. Mm-hmm. It is an offense and an assault on the memory and the suffering of your ancestors. It's not me.
I just think that, right? Because I don't believe that.
What we're doing is there was a time when we had slavery, and it was the memory of it was a big pot of pain and suffering and mistreatment. And throughout time, the white man watered it down for you, handed it to the Negroes. Some of us said, get that out my face. I want the real pot. I don't want that mixed down watered stuff. But some of you, like you and a lot of people, kept on taking that watered down version. Now you just got maybe 4% slave facts in there and a big pot of water. And you're just sitting here saying, well, there is some slavery, but that's what I see. Because we need to stop with this whole new stuff about family is slavery. These people were taken on slave ships, and they were taken from their land and beaten and raped. Their children were sold. Where are we going with everybody?
That's why I say that I don't really know what.
Why don't we care about that anymore? Why?
I mean, I definitely do. You know, I feel egregious about it. If it truly happened the way they're saying it happened, I don't agree with it at all, and I don't like it at all. And I do want to honor my ancestors in that light. That's why I don't want to. That's why I say I'm not trying to offend nobody, because I don't know. I wasn't there. But all I'm saying is that if I look at it based on the intellectual aspect of it, it just don't add all the way up. Now, I can go off what they're saying. I can believe it because they're showing it to me and they're telling me this. I understand. But it's many things that I thought I knew because the status quo says it, and it turns out not to be true in many ways. Like me, and even the way I look at the Bible, I never heard anybody interpret certain things. I interpreted no pastor, no anybody, and I talked to many people and trying to get them to understand or see something that I could be saying, and they just don't. You know what I mean? So I can't, at the same time, I can't do myself a disservice by going against my own understanding and intelligence based on the facts that I've searched up myself to convince myself of what I actually think and know. You know what I mean? Just to not feel like I'm going against everybody in the world or whatever the case. Because, like, for instance, they say the whole world will be deceived even when it comes to the scriptures, but that don't stop most people from feeling like they are Christians and they really know what's going on or whatever. Obviously, that's not the truth, because the Bible says most of everybody going to be need to be deceived. So if I'm that one or two people that say, hey man, that's not how it goes, I might be the one that's just not being deceived according to the scriptures. So it's a hard fight to fight, you know what I mean? But even when it comes to, like, how did the white man end up taking control? Because most people say they have to be the ones to have us as slaves because they're the ones that are running the world right now today. But people don't understand.
Then you notice I never said anything about the white man.
Well, yes,
I
you never said that. I'm just saying the people that rule things. Also, not no
people who did the slave trade.
Because white. Okay, go ahead.
They were Spanish, Portuguese, even the French participated at a time, and the British. I mean, can I read this real quick? The brother said, there was a brother said, I don't know anything about slavery. I'm from Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was a very, I'm going to read this. I got to get the comment. There was slavery, but not always. But slavery wasn't just never in Pennsylvania. I wanted to point that out. If we look at this, and I appreciate the comments, y'all. Okay, let me read this real quick, brother. Mm-hmm. And I know I'm emotional about the topic. We're cool. You and I are cool, but it's just like it's appropriate outrage. Yes. So Pennsylvania, an act for gradual abolition of slavery, 1780. Remember, slavery was abolished in the northern states before slavery actually ended, before it was all. That's why we had the Civil War, duh. And I'm not saying duh to you guys, but I'm just saying. Okay, on March 1st, 1780, Pennsylvania passed an act for the gradual abolition of slavery. So slavery did exist in Pennsylvania. It existed over the United States, all over, but then the northern states started to abolish slavery before the South, of course, which stopped the importation of slaves into the state, required all slaves to be registered, and established that all children born in the state were free, regardless of race or parentage. While individuals who were slaves before 1780 remained in slavery. So let's not get it twisted. This is an interesting article. I can post it in the chat. But I just wanted to point that out. Slavery was not, America had slaves. Okay, some longer than others. But this is the link to that article if you want to read it, everybody. All right, so I get it. You have.
I just have more. I just say it like this, Napah, right? I try to convince myself that I'm wrong about anything, right? You know what I mean? So I really do take the time to look at both sides. Like, I'm just not that biased to where I'm just going to look at information that's only going to support what I think and I think only. No, I just try to just take it back to the nitty gritty of things. Like I'm about one of the first people that brought up these certain terminology and etymologies about certain things that you hear Aboriginals talk about and things like that. You know?
Like what? Like what? So it's your fault?
No, not necessarily my fault is what I'm saying, but I'm just saying, like, okay, like for instance, I was one of the first people that I know of, I should say, you know what I mean? Because maybe you said it before me, I don't know, for what I know. Like the word emancipation, right? The Emancipation Proclamation. People would assume that Emancipation Proclamation means that you were free, okay? But the importance of words, which we notice, like when you look into the Bible, you know how important words are and looking them up and understand the etymology of them so you can have a concise understanding of what's being said. So that's why I look at words. Okay.
Go ahead,
so
brother.
the word emancipation in its etymological sense means transfer as property. That's what it means. So, excuse me if I had to be like, wait a minute. I thought y'all told us that Emancipation Proclamation meant that we were free. But in actuality, it means that we would just transfer into the United States as being property to the United States. That's what it means.
Okay.
So now it'd be like, okay, who are we freed from then?
Yeah, who are we free from?
Our parents. That's the age of majority, they call it. They call it the age of majority in Napah. Like when you turn 18, you are not under your parents' rule anymore. It was not always that way. In the South, we follow agrarian rulership. That's what we follow. It was like about the law of the agriculture. That's what we based our government and stuff on, agriculture. When the Industrial Revolution came around, is when everything got turned upside down. That's when we became indebted and things like that, because we couldn't produce products that we needed to produce and all this type of stuff. And we needed loans and help because of the, like I think called the bull, weevil.
This is the papal, you're talking about the papal bull. And
no,
that
no, ma'am.
Wait, before you keep going, I want to say you're absolutely right, Indigenous. That's when the breeding, once they stopped the importation of slaves, then we had breeding farms. I want to share this though, because I just want to show people how you said the definition of the word of emancipation means transfer of property. Emancipation means the fact or process of being set free from legal, social, or political restrictions. It also means liberation. It also means the freeing of someone from slavery. This doesn't say anything about transference of property.
Remember, I told you the etymology of the word.
Okay, let's look at now, but we know the definition, right? That's the definition of the word. Free, being freed. Now, if you want to go look up the etymology of the word, we know it means to be set free from slavery. But if you would like to review the etymology of emancipation, we can definitely do that. Let's go to online etymology dictionary. A setting free. I don't know if you could see this. Let me see.
Click on it. Am
I sharing this? Wait, let me stop sharing and then go back in. So now we're looking at the word. We know emancipation means setting free from slavery. Now we're going to look at the etymology of the word emancipate, because the brother wants to go a little further and he wants to double down and look at the etymology of the word. 1630s, it meant a setting free. It's from the French word emancipation, from Latin emancipationem. It's nominative emancipatio. So that would be emancipationem, my bad. So Latin is emancipationem, and the nominative is emancipatio. The noun of acting from past participle stem of emancipare, see emancipate. In modern use, especially of the freeing of a minor from parental control. There's that word free. Specifically with references to U.S. slavery from 1785, the Emancipation Proclamation was issued July 22nd, 1862, effective January 1st, 1863. In Britain, with reference to easing of restrictions of Catholics, easing of restrictions. If you ease a restriction to stop someone from being restricted would be synonymous with setting someone free. In modern use, especially of freeing a minor from, okay, so I read that. That's all about so that was the etymology of emancipation. Let's see if we can find something that's similar to what you mentioned in this word emancipate. Here it is again, set free from control, as far as the etymology, from the Latin emancipatus, past participle of emancipare, put a son out of paternal authority, declare someone free. Again, we're in the etymology and it's still telling us that it means to be freed. Give up one's authority over. In Roman law, the freeing of a son or wife, the legal authority, patria. So there it is. The pare would be the father, I guess. And patria potesta, of the pater familias, to make his or her own way in the world, from assimilated, from ex, out, away, mancipare. So ex mancipare, deliver, transfer, or sell. Remember you said the thing to transfer over ownership? This is where you're seeing this. Mancipare means deliver, right? It means transfer. Mancipare means to transfer or deliver or sell. From mancipum, ownership. From manus, hand. So when you're looking, what you're talking about, transfer ownership, you're looking at the word mancipare, transfer, right? Mancipum, ownership, from manus, meaning the hand of, right? So yes, when you're taking someone out of the hand of their slave owner, you're transferring them to, you're not transferring, you're giving them, making them free, you're delivering them to freedom. So
from
yes,
their paternal authority, right?
No, you're delivering them to freedom when we're talking about emancipate. So you're looking at
their paternal authority. Remember how I said it at the top?
From what?
Paternal authority. Remember I was explaining to you about being free from your parents and everything, about household service and family meaning, household service and everything.
But it doesn't. No, that was, look, let's go back to the top of this. The word where you say pare, to put a son out of paternal authority, that would be because it's emancipare. Man would be the hand. E is like X, like getting it out. So out, the word, the letter E, man is the hand. E, man, to take out of the hand, separe, of the father. Right. Take out of the hand of the father. That's the etymology right there. But emancipate, it means to set free, not just of the father. It means to set free. And it comes from that word emancipare, out of the paternal authority. But even if it is coming out of the paternal authority, out of the hand of the father, they're being set free. So it says, emancipare, put a son out of paternal authority, declare someone free.
And it doesn't declare someone
ownership from one to another.
And that's a comma, right? It say someone free, then it say give up one's authority over.
Where do you see that?
So like if I give my authority up,
it says to declare someone free, give up one's authority over the person you're setting free. Yes.
Well, I understand. I understand.
No. We're gonna read it again. Let me read it again. Set free from control. From the Latin emancipatus. Pater means father in Latin. And then we know E would be to like take out of, and the man means hand. And we can see that down here where you see where it says X, out of, that would be equivalent to the E. And then man means hand, and separe would be of the father, set out of the hand of the father. So emancipatus and emancipare means to take the father's authority. Remember, we're talking about patriarchy. We're taking the government or the father, whatever you want to say, the control that person has a hold of you. And then right here it says, declare someone free, give up one's authority over. That means I emancipate you. I give up my authority over you. So.
But they didn't do that, right? According to history, they didn't give up authority. They were taken, right?
With the slavery. Slavery, they gave up, they set people free technically, but we know all the trials and tribulations that we had. But technically, the document said that the slaves were no longer slaves in captivity. The word captivity is better, the captives. Remember, restrictions are let me go back up to there where it says relinquish. Not relinquish, it says to take restrictions off. Let's go back up to the actual word emancipation.
Like you said, the word emancipate would be better because that's the word I was on.
They're both the same. None of it says transfer ownership. Doesn't. I mean, yes, when you look at the right here where it says mancipare, mancipare means deliver or transfer or sell, but the word
You see
is
the word ownership right there, right? You say from
deliver, transfer, or sell. From mancipum, ownership. From manus, hand. So mancipare, actually, that's not right. I made a mistake. Sorry. When it says ex, out, away, and plus mancipare, it means, so both of those, ex mancipare, meaning to deliver out of, to transfer out of. You see how it's all one? It says from assimilated form of ex, which is out, away, plus mancipare, which is deliver, transfer, or sell. So it says to deliver out of, to transfer out of, to sell out of.
Okay, I definitely get your point. I see how that can definitely be right too. You know what I mean? So now I kind of want to ask you this, but not to say that
And
you're
look at
wrong
this
about
right
this at
here.
all.
It says from the PIE root, cap, to grasp. So capare, to take. Okay, so wait, let me go back. I don't mean to cut you up, but I want to get back. So sipare, and then it says from manus, hand, capare. So it says right here from mancipum, which is ownership, and then it says from manus, which is hand, and then it's hand plus capere, which is to take. So you put these together. Mancipum is ownership or the hand, and capere, to take. So we've got manus, and capare, not manus capare. We have manus and capare means to grasp or take hold of or be in the hand of or control of. When you manus capare, you're taking them out of the hand of, away from it. So I just want to finish this off. Not used by Romans in reference to freeing slaves. This is about the Romans in Roman times. It was not used by in reference to Romans to the freeing of slaves. The verb for this being manumittere. Manumittere. The English word was adopted in the jargon of the cause of religious toleration. Then anti-slavery in 1776. So it was 17th century, and then it was synonymous with anti-slavery. Also used in reference to women who freed themselves from conventional customs in 1850. So it always went back to taking people out of the control of something else. Now go ahead.
And which I can totally agree, because like I tell you, I had to try to compress.
I'm reading too much.
I had to kind of compress information, because I couldn't say all that what exactly meant. So I just came to my own conclusion to bring it all the way down to a narrow example of it just basically means transfer as property. You know what I mean? Even though they don't quote that per se, just like that, right?
He said he doesn't need to know it, but you know what, brother? Listen, Dogon, no God. I know it means to free, but the brother was saying it meant to transfer ownership to another, and it doesn't mean that.
And so, right,
unless the ownership is coming back to the person who's being owned.
So now let me ask you this though. Now we go back to the narrative of slavery. You know what I mean? The way they teach us about it. You know what I mean? And they say that in order to be free, right, that you have to do what? You have to join the union, the army. Okay. Army also.
That's before the Emancipation Proclamation, right?
Well, 1865 was the proclamation. Was that right? Was proclamation, Emancipation Proclamation?
It wasn't much. It wasn't. It was near that time, but I don't.
Abraham Lincoln, the ones for the
because we're still fighting the Civil War. So
yeah,
the Emancipation Proclamation came after the Union Army, meaning joining the right.
Well, that's the same thing, right? That was the Civil War. You know what I mean?
I'm saying before the Civil War, when they told the slaves, if you join the Civil War, you'll be free. The Union, what I'm trying to say, up in the North, wasn't slave already abolished anyway? They told the Southern slaves that. They went to, they recruited Southern, like Buffalo soldiers. They recruited them in the South, saying, if you come to the North, you can be, I don't know. I mean, I thought that when they were enticed to fight, slavery was not abolished, obviously, because they were fighting for freedom.
Right, they were doing it all illegally if it was really going on, because according to Britain, right, because the 13 colonies were British colonies. When we're talking about the United States, we're talking about...
He must be talking to you, Yannick Alim Dorsey Bay. Because I wasn't using etymology. Who cares? No, I mean, we care, but go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, I forgot where I was going with this.
You were saying that the slaves were fighting and they were not free, or they were free.
Well, okay. I was about to mention the 13 colonies again, I think. Oh yeah, when you think about, they say it was the British 13 colonies. First of all, you know what I mean. So we talk about the British, and then when the British so-called abolished slavery, that was like in the 1700s or something. I think like 1708 or 15 or something like that. They had been done away with so-called slavery in the British colonies. And the British colonies is what we now call the United States of America, which first was called the United Colonies of America. You know what I mean? Then it became the United States of America, you know, whatever. And so even that alone, people think that United States is America. No, it's 13 colonies that became, and all these other like administrative buildings, so to speak, become subsidiaries of the United States of America, the original one. You know what I mean? Like, okay, if people understand business, you know, you have a parent company and then you have subsidiaries. All right. So when you like the United States, the official United States, what they would call the 13, the District of Columbia or whatever, that would be considered the parent company. And then you have. Are
you saying that the British owned these colonies and there wasn't slavery?
Yeah, I'm saying the British owned these colonies, and that according to the 1700s, it was called British America.
That is not true.
The British didn't own the colonies. You don't think?
There was slavery here.
Yeah, it was. Like, were you? Okay, yes, it was. It was slavery here, but we have to. Okay, I'm not saying we have to take the picture that they taught us out of our mind. No,
they taught us.
We had to broaden our understanding of what the possibilities and the
So are you saying there was no slavery during the British rule?
No, I'm saying indeed it was slavery, because anybody you are what do they call it? Anybody you they call it pledge to, anybody you pledge to or technically in alliance with, you are in servitude to. See, because you know they were under the king then.
There was no transatlantic slave trade during the 13 colonies? I mean, during the British rule?
Transatlantic slave trade, you know, the Atlantic goes far deeper, Napah. So we talk about Atlantic.
I just need, like the Dogon brothers said, just a straight. When the British were ruling the United States, well, not the United States, the 13 colonies, when they were ruling, was there a transatlantic slave trade? According to you, I know the answer is yes, but I want to hear from you.
You know what I'm saying? When you automatically say transatlantic slave trade, I know you're talking about African slavery. You know what I mean? I'm saying,
were the British was there slavery?
I don't necessarily say Negroes was the main commodity, though. So yes, it was a translated slave trade. But in the Northeast, coming from Britain and Ireland and all those places coming to America, that is the Atlantic as well. But people seem to forget about that. That is crossing.
Wait. Is there an Irish there's a transatlantic Irish slave trade that we don't know about?
No, what I'm saying is transatlantic means to transport across Atlantic.
Yeah. So was there an Irish transatlantic slave trade that we're not familiar with?
There was an Irish slave trade. So yes, Atlantic was going across the Atlantic.
So there was an Irish slave trade, right?
Yes.
So are you sure you're not talking about the potato famine and the indentured slaves that came over from Ireland? I'm talking about the Irish transatlantic slave trade.
Those are some of the people we know, you and I know, that there is no search wording to say the Irish transatlantic slave trade. We know that. What
Oh,
I'm saying
why is there
when you
not?
say
Why not? Why not?
why doesn't it say African transatlantic slave trade?
Because it went on for centuries and it's well documented and it was worldwide.
I'm asking you.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
It was worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
It was South America, North America, Europe, and they were coming from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at what you're calling the Irish transatlantic slave trade, but that they're hiding from us.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go get some information on the potato famine of Ireland. And yes, there were indentured slaves, and yes, those people suffered. But let's take a look at the potato famine and compare it to the centuries-long transatlantic slave trade. I'm gonna let you keep on with your thought. I'm gonna go look it up for you.
And so I'm very familiar with the potato famine, what they call the Black Plague. You know what I mean? And most people are not familiar with it going back into the 1300s.
The potato famine and the Black Plague are not the same.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The potato famine is an aspect of that happened with the Black Plague. Okay. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's all under the same umbrella, and it all derives from the Little Ice Age. Have you ever heard of that?
Let's get the potato famine, and then let's do the Black Plague, and then we'll do
the Little Ice Age. See, it all started from the Little Ice Age, Napah, and Little Ice Age started like in the 1300s, and on up to the 1300 up into like the 1800. That's when the late part of all the different Irish and people coming over here was the potato famine, and that alone will let you know that these people didn't have anything. When you do any, I know you have, but when people do any research on the potato famine and on the Black Plagues and all in the fire plague, it was so many things going on. And when you look into it, it'll let you know that the average age during the potato famine, when people started coming over here in large droves, that the average age was like 17, 18 years old in Europe. So these were adults we were talking about, you know what I mean? And then we go into the orphan trains and all this type of stuff, you know what I mean? It's showing who was being transferred.
Can I ask a question? Are you calling the potato famine the Black Plague because what happened to the potatoes? Or are you talking about the Black Plague with the sickness
of yeah? What I'm saying is that
the bubonic plague.
Yes, the bubonic plague.
The bubonic plague and the potato famine are two different things.
Yes, they are two different things, Napah. But all I'm saying is that they all.
Now the potatoes were turning black from this type of.
No, that's not what I'm calling the Black Plague. No.
Okay, so you're still sticking with the bubonic plague.
There is a potato famine. You're right, and then there also was a bubonic plague. You know what I mean? So there was different aspects. All I'm saying is that all that falls under the umbrella of what you call the Little Ice Age that many people don't know about. Everybody talk about the Ice Age. They talk about thousand years ago. Most people are not familiar with the phrase called Little Ice Age. And when you look at it,
can we get the potato famine for a minute first?
Go ahead.
And then we'll get to your Ice Age. And so let's look at this. First off, everybody, there's a lot of information on this. I want to get the one with the dates. So I'm going to start with Wesley. I was going to do this one. It says Wesley Johnson, but how about we do the history.com? Let's do that one. Now it started in, you'll agree with me. The potato famine started in 1845. It lasted about 7 years. 7 years, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 7. Not hundreds and hundreds of years, like the transatlantic slave trade for Africans. The Irish transatlantic slave trade lasted 7 years. And I'm not trying to, first off, I am super sensitive about the potato famine. The comment that indigenous Black man said, it is, yes, they horrific things happen to the Irish. I say they meet the curses with the things that happen.
They were called Black people too.
Hold on. Okay, stop. Please stop for a second. That doesn't mean that I'm going to put Irish potato famine on the same level of horror that Africans met and experienced in the African transatlantic slave trade, which lasted for centuries. Okay, I want to make that clear. Let's read about this. And let's see. So I'm definitely not insensitive, but since there's a comparison being made, unfortunately, we have to show the difference.
I didn't make that comparison, right, Napah, about the potato famine being worse than the African slave.
No, but you are presenting these different groups of people.
Yes.
And you're implying that they also had experienced slavery. So yes, you are comparing them to us. Yes, you are. Yes, or else we wouldn't be talking about this. We would be talking about
not this specific incident.
We can't talk at the same time. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying that they're not this specific incident, is not what I'm comparing to at all. That's one aspect of what happened in the whole Little Ice Age, and it started from the 1300s. So in actuality, from the 1300s to the 1619.
I don't want to get into that yet.
Okay.
I want people who don't know about the potato famine, and then you can get into that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the Irish potato famine, also known as the Great Hunger, which was horrible, and it's not something that's a light thing, but see, I'm sensitive to their plight and their experience. Even our own people aren't even sensitive to what happened to their own ancestors for hundreds and hundreds of years in this country. The Great Hunger began 1845 when a mold known as Phytophthora infestans, or P. infestans, caused a destructive plant disease that spread rapidly throughout Ireland. The infestation ruined up to 1/2 of the potato crop that year and about 3/4 of the crop over the next 7 years. So it lasted approximately 7 years. The impact of it lasted a little bit longer. When I say a little bit, definitely not centuries. Because the tenant farmers of Ireland, then ruled as a colony of Great Britain, relied heavily on the potato as a source of food, the infestation had a catastrophic impact on Ireland and its population. Right there, they're not being kidnapped, snatched from the shores and from their homes. So right there, since we have to compare, I'm going to do it. Since we need to stop this nonsense of always trying to say, oh, it happened to everybody and oh, get over. We're going to show they're not being snatched and put on ships naked and branded and vomiting on each other and babies and have being pregnant and thrown overboard and and great. Okay. But they did experience a lot of horrible things, but I'm going to make that comparison right off rip. Before it ended in 1852, and to the people out there who have suffered this with Irish heritage, which I have Irish heritage, this is not to make you feel like your people didn't suffer, but you see what we're up against. Unfortunately, Black people always trying to compare or discount what happened in the African slave trade. Before it ended in 1852, the potato famine resulted in the death of roughly 1 million Irish from starvation and related causes, with at least another million forced to leave their homeland, not being captured from their homeland. They had to leave as refugees. Slaves were not refugees. They were cargo and commodity. Okay. Should I keep going or are we good on this so far?
Yeah, keep going. It's pretty interesting. You're going to get to a lot more details about stuff.
Oh, in Ireland, 1800s, with the ratification of the Act for the Union of Great Britain and Ireland in 1801, Ireland was effectively governed as a colony of Great Britain. We know this. Together, well, you do now. Together, the combined nations were known as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. As such, the British government appointed Ireland's executive heads of state, known respectively as the Lord Lieutenant and the Chief Secretary of Ireland. Okay. I know some of the people out there don't like all this reading. Okay. In a nutshell, though, the Great Hunger begins when the crops began to fail in 1845. As P. infestans results of the infection, Irish leaders in Dublin petitioned Queen Victoria and the Parliament to act. And initially they did. So they actually got help, repealing the so-called corn laws and their tariffs on grain, which made food such as corn and bread prohibitively expensive. Still, the changes failed. So they were hungry, and government tried to make some changes and help them, but the changes failed to offset the growing problem of potato blight, with many tenant farmers unable to produce sufficient food for their own consumption and the cost of other supplies rising. Thousands died of starvation. That's horrible. And hundreds of thousands more of disease and malnutrition. This isn't the same as being snatched from your home and sold into slavery.
You're right. That's not the same.
What is worse? The
But
violence
they can prove for sure that happened. What you just read.
Excuse me?
I said they actually can't prove for sure that just happened. That what you read that did happen.
What do you mean they can prove for sure? We can prove for sure that slavery of the Africans happened.
Not really.
Yes, really. What? Oh, wait. Hold on. The same historians who agree and put together the information about the potato famine also put together the information and the accounts of the transatlantic African slave trade. That you hear the madness, y'all? So you believe that it happened to the Irish. You believe that the Irish had a potato famine and they suffered slavery for 7 years, 10 years tops maybe. And when I say that, I mean they put themselves into indentured slavery. You believe that, but the plethora of information that proves that there was a transatlantic you just denying slavery is facts that it happened, because it's also psychologically you have this coping mechanism, and others it's so traumatic and it's so horrible that you have to say it didn't happen. That's proof that
I'm not saying that per se. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. Okay. All right. So like when we look at this servitude, then we look into apprenticeships. You know what I mean? Like you were just saying, you read deeper into the information.
Who gave you the information on the potato famine?
No, listen. This one.
No, I did historians give you the information on the potato famine?
Historians.
Hold on. Do those same historians give you information on the transatlantic slave trade?
I don't know the same ones, but yes, historians do. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you again, collectively in general. Let's not play games. The historians that give you the information on the transatlantic slave trade, are they the same general peers of scholars and historians who give you the information on the potato famine?
Yeah.
Okay, but you choose to believe that the Irish one happened, but not the one with the Africans that lasted. And there's much more proof that lasted for centuries. And there's much more proof on that. You are okay with just a small time frame under a decade. And you're like, oh, I believe it.
No,
of course I believe all of that. I don't need to see nothing, massa.
No, I think you're leading me.
I believe everything it says, as long as it's not my people. That's how you
saying. You're leading me to say that, but that's not what I'm saying.
No, but brother, you said.
No, I didn't.
That's not you talking, but I'm saying
when we talking about the Irish people, I never called them slaves.
You believe that the potato famine took place, and you said it happened just like that, and they can prove it. You said that.
No, you assumed that. What I was talking about when I was talking about if it was a thing literally called the Irish Atlantic slave trade, what I was really been speaking about is the transportation.
You said it could be. You wanted to entertain it. You said they don't call it that, but
I'm not running from what I'm saying. So just hear me out. So what I'm saying is that what I would be calling it is the Transportation Act. I wouldn't have went to the potato famine. You went there with it, assuming that I was talking about that. What I was talking about is the Transportation Act, and that was way before. I wouldn't even consider the people that left from over in the potato famine as slaves, because it was 1800 and something.
But they were slaves. They became indentured slaves. They became indentured.
I understand that, and I agree with that. But all I'm saying is that I wouldn't look that far in history, because it's already in the 1900s. I wouldn't even talk about that period. I would go before that. Is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is I would go to the Transportation Act, and even though it still would not implicate the atrocities that we so-called went through. Well, I ain't gonna say so-called because it's disrespectful. the atrocities that we are said to have gone through from the transatlantic slave trade, African transatlantic slave trade. What I'm saying is that the Transportation Act is showing where a lot of people from Europe or in Dublin, it was one of the main places where people were being sent to as convicts to what they call the penal colonies in the United States. So, and the colonies in the United States were called penal colonies.
What does that have to do with? What are you talking about? Why are you?
What it had to do with it? Because
that with the transatlantic slave trade.
Because this is why I'm saying this. Remember, for the first thing I asked you, Napah, if you ask the average person or you ask Google or whatever, where did the so-called slavery? I'm a metaphysician. I try to get to the physics of the thing, the root of it. You know what I mean? So that's why I try to go. So when we get to the root of it, I'll ask myself these questions. I ask myself, where did they say the slavery took place? And they say it took place in the 13 colonies. Where are the 13 colonies? Only maybe 2 or 3 are in the deep southern states. So I'm like, okay, who were the people in the 13 colonies? These were British people, or people that followed the crown or whatever. They were under the crown.
Okay, and they had slavery in Great Britain.
Right, and they did, exactly. My point, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So you had to look at it from a broader scope. Then we get into, like I was saying, the Little Ice Age. You know what I mean, from the 1300s, and then it leads up to, they talk about the blue-blooded plague, and then they talk about the famine, food famine, and they talk about the fires, and they talk about so and so. It was so much going on from the 1300s up until what you're speaking of. So this is like 300, 400, 500 years of suffering in Europe. The same people.
What does that have to do with the slave trade that they suffered in Europe?
Right now.
So now you know what you're doing? You're saying, see, you don't understand. This is why they had to get these slaves, because they had the potato famine and they had the little ice age and
this is what I'm leading
come on, you can't blame them.
All I'm saying, listen, Napah, I'm not leaning on no side of the fence. I'm see, like right now, like I understand you personally, you got emotions.
No, it's not personally. You listen. You
not necessarily personal. What I'm saying, hold
on. Go ahead. That's called conflating. We already know that things happened in Europe with the bubonic plague, the potato famine, all of these horrible things that happened. That doesn't have anything to do with the you got me saying transportation, with the exploitation and the kidnapping and exploitation and the turning people into commodity. That has zero to do with Africans being taken and sold around the world. What does that have to do with them having famine and illness in Europe in the 1300s? Nothing. Has nothing to do with it.
Again, first of all, I'm not leaning on no side, right? All I'm saying,
I'm not leaning on any side. I'm telling you the fact.
All I'm saying, I'm just stating what has been told.
Actually, I am leaning on the side of the truth.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that I'm just delivering information for what it is, and they're saying in their information. Now I didn't write any of this, so anybody can be.
What are they saying? Who's they?
So what I'm saying is they're saying that we were slaves and everything like that, and they never even mention white slaves at all, unless it's indentured. First of all,
why would there be white slaves coming from Africa?
Okay, that's a good.
Why would they mention white slaves? They're coming from Africa.
Again,
West Africa.
Again, when you look at your words, when you understand what they actually mean, we'll understand that we don't know.
Captives. People being caught and sold to become to do service and to be.
What these words actually mean when we put the pot. We'll realize that we don't know.
You drop the ball on emancipation. It means to be set free, and now you're saying that the word captive and slavery isn't accurate.
I didn't drop the ball at all because I told you what it basically.
And you were wrong. And you were 100% wrong.
Not necessarily.
No, necessarily. I also am you say you're a metaphysician. I also am a metaphysician. Okay, this isn't a metaphysical conversation. The word emancipate means to set free, period. Okay.
It means to set free, but
it means it doesn't mean to transfer ownership. Doesn't. That's
what actually happened.
Huh?
Okay. You had to. Well, I don't have to tell you what you had to know because you might know about all this stuff. But when we look into law and all that type of stuff, we understand.
When we look into law, the slavery was legal, and it was the transportation of captives, people who were kidnapped and trafficked.
And you keep reading about the potato famine and all that, people being kidnapped all the time.
See how you did that? Everybody, I want you to hear it. You don't even hear yourself.
Because you keep
I talked about, listen, no, hold on with your cognitive dissonance. Hold on. I said people being kidnapped from Africa and sold. You went straight to the potato famine of Ireland.
No, I didn't go to the potato famine. All of I went to being snatched up. I went to people being snatched up.
Who was being kidnapped from the potato famine?
Kids.
Lies, or just told by you. You just told a huge lie. Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. You're dangerous. You told an enormous lie, and you did it just to make sure that you could discount the suffering that happened to Black Africans. Yes, you did. You're a liar.
Not discounting.
No. We're not talking about if kids.
I'm not trying to lie.
Please don't talk over me.
Okay.
You're trying to say that children were being kidnapped and sold during the potato famine?
They was.
Show a source.
All right.
And I'm not saying, and also some of the kids that were going with the families got kidnapped.
I'm not trying to say, it was like, listen to me though, Napah. Even though I brought that example just because.
This is sadness. This is so sadness. You are really tripping.
No, don't do that because
no. You just said
you would prove yourself to be wrong.
The potato famine.
Listen, kids were being snatched.
I didn't say no, and kids are being kidnapped right now. Stop.
Right.
No. Kids are being kidnapped right now. You're saying that the potato famine, the way it worked, is people were being kidnapped, children were being kidnapped from Ireland and brought to the United States?
That's not what I'm saying. I was saying that those things were happening, but I'm not saying that's what
you're lying. You're lying.
That's not what I'm saying, Napah. You got to quit assuming what I'm saying.
No, I'm not assuming anything. My ears are work very well. Let me tell you something.
I did not say that, though, Napah. I said
that famine. We
were being kidnapped too, but I didn't say that's what the main thing was going on because of the potato famine. I did not say that, and the only reason why I said that is because
it's sickening, and it's sick how you keep on trying to talk over me. Go ahead.
Really not. I'm just trying to read
it. You are talking over me because you're.
I just don't want you to just double down on what you think I'm saying, and I'm not. That's what I'm just trying to explain that part. That's all. I'm not trying to talk over you. No.
Golden Goddess said, "Stop talking so much. You're jamming your own self up." Peace to H. Millette and the sister Golden Goddess. Look, brother. You did try to imply that. When I said that people being kidnapped from Africa, you said, and people were being kidnapped and kids were being kidnapped in the potato famine.
I did. I was saying that. Yes.
That's not true. That comparison is wrong. That's wrong. That's not true.
Okay.
We just read that they left there because of the famine.
Yes, some people did.
No, not some. They left.
Hold on. So you haven't read any of the stories about the African slave trade saying that some people came over here too voluntarily? You never heard anything? You have never read anything about that? That not everybody that came over here as Africans were slaves? You never heard of anything about that?
This is sickness.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm really asking you. I'm truly asking you. I'm not trying to just listen. I'm not the type of person
you have a sickness.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, you do. It's making me angry.
I just listen. Oh yeah, okay.
You know it is. Now I'm getting angry. You know why?
Yeah, I don't want you to get angry.
We've been up here for so long. You have yet to admit that the slave trade happened, and it happened how historians say it did, and you have yet to admit that people.
I don't have to admit that.
But what you want to do is you want to talk about some of them weren't slaves. What happened with the potato famine?
Our people don't know that, sadly. Sad to say, when we say slaves, we think about black people and most people, not just our people. When we talk about us, they consider every literal person here in America to have been a slave. And that's just not the truth, according to their own narratives. That's what I'm saying. All I'm asking, Napah, not saying I'm discrediting nothing that they're saying. Okay, yes, we were slaves, we were enslaved and everything. All I'm saying is why can't they give a contrast? Why can't they say, not all of us were slaves? Why can't they say, yes, some other ethnic groups were slaves as well? Why can't they make it be a fair playing field so psychologically we won't automatically feel that there is a superior over us? That's my main right.
You need to be quiet for a second. I don't want to be disrespectful to you.
You don't have to.
They are saying it. You're the number one problem. Why are you talking when I talk?
I was asking you what are they saying?
Why do I need you to ask me when I'm talking? Why are you asking me something?
I just want to make sure I'm following you.
How can I hear you while I'm talking? And you're talking still. It's strange. Every time I say something, you got to get used to being on a panel. I know we talk over each other sometimes, but it seems like every time I start talking, there's this extra stuff you're saying.
I want no more. Go ahead.
No, please, I want you to hear me. It is being said. You're saying it right now. You brought up the Irish. You want to talk about the Ice Age Junior. You want to talk about the potato famine. You want to talk about the bubonic plague. You want to talk about everything else besides the fact of the travesty of the transatlantic slave trade with the Africans, not the Irish transatlantic slave trade. The Africans. You don't want to, you haven't sufficiently discussed that with me.
It was horrible. And
this fool right here saying this woman is very rude. You are psycho. One thing I'm not is being rude. Okay. This brother is up here talking about how everything else happened in the slave trade that I feel very strongly about. And I think I'm handling this very well. I respect him. And you don't seem to hear him talking over me. And you look like a clown with these thigh-high boots on. Look at these boots in this picture that he put up, that he designed. He has on some little tiny ass tights, draws, and the boots go up. And then the skin isn't. You're mad at me because I look better in those kind of boots than you do. That's what you're mad about, Duke Murdoch L. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you, Napah.
Thank you,
H. The slave trade was horrible. It really was. It's okay. Because you said I'm not talking to you about the actual transatlantic slave trade.
Oh, he said you have a wig. First off, are you mad? Are you mad that I have a wig? This is what I'm talking about. These psycho. This is a brother. This is a black man. This is a black man. You have a wig.
What's wrong with a wig? You're a woman.
And you probably have the same one, boo boo. Okay. Now, what's next? And I love the wig. It looks cute. And I got a lot of hair up under it, baby. Kiss to the sky. And
what's wrong with a wig?
We're dealing with a man who's on another level, who lays in bed at night thinking how he can get his conversion surgery done, what he got to take out and put in. So I'm not worried about him. So anyway, yeah, peace to you, though. I'm not mad at you, but don't come in here mad. Don't come in here mad because you see a woman who actually looks as good, if not better, because there's some good-looking transsexuals out there. Keep on, peace to you on your transition and on your journey, but you are mad, boo-boo. You wanted my attention, and you got it. Anyway, he's mad because he must be thinking you fine and handsome, and he got mad because he thought he had to defend you. So he's so hurt. Wonder Woman. Anyway, let's stop talking about this because you getting me angry over the.
Now I'm gonna make you happy now, Napah. Okay. Now,
well, I am so triggered. I'm going to tell you something. I'm triggered over people denying the slave trade. I hate that.
No, listen to me. Now I'm agreeing with you, okay? Because you said I'm not acknowledging or agreeing, okay? And I am, right? The slave trade was atrocious.
Shout out to my sister.
Because
The
I
slave
really, I
trade
really
what?
don't want to be one of those people that if it did happen, well,
You already did it, brother. Everybody gonna watch this and say, that's a damn shame.
damn,
I knew
that's
wisdom. I knew wisdom
God, man.
couldn't be
The slave
perfect.
trade happened, man. It was an atrocity. There was some bullshit they did
No,
there.
are you being serious?
Listen,
I'm not
listen,
laughing at that. Are you serious?
I'm not laughing either, but
Brother, you just need more information. I don't know where you've been, but
they should not have done that, and that was
you've been
wrong.
watching too much of
Overcome.
what's his name? Our brother Top Cats. You've been watching Top Cats too much.
Oh, they've been watching too much.
Shout out to Top Cats and Rod
I've been
Hayes.
crazy for a long time.
And
I
shout
know,
out
I know I'm a
to
1%.
who else is the other? That's it, just Top Cats.
But
That
now,
brother-
let me ask you a serious question, though, Napah. No, and of course, I'm not. I can't. I don't believe in being able to persuade anybody.
I think I did very well because usually I would go off about the slave trade, and I think I handled it.
Talk about it.
And
Like
your demeanor was great. I did get a little feisty because you kept on talking over me, and I just wanted to hi-ya karate chop, but I didn't.
Like that. I guess I have a hard time like allowing people to form a conclusion of what I'm not.
It's okay. What did you want to ask me? Because we're going to close down. We've been up here for 5 hours.
Well, basically, well, you probably ain't gonna really answer it the way I want you to answer it anyway. But I'm gonna ask. Even though I understand your perspective, so I don't see why you would even try to see why the slave trade didn't happen or whatever. You know what I mean? Because
I have tried to see why it didn't happen. I listened.
Well, okay, cool. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. Since you have,
I've listened
to
to
at least try to see where we're coming from. Okay.
I've listened to my sister Bethy. Shout out to Sister Bethy.
I'm gonna give a few bullet points to where they kind of like shape my understanding of what I think. You know what I'm saying? To where it's more to it than what they're saying. Okay. First of all, I respect.
You're trying to read my horoscope in them fancy ass boots. These boots are made for walking. That's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. I'm just kidding. That's what you look zesty as hell. You look zesty as Italian over here. Random. You need to change that avatar. Unless you want that kind of attention, girl. And I'm not even mad at you. You go, Duke. Ooh, I see you clocking that tea. I think I'm doing good. What do you think? Am I talking like it?
You talking like a woman. He can't outwoman you. That's for sure, sure.
Oh, don't tell him that. He's going to say some more mean stuff. I can outwoman her any day. Slay said, thanks for the design. Oh, he is very, very fancy. Said, thanks for the design critique, girl. You need to stop smoking that stuff. He is very prissy, right? H. Millette. He is so prissy. Ooh, he's feisty and zesty. So we're just playing around. Okay, so what were you were going to ask me a question, and I promise I'm going to close out. We've been up here for Golden Goddess says, I'm convinced he just likes the sound of his voice because this is nonsense. Oh, I love her.
Most people would think that, so I ain't even mad at you. I can understand how it's nonsense, you know, because I understand if the status quo is not.
He does have a commercial storytelling voice. I talked over you. You have that voice like you should be reading. Don't think I'm being funny. I'm not dissing you. This is not shade. You should read Uncle Tom's Cabin. You should do like those audio book narratives like. Long ago, in a very, very small town. You know, like Morgan.
Like an African narrative.
You have that voice like Morgan Freeman.
I didn't even want to be doing an African narrator.
It did not really happen that way. In long time ago, in the 1300s, we had what we call now the Ice Age Junior or the Little Ice Age. Your voice is like.
As a matter of fact, since you're being funny about that.
Yeah,
because people already think I'm talking crazy. At least you had a decent to bring up at least stuff I'm talking about, even though you were saying you TKO.
I'm being serious. You have that voice like you could do like character voiceovers like they come to visit the old man living in the tree with the pipe. What y'all want? You want to hear about the potato family? Just kidding. Go ahead. What were we gonna ask though? What were we gonna say? What were we gonna say?
Yeah, you ain't lying though. People say that a lot though, so it's funny.
He does have that voice. Like if you just close your eyes, everybody, don't look at the screen. Say something. I just picture
They be
this
like,
man
man,
with
I thought you was a big dude.
a long. You have a long white beard and sitting on the. You could do the voice of like the I don't want to say God, but you know in those movies like
Yes.
come up, oh, tell us, Almighty Spirit. Well, come on around, children.
That's what I'm trying to do now, actually.
I want to talk to you about the potato famine. But we want to hear about the transatlantic slave trade, mister. Oh, no, children. That didn't really happen. But
So who is your master? I'm the one and
but
only
I will tell you about the Ice Age Junior.
That's right.
The Ice Age? You mean with the woolly mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers? Oh, no, children. This happened in the 1300s. Oh, my God.
You're a motherfucker.
Oh, I love it. No, but you do have that voice, brother. You could definitely.
Can you do me this one side then, right? Since you clowning on me a little.
No, I'm not clowning on you. I knew you're gonna think that. Every time I hear your voice, it's really cool. It's a cool. Look, you know I be doing voice. I do voice impersonations.
No shit.
I'm gonna try to get yours down, but I can't. Yours is too. It's too difficult.
To be able to,
You see, I can't do yours because mine just sounds goofy, like I'm doing my slave. No, yours is very distinguished. First off, you know how I do that slave thing, like, Massa, is we gonna do? Yours is more like the older, wise black man, and he's sitting on the throne, like, right. Children, bring my children forth. I need to tell them what the fate will be. You could do the voice. You could do the voice of Jacob. Oh shoot! You could do the voice of Jacob on that scene in the Bible when he was like, when Joseph found him, he said, "Who wants to have my son?" What was it, Benjamin? I'm in Hoti. Who wants my son Benjamin to come to Kemet? I can't lose him. I surely would die. Do it. Say that part. You know what part I'm talking about? Do you know the Bible? It's like Reuben and them like, Father, we need to get the grain. Oh, yeah. You have that. You have the
Benjamin. Benjamin must stay here. I remember that part.
Say that. Look, did you hear him? Y'all say it again.
Yeah. You can't take Benjamin. Benjamin must stay here.
I tell you. Look, oh, my gosh. Let me get my. I'm not quick at it. Yeah. Now, you would have slowed it down been a little bit more serious, that people would be envisioning Israel right there. Yep, I know I would. You got the part.
Okay.
You got the part as Jacob. You got the part as Jacob. So go ahead, close out. We did go full circle. Go ahead.
If you would like.
He acts like he guessed. He acts like he guessed my sign. You know, you be watching me all the time, getting all my fashion tips and following me. Talking about she's wearing a wig. He wanted to check and see if this was a wig, so he could go get it. If you want, I'll drop the link on where you can buy it. But it's probably out of your price range. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, that trolling shit real, huh?
I'm glad you joined me though. You got to come up here and talk about consciousness. Stay away from the slave trade. Don't talk to me anymore about the slave trade. Lord, don't.
Yeah, I don't want to either.
I meant the African slave trade.
Anyway, I like the happy side of you. So
I forgot. I was happy. I forgot. I meant the African slave trade. I know I got to make that distinction with you because you are into the Irish slave trade.
No. I think you got me wrong. And I want to say that
there was no Irish slave trade, by the way.
Well, okay, cool. But I do want to say this for the record, right? Because I did not say that it could not have happened, right? Because remember when I said that it was quite possible because of how close Brazil is to Africa and things like that. And I could see that easily being a thing done, you know what I mean, being brought from Africa to the South America and everything like that or whatever, and people possibly from going from there up to the Caribbeans and everything. So I'm not saying that it could not have happened at all, Napah. You know what I mean? But I do know, according to when we do actually look into the actual history, because we all came through this school of thought, well, not gonna say we all, but I have studied the traditional understanding of what they saying happened. You know what I mean? So I can easily see how that happened as well. You know what I mean? I can. You know what I mean? I can see, hey, man, yeah, it just well, could have been a trend that say trade and they're bringing niggas there. Well, and because of these reasons and those reasons. You know what I mean? But
Right.
but then when I end up finding out, see what that's what I'm saying, by me not ever knowing at all that any other ethnic group or that any other groups were enslaved. That's why it's such a, I guess that's why we speak about it so much, because it's not that known, first of all, right? And it's like,
What's not that known?
That other people were actually slaves to the common man.
No. I just wasn't quite listening to you because I was looking at how I made a friend with my friend. Duke said I'm kind of lit. See, I knew you want to just be friends. You just had to come in here and say, girl, where'd you get your look from? Where'd you get your wig? I'm going to leave the link for you, boo-boo. And those boots, you know I need to know where you got them because I'm ready to wear those boots. Yes, honey. I will be getting those boots. So peace and love to you, Duke Murdoch L. No, you're wrong. And Marquise, you're absolutely right. Ghana says it happened, and we all know it happened. What do you mean? We don't need to know about anything. Whenever we bring up, I take that back. Let me stop. When we bring up the transatlantic slave trade of Africans, that's not the time for us to start talking about everybody else. Sure, we need to teach about the potato blight. That's a big deal. We need to talk about the travesties that are happening in other countries and that happened with the other people with their history. That's a huge deal. But when we bring up slavery of our people, everybody wants to talk about something else. Am I lying, y'all? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm just saying this. It's not even against the brother. Have you noticed every time somebody starts talking about the transatlantic African slave trade, there's always some information inserted or someone coming in to insert information about, well, it happened to everybody. And slavery, let me tell you about the history of the word slavery. And it's like, why?
Because it's not being told.
Yeah, I did to my eyes.
Because
Go ahead.
it's not being told. That's why. Okay, for me, the reason why I would do it, right? Even though I believe me, I'm taking heed to Napah, okay, and how to talk to the average person. Not average, not your intellect. No, I'm saying like the person that come and believe the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I need to have a softer approach to it. You know, first of all, if I do believe so drastically, you know what I mean? I can't even, oh, this just didn't happen. And I try not to even take that approach for real. You know what I mean? I just try to give different aspects that's not being explained on like as common as the Negroes being slaves in the Atlantic slave trade or whatever. So basically, let's say it's like this. Like this, according to the Bible, right? It doesn't matter to me if Jesus was a real man or not, because I care about the spiritual aspect of what's going on in the book. The physical part don't matter to me. So it wouldn't be, I wouldn't want to make that an argument, because we could argue back and forth. Was he real? Was he not? It don't really matter. What was the message? Can we talk about that? Like, do we understand what the message was given about it? That's more I like to talk about, right? It's like, okay, they said we were slaves. Okay, well, were we on the slaves? Like, what was slavery?
You said, let's say we were slaves. It's a fact, and it's really well known.
No, I'm not
let's
saying.
say that you agree that we were slaves. Okay.
But no, what I'm saying is, but I already told you that I don't necessarily agree with the common people. With the common people say it, I'm trying to show you, tell you that how I'm learning how to try to approach it in a more systematic way, to where it's uplifting for each person instead of so contrasting. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So, well,
it can't be uplifting if we're going to deny it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I had to have a softer approach, so it won't be so contrasting. Because when we deny it and you agree to it, that's the contrast. So that's not going to work. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, I had to be able to approach it to where I can't say that it didn't happen. I cannot say that. And then according to the like you said earlier, according to the same historians that will say this happened and that happened, you know what I mean? You can't cherry pick, so to speak, you know what I mean, through the information.
Okay.
So, hey, we got to look at some type of reality, unless I can indefinitely prove that none of this stuff happened in a way. So I totally agree. So it is kind of like an oxymoron or option none to say it just didn't happen at all. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to take me seriously to me at all. You know, in that case. But I hope what I hope to think is that if I do,
you're losing the audience. Keep it up, Wisdom. Come on, you can do it. You're losing them. You're losing them.
Trying to explain too much.
I told you we got the toughest environment over here. The audience is too sharp, and they're like, we don't care how late it is. Yeah, he's on that. He's on that reefer too much. I sound old.
Well,
this is reefer. He's talking reefer madness, y'all.
You know, it puts you in la la land on
cloud. You know what reefer madness? You know, reefer madness was a real like campaign against marijuana use in like the 50s. It was called reefer madness. You're talking reefer madness.
I heard that word a long time. Smoking on that reefer.
It's okay. Peace to Max and H. Millette and Caleb and all the family that's listening, and of course all the mods. If I missed you, that don't mean that I didn't kiss you in my heart. You know, kiss the mind, not the lips. Don't start going down the. I'm not talking to the mods. I'm talking to anybody. Okay, so see, I'm tired, but I don't have reefer madness. This is called Slap Happy. So
let me ask you this, then, Napah. I'm gonna ask you this.
Yeah, leave your email so we can. Israel was in America. So we got that hot one, hot two, hot. Who knows that song? Nobody knows what I just sang.
You must have a phone number because you
come out at night.
You heard me, Napah?
Freaks come out at night. The freaks come out. The freaks come out, dog. I'm just kidding. Truth set you free. You know, and I heard that before too. Truth set you free. A truther set you free. I'm just playing around. I have heard that. You're not a freak, but the conversations about slavery, children, gather around. I need that flashlight in the dark, like, gather around, children. I'm going to tell you a scary tale. The land of Israel is in America, and America never had slaves from Africa. Oh my God, Mommy, I'm scared. Yes, be scared. Be scared of the truth.
You know what's kind of funny though?
Not the truth.
It's not funny.
Peace, right? Max.
Can I? Okay. When I do the research on the slavery in America and everything like that, right? What they say too is that at first, well, let me not say that part, but the Negro didn't really become slaves to the 1800 part. Like the permanent slaves. Is that true, or do you believe that part of it?
Negroes didn't become slaves until the 1800s? No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
We got to do this some other time. We're going on 6 hours. I can't. I feel so bad that I took. We needed to have two different conversations, and I don't want to just cut it because then we're going to lose the input from the chat. Next time, you put your stuff in the back. Okay, there it is.
My phone number again. Well, I got.
No, I don't need. I just need your email so I can invite you.
Okay, what I'm saying is just in case I can't, I don't see it. I don't check email like that. So if you did want to send a text something, maybe we'll just call like you did that one time with
what you say?
You remember you called one time before. You and
I never called you. Don't play with me up here in this.
Don't listen to me. It's not gonna be bad. I'm gonna tell you how you did. And you're gonna
wait. I called you on your phone.
Let me tell you.
Don't play.
No, I ain't saying you called me in no head, y'all. I'm not saying.
When did I call you? You got to give facts.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hold on. What's the guy named
Killer
Priest? Listen to me. You remember the guy that you put on the Killer Priest show?
Hold on. Stop. You mean that Killer Priest called you with me so we could get you on the show when I was working over there?
Remember? Yes.
No. I need a confirmation because you said a lot.
Well, type in your thing on Killer Priest.
No, wait. You're saying that we called you to put you on the Killer Priest podcast?
Yes.
Okay, you said I called you. Like, I don't be calling men up like that. Don't play with me.
I'm going to try to tell people. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I was about to say.
Be clear, sir.
Yeah, I was being clear. You didn't let me finish. You cut me off. Because I was trying to explain.
Okay, say it again. Say it fully like you were going to say it. Because we got people out in the audience thinking, I'm be calling brothers up like that.
Because I was saying that I might not be able to see my email all the time. I don't really check it like that. So I said, just in case, I would leave my number. Then I was thinking, I was like, hey, you might already have it because you and Killer Priest had called me before. That's what I was about to say. You know what I
Killer
mean? But
Priest
they
called
on
you
the
with me
show.
on the phone to get you on
Yeah,
the show.
Killer Priest called, whoever called.
But
Somebody
you know
called.
why I'm doing
Papa
this?
told me that she was gonna get me on the Killer Priest show if she can or whatever. Or she
Wisdom.
whatever. Yes, ma'am.
Wisdom. The reason I'm saying this is it's not you.
Okay.
I know. Thank you. Oh my God. She knows.
Oh,
She's
okay.
because
Yeah, man,
people
that's what
will
I'm
be
saying
like,
right now.
oh my
Yeah, I
God.
get what you're saying. I mean, I ain't mean to say it like that.
Brother, let
I ain't
me
mean to
just
say it like
say
that.
it's not, you don't have to apologize. You
Okay.
won't. It's
thought
not.
that was-
It's not like you're trying to say. Even if I did call you, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But I don't call people because people would say I'm trying to get. Are there any man that I've ever even interacted with? There's some crazy people out there saying I want to sleep with the guy, and that's why I was just saying, be clear on what you say. It's not you. You're not a bad person, but like she said, some stuff will start over just that one statement. They'll clip it and say, see, I told you there's some sick people out here.
Man, that's whack as fuck too, man. Y'all niggas need to get a fucking life, man, for real.
Yeah, tell them wisdom.
You know what I mean? Like
No,
that shit
that's
sounds
right.
like a bitch. You know what I mean? I don't understand you niggas, man.
Not too many curse words though, because the channel we need.
Okay, man. I go
But
crazy.
brother, it's all good. It's all good. There's got to be a rule that when the pod's voice is heard, everyone else goes quiet. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Don't worry about Caleb. Don't
That's
nobody
right.
say anything. All right, listen. I didn't know that's what that said. No, everybody. You know what? It's all good. I talk over people sometimes, but I think that reefer's got them really going, folks.
Oh no, I'm always blazed. You know what
I like
mean?
messing with you with the
Yeah.
reefer. Nobody says reefer anymore. Like nobody even says ganja. Like
that pine. Yeah.
They say gas and stuff like that, right?
Well, it ain't reefer. That ain't reefer neither.
Peace to you, brother. I'm gonna let you go.
All right.
I want to say thank you for joining me. I'm going to get in touch with you because I'm going to bring you on for a consciousness build and the visionaries. It's all good. You did great showing us that you don't think the transatlantic slave trade happened. That's what we got out of it.
Oh, man.
So peace to the darkest minds of the light. Peace to wisdom, one of the darkest minds of the light. I really do want to bring you on talking about consciousness. And I want to say thank you. I love you all. You know I love you, H. Millette, Max, Caleb, everybody tuning in. Let me look at my fancy new friend over here. Let me see what Zook is saying in them fancy boots. Duke made some sense right here. Slavery suppresses your divine spark, girl. Oh, yes, boo-boo. Let me drop you a bomb right here in them fancy divine boots, okay? Don't play with us. Slay. All right, everybody, I love you. Good night. Peace to the darkest minds of the light. Y'all stayed with me a long time. I don't usually do 5 hours and 30 minutes, do I? Only when I'm crashing out, right? H. Millette.
Oh, the pop. If you want to.
That's not funny. I'm male. Okay, you know what? You may be male, but you are still slaying in those boots, okay? We're not mad at you. We are not mad at you. Okay, so what did you want to say? Peace, Indigenous. Let me hurry up and get the Indigenous up here.
You check out my channel, the pop. I did a video on consciousness versus conscious versus conscious. You know what I mean? And you'll kind of get an idea of what I think about certain things. And I also did.
You should have been talking about this hours ago. I mean.
I'm just trying to tell you, well, like I said, I don't really take it serious how everybody does, but I'll just let you know just in case you kind of want to know, or like what I think without me actually having to just verbalize to you. Like, you can check out my video, even what I say about how I think that the privy means this and that or whatever. I got scriptural things on there too. Where I got my breakdown. I actually show the scriptures and how I got to the conclusion that I got to. I really take time to thoroughly explain what I think, you know what I mean? So maybe you could check out something and be like, hey man, what about this? When you said this, you know, and then it kind of help me stay on topic and what I'm saying.
Okay, when you want to do a show tomorrow? I mean, I skipped dinner for you guys. I just want to let you know if I'm gaining weight, it's because I'm late night eating because of not the chat. I'm talking about all the panel people hit the panel. I'm just kidding. I've been up here for 6 hours.
Yeah. But I work tomorrow though.
I'm skinny as a twig. I'm just kidding. I could skip some meals, I'll tell you. But if you want to come in and do some stuff on consciousness, we could do something tomorrow.
Yes. So I don't know what time you'll be available. Well,
I will be available when I'm working all the time, because when sa.neter says hit that button, I hit the button, and he wants us to keep the water flowing, no stagnant. So
well, I guess what I'm trying to explain to you though is that,
let's do it tomorrow. Let's do it today. Actually, this is tomorrow. Let's do it today on Saturday. Let's do a show on consciousness. That is my lane and yours. I have a lot of lanes though.
Likewise.
So how about we do it? Where are you at right now? Are you in the East Coast, West Coast?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain this to you first. I work, so first of all, I'm central to answer your question. I'm central, and I'll be to work at least until about 7, maybe 8 o'clock. So I don't know if 9 or 10 will be too late for you, being that you're the East Coast.
7 o'clock p.m.
Yes.
That's that's as early as you can do it.
My first appointment is at 8 o'clock. Yep. My last one is at 7.
Your first appointment is at 8 a.m.
And my last is at 7.
Dang, and you're up at 3. You need to go to sleep.
Yeah. But I like talking about this type of stuff.
8 a.m. Are you, what, if you don't mind, what do you do? Like, if you don't mind telling us.
Well, I do a couple things, but my main thing I do is barbering, is what I'm talking about now.
Oh, you're a barber. Okay, I got you. Oh, okay, so you're going to be working. Yeah, let's do it at 7 then. I'll schedule it. And I'll send you
at 7 though. That's what I'm saying. Like I start my last appointment at 7, so I might not be available.
Okay, so we can do a late night 8. It'll be 8 o'clock your time. It'll be 5 o'clock my time. That's not too late for the people. Just come in, see. Just stay away from the slave trade.
Hey.
And the potato blight is not the Black Plague. You need to stop saying that. I'm telling you as a friend.
I didn't tell you that, but you ain't looked up the little age yet. You better do that, and then you'll know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look at Ice Age Junior in a minute.
Please do that.
Peace.
Because that's going to accomplish a lot of things that you already know.
Peace. I'm gonna let you go, so people won't think that we're having a freak off when the stream ends. People got bad. Man. I'm gonna let you go, my brother.
Again, she ain't never called me. Kill a piece.
I know that's right. I know, and you're going to be a great sit down when we talk about consciousness, because I like what you were talking about over there on the island. Shout out to my family on Pseudo Killigan's Island, the castaways. So go ahead, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll schedule it. I'll send you the link. We will do the show at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I never hope I see your email. I don't know what you want me to do.
Bye. I want to close that screen. Bye. Thank you. Peace.
Thank you.
Make a 2100 hours.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Have a good morning. Scram. No, that's my brother up there. Yeah, I know, right? H. Millette. It's fun. I was laughing too. H. Millette chilling with me and Max and Caleb. I'm so thrilled. Max said daylight savings time, standard time is from November to March. Thank you. Got the best mods right over here in the HOK. All right, y'all. Caleb says, amazing stream, Napah. Really a wonderful job with the panel and directing topics and still being able to refute doctrines. I appreciate that, Caleb. Caleb is like, Caleb and Ascent of Phoenix. They are, how do I say it? They go, it's like a part of my mind that's projecting out of myself. Like Caleb is the side of me that's like, you got this, Napah. You can do it. And Ascent of Phoenix is like always giving me, when I bring up a topic, she's always giving me the information, like really detailing it. So I appreciate both of them. I appreciate Max and H. Millette, of course. They're the OGs. But peace to everybody, Indigenous, everybody was here. Peace to my friend with those Mr. Bossy boots. And we will see y'all today, later. Peace to the darkest minds of light. Don't forget to hit the like button to get this video in the algorithm. Something is really going on. It's crazy how it's going with sa.neter Studios, how they be messing with the views on YouTube. Please hit the like button so we could get the algorithm in sync with our whatever's going on in the land of AI and YouTube and algorithms and computers. It's all crazy. So let's see what H. Millett says. We're going to tell you to sit your butt down. That's right. I've heard you say such things before, my love. And even though you may have been right, I often did the opposite. No, I was looking at something. Even though you were right lots of times, I still didn't do it. And I made the mistake of not doing it. Yeah. Sit my butt down like right now. But when I said crash out, you said no about something. I said I usually don't do streams this long unless I'm crashing out. So let me go ahead and yes, I know what you're talking about. I was looking at something, but yes, I often have heard that, but I'm trying not to let the sea red, I love you too. I love you. I know you love me. I know you're right. Yes. You say Max will be in here talking about, oh God, Max, I'm gonna talk about you, what you do sometimes. You're like in the stream. I'll be looking at Max going in the stream. But you know what's good. Max will be telling me in the stream. I'm ending the stream now. I'm listening to you, Max. Peace to the darkest minds of the light, to HOK mods, Max the mod boss, H. Millett the queen. I can't even see you over on the Rise channel. It's bizarre. Peace to Caleb and everybody. All right, I'm really ending it now, y'all. It is tomorrow, God status. Whew, Lord, it is late. But it's good. Let me see what she said. Max. All right, peace. Let me end this. I'll see you guys soon.